I don't know if you hear the Skype ringing. Let's see if we're connected to live stream. And my nose is kind of stuffed up, so that might impact my hosting a little bit. Part of the process of everything I've been through lately surgically. Okay. We are connected. Looking forward to people who give us some feedback as to how we're sounding, and we're going to try and bring others on the call. Okay, and let's see if Aristides responds to a call. If not, I'll call Brendan Zoget, and we'll start from there. I'll try and anchor it onto somebody. Here we are. There we are. I'm going to anchor the call onto yourself. Let's see if we... Yes, thank you. Konnichiwa. Let's see if we can bring in Aristides. I'm afraid of this because if I add it, it might white out the system, the screen.
And we got to figure that out because...
Yeah. Yeah, well, for obvious reasons, yes. It glitches when I have...
computer. You got the replacement computer.
Yeah, and we'll take care of that soon. So I had
so much going on.
Yeah, yes. Well, like I said, there's no point in starting up the replacement computer purchased and sent by Aristides, just for our listeners to hear the credit, because Aristides has joined us. There's no point in getting that started until I get my new cell phone, which I did receive the confirmation letter for today. So I received the confirmation letter for that today. There does not seem
Sounds like there's some road noise. Is that?
Yeah, that's Aristides. He's wandering the streets.
Sounds like he's by the seashore. Are you by the seashore?
I wish.
No, that's the sound of traffic, Brendan.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, I hear it now.
Are we on it? We're on air?
Yeah, we're on air. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Why? Or were you trying to hide that fact that you are attempting suicide by walking onto a multi-lane freeway with all the chihuahuas at once? I mean, this is like a family suicide, right? That you've been planning.
You gotta let these things happen naturally, but now the noise will be over in a few minutes. That's all.
It's
For a second, I thought he was like they had him like they had the concrete shoes on him and they were like by the shore or something. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, that may yet come. That may yet come. Aristides is, after all, an academic and actually falls more into the stereotype of a Lovecraftian character for that reason than any one of us.
True.
Yeah, other than myself, but even my character's too rarefied for Lovecraft. It's too bizarre. But with Aristides, he's the academic, and so he fits the baseline stereotype. For those of you, hopefully nobody thinks we're obsessed with the Lovecraftian theme, but it has become an invasive part of our lives due to recent communications from Peter Moon, not sent to myself, thank God, but to others, an interventionist who shall go unnamed, and who did respond to Peter. And we may read that out later, much to Aristides' annoyance, because Aristides is quite right. Such communication should be ignored. Is that like, so what is that? Is that like a mudroom in a trailer where the, you go through, oh, that's Brendan. That's Brendan. Okay.
You're talking about, oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Aristides said it'll only be a few minutes, so I thought he was coming home, and I was like, what the fuck is he? Okay, there we are. So it's ambience.
We're just using antiquated equipment, basically.
If you could dignify it with the name of equipment.
It's basically was it Ramshackle?
Ramshackle.
Yeah, it's just like ramshackle.
I think you're ramming some kids into some lockers.
Well, they would deserve it. For sure.
Locker for the night.
Yeah, by the way, everyone, we missed, or everyone else missed, except those of us that were on the conversation with Brendan, everyone else got to miss him speaking in Ukrainian to a group of Ukrainian kids at an event that I thought were just going to knock him to the ground and stick him in a locker. That was, he had to pass his way through those. What exactly was going on that time, Brendan? You can show.
They were just blocking the path for the the utility cart, so I just told them in Ukrainian to get out of the way.
Yeah, that's funny.
And then they were so shocked, they didn't know what to do. They just stepped aside.
Cool. So by the way, Sheila Gavin says loud and clear, darling Douglas Dietrich. T-Tank Barry was in first, and he said loud and clear, brother 100. And Eric Cradle says, good evening, DDD MꝎNLESS in New Jersey. Thank you so much. And as well, Tokyo Bloker, who is Amy Como, says good news. So I received your cards. Amy Como sent me two beautiful cards, two beautiful greeting cards.
Can you mute me real quick?
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
And thank you for asking me to do that. I appreciate that. I always feel guilty when doing that without people asking.
That's it, man.
Yeah. And okay, there we are. So he's talking to a fellow worker. That's it, man. Yeah. And they're making a drug deal. We can't be allowed to hear the details. So you would be surprised at what you can make with common household cleaning items. Various stimulants of a sort that give you a very quick high. And they're digging in right now, the both of them. I do hope everyone realizes I'm joking. I have to qualify that because, people just don't have the common sense or wisdom or wit that they used to. Understand that my nose is somewhat plugged up because I just woke up from a nap. So normally after waking up from a nap, I need to theoretically hit the neti pot, which is my new form of steroidal injection up the nose, actually far more efficient and potent than what I was using for years with the sinus sprays. Okay. So, yeah. And but the point is, I didn't have time to do that. Waking up from the nap, I am actually doing something I haven't done in a long time. I'm going to wait until after transmission to put out the food bin because I just didn't have time for that either. Usually I try and do that because after transmission, it's simply, it's too much danger of encountering random assholes who are truly insane or diabolically possessed or something out in the streets. But as Amy Como has brought to our attention, she sent me some wonderful cards, which shows she's in a very good space, and she signed it Amy Bloker, as if they had gone through with the ceremony. So let us know, Amy, if you are now married, and if so, that's wonderful, and we're definitely impressed. And I will be giving her and Sheila Gavin kisses in a few moments. In the meantime, what I want everyone to know is that I will very likely turn things over to Aristides for just a few moments to make his usual, shall we say, delivery of what to do. And then we'll get started with the program proper by his adding everyone, except, for the time being at least, Pixie Princess Star Fox, until she gives us a call, because I need to be psychologically prepared to welcome her. So, we love Pixie Princess Star Fox. Well, I guess you can call her. It's harmless enough, and then we'll deal with it if she jumps on. But not Ian West. We can wait until he sends us messages saying, bring me on, and then we can decide at that point whether or not we're in the mood for that. But Ian West, it's not that he alienated us. Ian West has several, shall we say, proclivities which put him into question, and yet at the same time you always need to maintain some kind of touch with that underworld. So consider him like our informer on the streets, and it's not a bad or inaccurate analogy. And but such being said, he is an angry drunk, and so when he comes on, then the problem is shutting him up. And he tends to, because of his experience as a DJ, have a very deep, gravelly voice. He's blessed with that. Hasn't used his blessing throughout the last several decades. So poor bastard should be doing that. He should have his own show. Well, maybe he shouldn't. But at any rate.
Well, the meth just fries your vocal cords. Then.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
But I guess I shouldn't ad hominem.
Yeah. Well, you can compare the crystals that...
It's true.
Yeah. You can compare the crystals that Ian and Brooke use to the kinds that Peter uses. Peter said he was given a gem elixir by his quote-unquote TCM, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, which no traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would ever do. They don't work with New Age gem elixirs. But since he did get a gem elixir from this lady from Barbados who happened to get a diploma from a mill that she put up on the wall, it left us puzzled as to what was meant, but then we figured it out. It was basically the kind of crystal elixir that Ian West and Brooke Gibson use, and therefore Peter has joined the ranks. And that might explain a lot of the tremulousness and the burst of energy. Yes, Peter has been saying, I've been having more energy lately, yes. There's the crystal elixir, which he calls gems, might explain a bit of that. Okay, that snideness having been put aside for the moment, and irresistible though it was. So I do want to thank Nolani Bouchard on the Hawaiian Islands for the, I think it was at least 30 United States dollars, may have been close to 40 or so. It was a while back she sent that, and I did credit her, but I want to make sure she is credited again. I want everyone to know how much they're valued with the changes that we've been having lately, with Peter Moon ultimately doing the predictable and now acting predictably. Peter Moon is on the other side of the fence now, acknowledging, quote-unquote, the reality of the anti-gods, and we will obligatorily, for the sake of education of our listeners, go a bit through that. It's not even an education in the cosmology of the anti-gods. It's more of an anthropological study of a pattern of disintegration that has been followed in the past by several people who involved themselves with myself, seeking quote-unquote knowledge, and then going crazy with the inability to handle what they learned. So that's what we have going on with Pete, to a degree. And like many of the others, he was simply an asset that was led to suppress. Obviously, he never published any of my books with any advertising so that anyone could find them, and never paid royalties, etc. And then published only half of a book that he was supposed to publish in full, etc. It just went on and on. And you might ask why I worked with him. Understand, I tried to hold him off for 10 years. And in the end, just had to work with someone, even if it was the enemy. Sometimes the enemy is all you have to work with. And all my life, I've been stuck at the level of poverty where I am working with criminals. And when you're working with criminals, then you develop a extreme tolerance for inexcusable behavior, or behavior that's inexcusable in any normal social environment. Peter Moon has been exhibiting that forever, always was, really, which is why he had to constantly go to a third world foreign nation to indulge himself, because he could not get away with it in the United States. On Long Island, you can get away with a lot, but he really didn't have enough money to get away with too much. So he had to go to a third world nation where he could expend his money and get much more bang for the buck. Romania is, of course, a very special case, because it's formerly an Iron Curtain satellite state that is doing its best to develop, but has been stunted in its economic growth by the fact that it was slave circuited to the Soviet Union for far too long, and it takes a long time to get over that. And so our best wishes to them over there, and over here we're still dealing with the repercussions of a man who was exploiting his position as a big roller over there, kind of in an Andrew Tate sense, although as Brendan Zoget would say, he's nowhere near Andrew Tate in terms of anything, but certainly viewed himself as such. And that being said again, so Amy, love you dearly. We'll take a much more longing look at your cards later. I did flip through them, got the general message, and your well wishes are well received. In the interim, I will turn it over to Aristides, answer some of the people in the chat room for a little bit. Aristides will then proceed to bring on just basically everyone on the list other than Ian West for now, until Ian asks us to join. Then we'll decide at that point. He may not ask that tonight. We'll see. He's here some nights, he's not here others, depending on his own work schedule. And such being said, again, it's there was, of course, the element of Ian West where he was defending Peter Moon, but we put that into perspective already. There was a time, quote unquote, Peter Moon was kind to him was one element of that, but also Peter Moon and Ian West are ultimately birds of a feather, and they do protect each other. And it's beyond all reason. It's beyond all rationale. It's very similar to when Michael Aquino was, whenever the subject was broached of Gary Willard Hambright, who most of you, of course, your average person would never even know who either of these people were. But Gary Willard Hambright far less so than Michael Aquino. But when it came to Michael Aquino, Gary Willard Hambright was already dead when there was various times his name would be brought up, and Michael Aquino would rush to his defense and defend Gary Willard Hambright as a persecuted innocent, even though he could very easily have just thrown the dead, deceased Gary Willard Hambright under the bus and said it was really all him. And how you people questioning me, is talking from Aquino's perspective here, could question me about this when you already found the guilty party. He's the culprit. Why are you still bothering myself? Is it simply because of my satanic religion? This is something Aquino could well have said. But instead, he would go into detail in some kind of articulate defense of Gary Willard Hambright that was, for all of its erudition, completely unbelievable. And we had that going on with Ian West. He was falling into that pattern, which doesn't make him, quote-unquote, unwelcome here. It's just he strikes me as an opportunity predator, is someone who, now, to validate what I am saying, he has no access to the internet at any sophisticated level via his cell phone personally, so he has instead been operating out of the library, the local library. He has taken pornographic works of Michael Aquino digitally into that library network by looking up his stash, so to speak, of such literature, literotica. Well, it's just straight porn. And he brings it up on the library network to work with and put to AI music. He's doing this while he says people are looking at what he has on screen, and they casually see the words boy, cock, ass, smear, all this stuff come up repeatedly, just various descriptives. And he gets very nervous about it. Now, the fact that he exposes himself to such stress in order to satisfy an urge to work with literary child propaganda, pornoganda, written by Michael Aquino under a pseudonym, shows you the extent of his inability to control himself. It is unlike like someone who's a holic, alcoholic, pornoholic, videoholic, sexaholic, whatever holics you got out there, he's a pedaholic. That is something that we've established via the exchanges with him on this transmission, on this program. And again, if anyone asks why we maintain contact at all, it may come to the point where we don't, but as I said, he's certainly done damage to the show in the past, and I will do my best to prevent him from doing such again. But in the meantime, he's kind of like one of these informants that you have on the street that's working on both sides of the law. And in our world, it's a greater form of law that we're dealing with, karmic justice, which we saw manifest in its own way with Peter Moon, who tried to pretend he was ill, sick, suffering a health incident to get out of this project. But it became all too real for him, and now he's dealing with the consequences, and they are quite explicit. So all of that being said, we'll go deeper into the more bizarre or occult aspects of that during the show. And so with that, for now, let's turn this over to Aristides for a moment, and I'll deal a little bit with the chat room, and then Aristides, when you start adding people, let me know, and I'll try and come back on and talk again. Okay.
All right. Anybody you want me to add right now?
Oh, everybody except Ian West for the moment. Yeah, just everybody. I'm sorry.
Do that or do the thing first?
Oh, do the thing first.
Okay. All right. All right. So as soon as you get here, you should hit the thumbs up, the upvote. It's very important because it affects the algorithm, so to speak, of popularity and searchability and likelihood to appear to people and be found if you're looking for it. So you got to hit that right away, and then slide over to see that you're subscribed and that the notification bell is turned on, so you can be notified of programs whether on time or not on time. And once you've done that, because you've been able to do all that, you must have a YouTube or Google account, I presume. You can, if you'd like to give us additional upvotes, you can go into the account settings and create additional sub-channels to your main account without a separate login or password, which would typically be used to divide content into different areas for people if they want to do that. But for us, you can just use them to each provide their own upvote. So it's like you have very handy multiple personality function, unlike some people. So make sure you switch back to your main account to interact in the chat room. And in the chat room, you'll find the PayPal link. Please send your donations soon and often, and as you are able. So
wonderful.
The reason we need the upvotes is because the enemy, so to speak, puts downvotes in that you can't see, and that's what we're competing against. That's the important thing. So most people probably don't have that issue, but we do.
Yes, thank you. Most people, hopefully will never experience such insanity, but we do on a daily basis, unfortunately. So just send some kisses out to the ladies. I'll put some hugs out to the gentlemen while our dear friend Aristides begins to add everybody he possibly can.
And you have, the three of us on, and you have not white screened yet, right? Correct?
That's correct. Thank God. Yeah, I would mention if I did white screen. You'll hear me do the bitch about that, because at that point I lose control of the call. And as a matter of fact, I don't know if you recall this. I'm going to ask you to multitask and do two things at once. Listen to me. Lend an ear while you're doing that. Adding everybody. Again, I want people to know that I woke up from a nap just before hosting transmission. Normally, after waking up, I'm supposed to start using this neti pot, which I use with great skill compared to most people. It's a very messy business. Most people would not do it. They would not bother with it. I actually follow the instructions, and so I get efficacious results. That plus either my vampiroid lineage or the nanoplasma little bots that crawl throughout my physiological system are helping as always. And as I said, the last time I went to the doctor, I healed quite well. We are entering a new period of medical treatment for me, where the inflammation that appeared throughout the right, behind the right eye socket, throughout the right nasal cavity, that was all removed by surgery, which had its own story behind it. And if people think of all of this as shall we say, questionable, by that I mean they don't understand the dynamic about how anything negative happens to me at all when I have certain advantages your average baseline human does not. Believe me, these advantages create their own disadvantages. I'm only a quarter vampire, unlike Peter Moon's wife, who he never knew to be vampiric at all, who was half vampire. By the way, it's not something that spreads by a bite if you're a new listener or just some casual listener. It's genetic. You're born with it. And it's not a condition. Cerebral palsy is a condition, okay? It's simply a genetic trait that is, well, we wrote a whole book on it, of which Peter Moon only published half. You can look it up there under my name. Vampirology. And all that being said, Aaron Tice, a good friend of mine, sent me a copy that I had asked for of that book. So I got a copy of that book through him. And now our biggest problem is going to be trying to get that. That was solely under my name anyway. We're going to try and get that somehow translated into a manner where we can republish it in its totality. Okay, and in the meantime, let me hit T-Tank Barry with a hug, as well as Eric Cradle, and of course Vril, who's our man Aristides, actually. And these are people who have appeared in the chat. In order of appearance, I'm responding to them. And so when it comes to some other things that
yeah, and I'm still here, Douglas. Like,
good
I can say good evening to everybody, and while you're doing that,
thank you. I appreciate that. Real Tech Geek says hello. So do you have Real Technique's contact number?
You just gave him a cool new technique instead of real
what did I call him? Yeah, Real Technique. I called
new
Real
Technique or something. I don't know. It was just like a slight,
like
a speech thing, but it made him sound cooler for a second.
Yeah. In a worst case, so let me give him Aristides' contact number. That's what I'll do. So I'll give him Aristides' contact number rather than Rick's trying to add him on, and then I'll give Aristides his contact number.
Who's this?
Some guy named Real Tech Geek. Obviously, that's not his real name. Do you have his contact number?
I did not see him in the default list.
Okay, so let me send you his contact number, and he's active now. He can come on after that at his leisure. And so let me see if I can find this. And so I was going to tell people about the inflamed tissue, which I'm sure just fascinates them no end, that they can't hear enough about that. Yeah, go on.
Wait, well, I missed it. It just cut out a bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you have a question about the inflamed tissue or something that...
No.
I just sent the contact to Real Tech Geek to himself. Okay, I haven't done this in a while, so it's let me remove that and then send it to Aristides. This is like so stupid, the whole system that they have here. And it's hard for me to multitask on this. This is why production sucks. But basically, they took a blood test. And the blood test was taken months ago, in which they ascertained I was allergic to dust mites. And they now have a method to essentially, effectively, to a degree, cure it for all intents and purposes. So I have volunteered to enter to get these injections, which can continue once a week for over a period of 3 to 5 years. And that way prevent inflamed tissue from happening again. Here we are. Share contact, and let me see is what comes up here. Share contact, and then look for Aristides. Okay.
Normally I would doubt that, but your crypt status
yes.
seems to be affecting that.
Yeah. The crypt is overwhelming. Okay, so he says he's showering. He can talk a bit later. Yes, that's that's
showering. How is he responding in the shower?
Brooke would do that. Brooke would do that. Remember, Brooke would respond in the shower. Brooke would respond.
They must have like a special type of case or something, because I've never been able to do that.
Yeah.
No, not that I would. It would be so awkward listening to all you guys while I'm showering. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, and yet some people do that. It is bizarre.
Yeah, they just like feel that they need to.
I just don't get it. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I think I sent the contact card of Aristides to Realtek, and Realtek, I sent his details to Aristides, so you can add him, Aristides, and he can jump on whenever he wishes. All showered and pink and fresh. How exciting. And at any
Get
rate,
him all revved up. He'll come on all randy and shit.
Yes. That's.
I remember he was pretty strange. He had some stuff going on.
He did. He
was one of those TMI people. Too much info.
Yes. As was Brooke. You did call Brooke, right, Aristides?
Yes.
Okay. Good. And
Brooke, if you're out there, you need to come get your victory lap in while it's still new.
Yeah. Yes. Honestly, Brooke, you need to be here to dance on someone's grave. That's and we'll pull no punches. Yeah, we were kind to him last episode. Honestly, just so people understand, I indulged in an illustration for tonight's image that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. I haven't indulged in an illustration to embed in the thumbnail of live stream in a long time because the photographs, quite honestly, are actually much more popular. But I indulged in an illustration for tonight because I want people to understand how I feel on bathing, to just wash all the filth of Peter Moon off of myself. The only person who could make claim to feeling more violated by Peter Moon than myself, well, two people actually, would be Paula and his daughter. So they both are very estranged from Peter Moon, as is pretty much everyone other than his football mates. And I guess we'll just get into that. Brendan, I don't know. Are you capable in your environment of reading what Peter Moon sent? Let's turn towards Brendan in this moment and see if that's something he's capable of. It would give people a start.
I can, but it's like, what? Which one? It's just like, this dude's just crazy. The most recent communique?
Yes. And
dream within a dream, like he's in Inception, like in that fucking Leonardo DiCaprio movie.
Yes.
That one?
Yeah, I'll qualify it, of course, by unless you're adverse to this, I reserve the right to interrupt with observations. But sure. I would give people a forewarning. That Aristides is quite correct about this. I concede to Aristides the superiority of his stance, that what Peter Moon says absolutely does not matter in a practical sense. And this is quite true. Anything Peter Moon says is, at this point, it's almost, in one sense, it's simply for entertainment. In another sense, it's a study in a textbook case in abnormal psychology. And also, right. It's Hume.
Which is where I'm coming from.
Right.
The anthropological angle.
Thank you.
The limits of human mind can take, so-called knowledge.
Thank you. And it comes as well with the anthropological angle in the sense that Peter Moon is acknowledging a certain cosmology above all other cosmologies. And I will qualify that right now. What I will beg of Aristides, can you do this, Aristides, along with Brendan Zogit? Literally, to save everybody my constant interruptions, because I think I would not be able to resist just interrupting constantly. I'm going to remove myself for a few minutes while Brendan reads this aloud. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom.
Well, that's where it belongs, in the toilet. You might as well just read it from the bathroom, like all these other people in the shower,
Oh my God, it would be fitting. Yes, Brent. So Aristides, can you?
But you're not concerned about how we procured the message, right?
I do remind you to read the response as well, but not name the respondent. Do not name the respondent, but also read the response when you were done. Thank you. Yeah. Without identifying the respondent.
But wouldn't that just be obvious that it was him? I mean,
only to Peter.
Yeah.
But he already knows that. We've read his mail out loud already, and that was only available from one source, right?
True. Yeah.
So the game's already been given away there.
I mean, it's irrelevant. They go through our emails anyway.
Yeah, it's totally irrelevant. They will inform.
Just like how on the dredge column, the sewer channel, it's like they were referencing stuff that I had said to you completely privately and off record, not even written down.
No, that's true.
So they just straight up listen all the time. It's regardless.
Oh no, it's absolutely true. Aristides, are you there? I need to confirm that you're there and able to participate before I go. Please. I hope he's there. Jesus Christ.
I am here.
Oh, thank you so much. So do me a favor and act as the straight guy, okay? Act as the straight man to what what Brendan is reading.
That's all. Yeah, that's all I know how to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're in good hands with these gentlemen.
What is that? He's just supposed to nod and say, yeah.
No, he's supposed to make maybe a wry comment or observation every once in a while, though it'll probably pain him to listen to this stuff.
Poor guy doesn't want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it. It's I woke up to this shit.
Yes. So I'm going to be back. In the meantime, I'll go mute, and you're in good hands with these gentlemen. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm looking for it. It's so awful. I think I actually archived it because it was just so I didn't want it anywhere near me. Let's see if I can find it.
Which one is that?
I guess it's the one we were reviewing earlier. The one that you said was just like, there's no point in looking at it.
Oh, super
But let me see
long.
if I could find it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so the situation, it just, I mean, let's see if I can get to it. Hold up. Pardon me here. Yeah. Yeah, there's also the one where he's saying good Q, which is very concerning. That one's very extremely concerning.
I mean, I took it as good question, but it's kind of, you know.
But no one writes like, I mean, he's never written to me like that. But
Right.
anyways, besides that, I'm looking for the one from today, and it seems to be scrubbed. It's like completely scrubbed from my files. Douglas, are you still there?
Do you want me to resend it to you or something?
Yeah, if you could do that.
Yeah.
I can't find it. Like,
Also,
oh wait, maybe it's in this.
jockey things at home, but I can get over and do that.
Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking now.
Yeah, like what happens if you like swipe it says archived? How do you find archived mail?
There's probably a way to go to where they are archived, but
Holy crap. Yeah. I don't know. I've never had to go back. I just assumed they would still be there. It's just yeah. Oh wait, I found it.
okay.
Yeah. So this is basically, I mean, where do we start here? He's talking about a mental breakthrough he's having. How much of it should I read? It's just like so much of it's just crazy. This yeah.
Start at the beginning.
So he's saying, yeah, start at the beginning. So this is the words of Peter Moon. I'm quoting him. This is not me saying this. He says, my Romanian friend Nicole, who is in China, keeps pounding me for answers to my current situation. But I keep telling her that it is too complicated to explain now and that I need my rest. I asked her to pray for me. Perhaps that, and the current Mercury-Uranus trine, meaning mental breakthroughs, facilitated a huge breakthrough realization in my sleep. It was like a dream, but it really was not a dream. I must first stress, however, that while this is very expository as far as what has actually happened, and it reads as good news in this regard, I have to cut all ties to DDD and the lies, untruths, or twisted truths that he conveys about myself or about me. Hearing that stuff or even talking about it is extremely unhealthy, especially in regards to my mental and physical health. I need lots of rest, and while I'm getting better, I even can play football to a limited extent. I have to put my physical health first and insist on no mental stress by not talking about or listening to the topics. This is the mental breakthrough. This is like another paragraph that's the header. One of my friends noticed that DDD started cultivating a subtle and perhaps not so subtle undertone that was against me. I now realize this traces back to a routine proofreading question wherein I asked him for the correct phonetic spelling of an entity. In this case, it was the most powerful of the anti-gods. And there's an asterisk on that. It was impossible for humans to invoke such an anti-god until Aquino created the Vox Arca, etc., etc. A device that DDD keeps to this day. He would use it in effect, a tracheotomy, as a gateway to madness. He can only run diagnostics on it, as it traumatizes him when he does. It could also kill him. He runs diagnostics to keep it active because the Department of Defense is afraid that he could destroy the world or what they do control. Consequently, they leave him alone in certain aspects as they do and harass him continuously. If the diagnostics are not run on the device, it will degenerate. So in effect, DDD is keeping this alive and its potential for wanton destruction. That was his explanation of this so-called anti-god, whose purpose is to destroy creation. Page 287, which is the upcoming book that would have been the page number if it was published. Bringing this entity into his mind admittedly triggered him to no end. Asking him to correctly, quote unquote, phonetically spell the name, he said he had to revisit it and did voracious study and recapitulation of the entity and his memories of it, and basically gated the entity into his mind, including excuse me, including a trans state that begat excessive writing, which he would constantly and fastidiously correct, rewrite, amplify, sending me tomes of information. So this was the addendum that Douglas is writing about evocation, and yeah, he kept revising it, but it was like he was just like adding tidbits. It wasn't like it was like being written and rewritten. So that was my, because I saw it too. That's all it was. It wasn't tomes of information. It was like, you saw it, Aristotle. It was like maybe like one file. It wasn't like huge books or anything.
The stuff that Douglas was writing, I actually didn't like sit down and read all, because like by the time I thought about doing it, he would send a new one. So I'm like, I'm like,
it was basically like a beginner's guide to like occult terminology. I wouldn't even call it a tome. It was just kind of like, this is what this means. This is what that means.
And then
the Dietrich thing.
But I said, like, when you finally arrive at a fairly final version, then I'll give it a real thorough look.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so he was saying, none of which I saw fit to print on basic common sense editorial grounds, because of the Dietrich is just tough to read through if you're just a casual reader, like you're just trying to read something, because it's like very edited, or what would be the word for it? Notarized. What's the word for it? Where there's just like a bunch of like brackets and stuff with like different words, and you have to have a bunch of background to read Douglas's. The way he writes is pretty intense. So he was saying, but I'd also completed the book to his satisfaction, but now his tune was different. If I were to include this information, most of which is opposed to on ethical, spiritual grounds, it would require extensive rewriting. That was extremely onerous at this point, especially as I had completed the manuscript that he liked and was quite readable. I was exhausted on this project, and his demands were now taxing on my body, mind, and soul. Yeah. So, I guess, like, I don't know. He was pretty, Doug gave him like a year off. I don't know how taxing it was, because he was just chilling on it for a while, but, right, Aristides? It's been like a few years. I don't think it was like shit was being pressed on him, as far as I know.
I think there was just a friction of, the ways they wanted to work. It was very taxing.
That's true. More importantly, the entity was now living and breathing inside of him, meaning Doug, and was influencing and directing the anti-Peter Moon bent. The entity deeply resented that I was not letting it take over the entire book project. I would now be writing for the entity. Once again, this was taxing. This anti-God entity will thrash and trash everything it can, because it is all about destruction. It does not care about DDD, Peter, or anything else but wanton destruction. DDD has described such in the book, and DDD has been most certainly consumed by that entity, although his purpose and the theme of the book was purportedly to neutralize the anti-gods. There is plenty of room for bait and switch, and we can argue whether or not this was the original purpose of the book all along, or perhaps the opposite. The bottom line is that the entire book takes your mind into a scenario where gods are fighting anti-gods, thus amplifying the drama in our current political world. Whether or not the book will harm or destroy the reader, this is like more taxing than what he wrote with the entire book, this whole concept he's writing here. The entity concerned will be certainly getting attention and airplay, something entities are known for. In a humorous way, not to minimize it, such entities might be happy to get on stage and do a soft shoe dance, like a wannabe performer who wants to bask in the limelight. From my current view, this entity directed Aquino to construct the Vox Arca, while DDD appears to have stolen it for reasons of self-preservation and arguably even altruism. This entity beats its own drum and can view DDD as a puppet to its own agenda. So I don't even want to finish reading this part. It's just so onerous. But basically, he's saying that Doug is possessed by this entity. Anyways, we can go through it later, and Doug can read some more of it or whatever. But the end, he says, my good fortune and synchronicity, I have been directed to an acupuncturist who has a specific treatment for de-ghosting, quote unquote, such entities. I have never heard of such a thing, which is not true because he told us about it on air, but whatever. I've never heard of such a thing, but now I have. This is a great blessing. Like in all situations in life, we are all living dramas with a beginning and an end. My life is far from at an end. This situation will continue to play itself out. It will probably have some very interesting twists and turns. After the acupuncture, I intuit that there will be some very positive and interesting twists in my energy field. One thing I've certainly learned through this ordeal is that energy is senior to information. A writer's stock in trade is information, whereas a Qigong's master's stock in trade is energy. Healing is in motion. That's how he ends it. And the recipient says, I have to say that if this is indeed you, Peter, I disagree point for point on basically everything you elaborated. Doug is not the one that has been ranting and raving, but you. Your incoherent rants for 2 months have been rather concerning, which is why I urged you to get help. I did not urge you to get acupuncture. My father suffered several strokes, and I know the signs of which you are exhibiting. So if your goal is to sell yourself on the ideas, by all means, keep inventing these stories. However, the timing and these untruths tend to make me believe you never really wanted anything but the knowledge anyway. Perhaps this isn't even you typing to myself. Either way, I will not engage in fantasies and false realities. I listened to every episode for months, and you are out of your mind with nearly everything written. No amount of acupuncture can help a false narrative that is being pushed by the good and the bad to frame the good and the bad. Doug has his own issues, but the one who is really messed up here is yourself. Please refrain from propagandistic emails, but if you would like to have a reality talk about life, I'll be here. So that's, and then this person just giving some nice, pleasantries at the end here. But so
I'm back. I am back.
That's the summary of it.
So I missed.
Yeah, that was painful. Like, you owe me $5 for that.
Holy shit!
Like, the words of a madman is not fun, So.
Yes, entendre.
But
there.
basically, the summary is he's saying you're possessed by the Vox Arca entity because it was trying to take control of the book project and he didn't let it, and the entity wants to dance on stage like show tunes and shit. Like, that's basically like, I didn't, it was tough reading it, So.
Believe me, I have some points to respond to what this individual said. I do want people to know I did a few lines just now. It's not that I plan to be on too long tonight. We're going to be 3 hours at the most. I perceive it. It might stretch on a little bit. But it still will probably be to the latest.
Right back to your old tricks.
Oh, well, now that I'm on the new program to prevent the inflammation, there's no point for me not to.
It's a green light.
It's a green light. Epiphenedrine. I'm on this.
I like how no one ever like exposes, quote unquote, this part. It's always like, he's possessed.
You notice that? Yeah. Well, Brooke Gibson went on to Richard K. Cole Jr.'s blog. And Richard K. Cole Jr. said, "The book will never be completed. Peter Moon will die of old age, or Douglas Dietrich will die from drug overdose."
Yeah, he was saying that for a while.
Yeah. And Aaron in the chat says, "Yikes, sounds like our man Peter is not doing well with researching the occult these days." Yes, thank you for that observation, Aaron. Yeah, that's quite.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Yeah, to say the least. He's the master of understatement. Now, what I will do is, because I'm awful and I hate you all, I'm going to open up my copy of that and just make a response to a few things. By the way, there's some news that I will talk to the other gentlemen privately about, and I do want people to understand that I have to kind of divide some of the things we're working on now, just because we have to maintain a sense of, how do I say it, some security consciousness. It's hard for me to do, obviously, with everything that we deal with, because I'm usually pretty open about everything, simply because the enemy doxes everything anyway, and they see pretty much everything that I do as I do it, because Michael Aquino, when he laterally transferred from out of the army, Then he transferred over to the NSA, National Security Agency, otherwise known as the Puzzle Palace. And then what happened was he had access to unlimited amounts of surveillance. Now, whether he's alive or not hardly matters. His cult is very much alive. And his cult exploits that technology to access all my emails and all my telephone calls. And this is not an assumption based on paranoia. Anyone involved with myself has seen evidence of this. Good example, one time had a exchange going on with V, my cosmetologist, and said, will you be at the salon tomorrow? And I have to know, otherwise there's no point in my going there. And she wrote back, no. Now bear in mind, I'm up throughout the night, so I wrote this to her at like 3, 4 in the morning. And she wrote back, no. And of course, so I called her, at which point, of course, she was terribly upset. Fortunately, I don't like her so much, to put it mildly, so I didn't really care. But the next morning when she saw me, I presented her that communication, text it from herself, and she said she did not text that. So they will do things like that. They'll just enter texts into the conversation to disrupt communications. And as well, with Rose Dio, people only very diehard Dietrich fans will remember her. She was running my channel out of libraries in Colorado for the longest period of time. She was obsessed with Thelema, Crowleyite magic, Peter Levinda, all the dark arts, and maintained actual grimoires in the van in which she lived. And this homeless lady was able to read all of my emails, though I never gave her the password to my account, and knew exactly what I would say in communications. I mean, so she worked with them and ultimately salted her channel. At that time, of course, we had some outrageous amount of subscribers. It was like 30, 40,000. So now all we do is just rebuild after every suppression. But this was the most massive of suppressions. And just to give people an idea of, it was meant to be a heartbreaker, but you're dealing with someone who has dealt with psychotics and sociopaths all his life, meaning myself. I'm borderline such myself, so I recognize these people. The difference is I'm honest about it, so I let people know what they're getting into. But these other people, they're not honest to anyone about it, especially themselves. And when it comes to someone like Peter Moon, there's like a few communications that he left to me on his way out that are probably the most offensive of all. If I were a normal person, it would be something that would be heartbreaking. But of course, I'm not a normal person, and this sort of thing just goes with the territory to someone like myself. Give people an example. When he started breaking down, and this is for people who are trying to understand this from a human level. When Peter Moon started breaking down, I still have him here on the Skype, and of course I don't delete these accounts. There's no point. But what happened was he sent me on Friday, September 13th. So it's now the 25th. This was 12 days ago. Friday, September 13th, he sent me, attached is the front matter for the book. Note the title page will be in color. While this is not the cover for the special edition, it will probably be the cover for the print-on-demand edition. As for the special edition, you will receive only one copy, because these are expensive leather-bound copies. The rest will be for sale. I will, however, supply you with multiple copies of the print-on-demand edition to give to the Blood Boys, which of course is something that we've already gone over. My son's husband would never allow anything by Peter Moon on the estate, and he was trying to insert himself into a world where he had no right. Now, again, that was on Friday, the 13th, appropriately enough, when we were entering into a weekend of, he was the big astrology freak, not me. And by all accounts, astrologically, we were entering into a bad space. And that's when he was going to publish the book. Then on Sunday, the last time he appeared on the show, indicative of his cardiac issues, he began brushing his teeth obsessively because of the buildup of the plaque in his heart, manifests in more plaque in the teeth. He said, "I'll be with you in a couple minutes. Have to finish brushing teeth." This became like a standard before he showed on every episode. And then on Wednesday, at the time of our next episode, he had in the morning a conversation with an individual who was intervening for us. And at that point, he told that individual, "Tell Douglas I will not be on tonight," and effectively told him he would never be on again. And said that I was told by my special secret friends, Douglas Dietrich is attacking me. And of course, this is the pattern of all of these people, is they all start speaking about their friends. These special secret friends who approach them and tell them about Douglas Dietrich, quote unquote, the truth about Douglas Dietrich. There's nothing mysterious about this. It's Stephen Outrim sponsoring Richard K. Cole Jr., and the pattern is always the same. After that point, they begin to claim they have some kind of epiphany, breakthrough, conceptual breakthrough, basically a paradigm shift and a conceptual breakthrough, which flips them like a coin. And they begin speaking about me in long
Lena
essays.
Shea was the same.
Yeah, tell them. Yeah. What she said to you.
Lena Shea was the same. And
Yeah.
Oh, it was the same trip. She said, "I realized Douglas is the enemy, and he's the one who's actually possessed." Which you always were clear about, but they always mean the Antichrist.
Yeah, but the thing is that somehow when I say I'm possessed by the Peacock Angel and Lucifer, somehow is that acceptable?
Right, they just laughed that one off.
Is that,
but that's not a problem, you know.
Yeah, it's when it comes to Lena Shea, did she not tell you it was almost like in a dream? She had this like enlightenment.
Yeah,
like,
same trip. Yeah.
Yeah, they enter into this.
Well, that's how they're attacking. They're obviously attacking people with the dream sorcery. I mean, that's
astral.
Like just his astral sorcery.
Yeah.
Which is what magic is, anyways.
Yeah.
But the way he was saying, like, this is Pete here. He was saying, I want to call him Vince, but people will get him confused with, like, if I say the fall of Vince, it'll be like Vince McMahon. Like, people won't get it.
Oh, just so people know, Peter Moon has never been his real name. Peter Moon came from a high school band, which he was not a part of, mind you. He has never been a musician. He would always claim his daughter is a musician, which he may well be in the sense of writing music. And he, of course, could never get her to write music for him or anything he was doing. But she was supposedly somebody who wrote music. Basically, so far as I understand, I have no idea what she's doing other than taking care of a herd of cats. But she had a boyfriend once who was driven to suicide, and after that, it's just her and the cats on TikTok. It's where they have their own channel, and her channel is nothing but the cats as well, with her feeding them.
Someone would say she's thriving.
Yeah.
That's thriving.
So. Yeah, I guess so long as she's happy, right? And away from Pete, who hadn't seen her in over 6 years at least. Yeah. But the thing I was pointing out with that was that when it came to Peter Moon and his talk about this, I guess I'll get back to that.
I just aside about Vince McMahon. Because Vince McMahon is now considered a crackpot. If I keep saying Vince, that people won't get what I'm talking about. So I'll just stick with Peter Moon.
But feel free to say Vincent Barbaric. I do want people to know that with Peter Moon, he in high school there was a boy band called Peter Moon, and it was a joke, obviously a play on dick and ass. And so it was Cock and Ass, Peter Moon. That was the name of the high school band. He had a crush on this boy band, and he took that as his pseudonym. His actual name is Vincent Barbaric, and it's spelled
if you look up his name, there's a real Peter Moon. That's this Hawaiian. He's a very famous Hawaiian guitarist / ukulele artist. So that's the real Peter Moon. That's why I don't like using his name.
Yes, thank you.
It's an offense to the Hawaiian natives.
Yeah, or any other professional working person who has the name Peter Moon, and there's plenty of those. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And when he chose the name Peter Moon based on this childhood lust or teenage lust, this adolescent crush, he doomed himself because it's impossible to find Peter Moon. It's like poor Sean Bond, who interviewed myself. And Sean Bond, if you look him up, all you find is Sean Connery as James Bond. I mean, his parents just doomed him to be inaccessible on searches. So Peter Moon doomed himself to be inaccessible on searches. You do not find him unless you use other hashtags. You have to couple that with multiple searches. So
what we were saying was about the dream thing. He says, this is the quote from him, perhaps the current Mercury-Uranus trine meaning mental breakthroughs, facilitated a huge breakthrough realization in my sleep. It was like a dream, but it really was not a dream. So this is the common denominator. The same thing happened to Lena, and you know.
Yeah,
and, yeah.
I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of an astral assault, but that only is preemptive, or shall we say, a prelude. It's a precursor to an actual MyLab where they go under the needle, which Peter Moon says he's under. Peter Moon says he's under the needle, like under the treatment of an acupuncturist is how he frames it, when they're really just sticking in syringes. I'll get back to that because it's an important point. So Aristides is pointing out something in a link here. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, originally, I was pointing out, like, my last few communications with Peter that would shatter your average person, because Peter has been so adamant on this show, saying that, per his own definition, he says, basically, we had a marriage. Now, you might remember that if people were listening hard. Of course, Brendan could back me up on this. And he also said that I was going to move in with him. And again, our man Brendan could back me up on this and testify that Peter had this idea. I was going to be set up in one of his rooms in his 5-bedroom home to spend all day signing books, quote unquote, that we would deliver to people, etc. I mean, Brendan, you can relay what you remember of this, because it'll help me make my point when I talk about
Yeah, no,
this
he
last
said,
time.
I mean, he straight up said that. He said when the books are printed, he's going to have a stack in his house, and because the first edition's going to be a signed copy, he was like, I'll find a way to fly you out, and you can stay with me and Paula and sign the books, and we'll give you a spare bedroom, and you'll just be in there signing books all day. And I was like, I told Doug, I was like, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, no, that's like
Going
misery.
to Long Island and being stuck in a closet, like broom closet, signing books. Like, why
dude.
didn't he just send you the books? And apparently that was too expensive or something.
Yeah, well, dude, that was like, it's like the movie Misery. It's a recap of the movie Misery. But I think had Paula not left him at that point?
No, this was that was how early it was.
Okay.
It was like early on, yeah.
Yeah, it was early
Before,
on.
I think he would be like, maybe like not even drafted anything yet.
Oh, okay, that's true. That's true.
He was just like fantasizing different scenarios. That's what it sounded like to me.
That's true. That's true.
But they all like revolved around you being near him. Like,
yes.
Either he goes to San Francisco or you go to him. It was a very strange, the way he worded it was strange, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
Which I always thought was odd, because he was always careful what to say. You know, he's very, like, careful with his words, but when it came to you, he would say like Freudian slip type shit, like it's like we're married, you know, it's like a marriage of sorts. So he would say that quite often. So yeah,
yes,
interesting.
Yeah, just like with, well, it was even worse with Marina Seren, where all at once he just kept repeating himself over and over again. Orgy and orgasm; those two words must have been said half a dozen times each. When
that was like when it was like the fall was apparent. That was like recently.
Yeah, and yeah,
like that whole episode was like, I was like, I can't believe he's doing this to Marina. Like the thing with your grandfather, that whole trip, your like abuse,
yes,
quote unquote,
yes,
that he wanted to bring up so detailed. And then also when Marina was bringing up her abuse or whatever she suffered through her MyLab thing,
yes,
he was asking her, what did you wear? As she's like saying she woke up on a table in a MyLab, like basically naked in high school. This was like, she was like, I was 15 and I kept waking up in this MyLab experiment, and basically implying she was just nude on a table in a laboratory. And he's like asking her, what were you wearing? What did it look like when you were there? Like, it was really strange. I thought that was egregious. I mean,
no, it was just abusive and offensive of a guest, and obviously he has no concept of any of that.
We even had people coming up to us that were like third parties saying like, what was that? Like, it's not just me being like, oh, I'm only taking Douglas's side. This was like actually concerning.
Oh no. Yeah. Anybody listening, and everybody's welcome to listen to the Marina Seren episode, and you'll hear
it's
it.
Still there.
Yeah.
And she hasn't even like, she's responded to us, but she hasn't came back since, because that was just too much, you know. It's like,
that would be enough.
Which was the intent, maybe.
Yes, no doubt. He scared her away. His fantasy at that time was that I oh Jesus, it's complicated, but it's so simple. It's deceptively simple, but it's so insane. This is when he was really manic. He was still manic at that time, and his mania was manifesting in his telling me outright that if he could kill Brooke Gibson, which he was convinced he could do with the use of the dark arts, of magical arts. Now, just so people understand, anyone who doubts this, Brendan Zogit and Aristides were both on a call with myself, where Peter Moon, after a transmission, stayed on call with Team Dietrich, Aristides, and Brendan Zogit, admitted Maria Deandria got her powers from a pact or a demonic deal with a diabolatress or diabolic entity, a demon as he called it, but as Brendan would say, likely a djinn, who stayed with her for a long time.
Ever since she came on, I was telling Doug, I was like, she's using djinn, obviously.
Yes.
And all these phone psychics do, and like there's like every village in India has one of these people. I mean, it's not something you should do, but they're always there. Because it's just easy. It's like you just make a deal with this thing and it'll claim to give you something. But in reality, you'll just be a servant after you die to them.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
It's worse than the Fantasia scenario. It's like you're fucked. Like,
and
it even manifested to where it abandoned her in this life. Even it just got bored of her.
Yes.
And, so there you go.
Well, I mean, it got bored of her. She said that I've lost my talents and I'm losing all my clients and I have to look for a job. I mean, that's bad at the age of 75.
She basically became impoverished. She became impoverished because once the entity feels like it's had its fun, it'll just withdraw all its boons. Like, that's why only internal work is good. You can't get it from the outside.
Yes.
Like, an entity will never give you anything that you don't deserve from the cosmic force.
But
it can only give you shortcuts.
Yeah, it's true. That's true, and it's performance art.
And it could withdraw them, and it can withdraw them at any time.
Yeah. Oh, it does so, yeah. And when it does so usually all at once, and the person is. There are examples of this. You can find them on YouTube, and
like Dynamo looks toast.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Like he's not famous anymore. And
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, poor son of a bitch. And welcome to Heather Holman. We love you dearly, honey. Feel free to interject whenever you wish, please, by all means. When I was telling Heather Holman about, if Peter dropped dead in front of me, I could walk around him, and she said, "Yeah, that's obvious." It was so apparent to anyone who was listening intently. So
the whole concept of this where he's seeing you change over time, that was all in his head.
Yes,
like, we all knew.
Yes,
like I knew. I mean, you didn't even have to tell me anything. It's like we were all just obligatorily like being nice to him, as far as I was concerned. I was never against him, but he was always against me for whatever.
No, this is the way it was. We would all give him far more tolerance than he ever earned or deserved because we wanted the book to get out. And just when he said suddenly the book is going to get out, then he hit. And, again, this is just to culminate this here with his manic fantasies and his last communication, how that would devastate a normal person with a normal emotional spectrum. Just to give people an idea of what Paula and his daughter and his ex-wife, what was her name? Do you even remember? I don't even remember his first wife's name. But he had a wife who produced the daughter. And Paula was younger.
I have no idea.
Paula was younger than his biological daughter. He never referred to his wife by a name, did he not? He never did. It was always like, my first wife. First wife.
Yeah.
It was just like that. And
he may have mentioned it once, but I don't retain that.
It's impossible.
Superfluous.
It was always just stated in context of some other thing he was bringing up. But the point was, they must have felt just torn apart from the inside out by what he was capable of. In this Scientological fashion, they train you that if people are not helping your success, then they're just obstacles, they're losers, do away with them. Now, one thing that I learned a long time ago, again, growing up in absolute poverty, the way I have, which then Peter Moon alludes to by saying somehow, what did he say about, Douglas Dietrich this is what is his obstacle from financial success? What did he claim it was? What did he say it was? That was as opposed to my simply being born in a completely impoverished environment.
Oh, it was saying that the entity was preventing your books from being sold, basically. Like you were siding with the entity that didn't want its story told. It's like he contradicts himself because he says the reason you got possessed is because the entity wants its story told. But then he says it wasn't selling because it was suppressed by the entity. So it's just this bizarre,
as opposed to his not
circle logic.
As opposed to his refusing to advertise the books.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just it's self-evident at this point. Whatever he's saying is just contradictory.
Yes, no, like you said,
and it's nothing. We're not cherry picking. This is literally like in sequence. Like he says, yeah, you got possessed, and the entity is speaking through you, but then it's preventing the sale of the book. I mean, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yes, there we are. That's the true sign of insanity. Yeah. And thank you, Aristides, for your input.
And the whole time we were trying to sell the book. I don't think there was ever a time when we had any issue with that. It's like, it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Well, he was the one
that was giving them away.
Yeah.
He's like sending them across the freaking Atlantic and shit for free.
No, not only that, but when he came on my show, before Aristides ever joined us, and certainly other people in the chat room could testify to this, whenever he was on my program, he would say, nobody's buying our books. Nobody wants to buy these books. Nobody wants to buy your book. Nobody. Remember, he would say that every episode. It's like he did not want.
And then there were other episodes when he said, "Oh, I just restocked 2 cases.
That's right.
Store, and I sold 4 cases here, and my connection, what was somewhere in Europe, the Continental Connection wants 3 cases." And
but I never got royalties.
Yeah. But that's what's so stupid about it is like, even if it wasn't selling to the numbers he wanted, why weren't you getting a cut? That's not how that works.
Yes.
Like, I've never said like, look, like I go to someone, I'm like, all right, we'll split the profits. And then they said, oh, I only sold 5. I'm not splitting anything, you know?
Yeah.
Not until it sells more. It's like, that's not how that works.
Thank you.
Like, if you're selling flowers, we each get a cut. Like, it doesn't matter if you sold 1.
Yes.
Like,
no,
he should have paid you for the 1, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, we all know what was going on with that, and
as far as Amazon, there was like there was 50 plus reviews, including RKC, who had to pay for it to even make the review.
That's true.
So that was and then if we go as per whatever percentage Amazon's running, so it was like the profit's like $5 or $6 a book.
Yeah.
So that's like, so if it gave us, say, I'm gonna do just a example number. If you do the percentage that it usually gives for Kindle books, multiply that by 50 reviews, that's at least $200. Divide that by half, that's at least 150. And this is just like what's visible on the back end. So
But by the way,
you never got anything. You didn't even get $1.
No, and
as far as I know.
No, and you're quite right. You know well. I mean, that's he always said, there's not enough books selling to give Douglas any royalties. Let me just reset the page here, make certain everything is aligned with the stream, even though I know it is. And it's good to see the illustration I put up there. Honestly, people, this is really the mood that I'm in, is just washing off Peter Moon off of myself. And it literally takes a bath to do it. I need one of Ian West's bleach baths to actually do this justice.
Yeah, actual bleach.
And
it's not showing that you're live, but I have to click through it. Oh yeah, the cat. That's so sweet.
Yes. I added that in memory of Pete's daughter.
Right, probably.
Yes, I thought of her and the abuse she went through. To remember, I'm not as violated as others have been. Clarice Claudette says,
you got a nice bathtub. It's got some plants.
Yeah, you notice it's broken? Do you see the broken tiles?
Yeah.
Yes, it's
What's up with that?
It's this is the crypt, dude.
Yeah, but you're keeping yourself impoverished because you're like an ecosystem for entities or something. Why are you keeping yourself impoverished like that?
There's an element of truth in the crypt being an ecosystem for entities. Yes, no denying that. Doing my best to break out. But the point is,
can I just do one thing before I forget it?
Yeah,
is that they always, after they turn, instead of calling you Douglas, they always switch to DDD.
Interesting. Yes.
Not the way
Yes.
I reference it. Not the way anyone else does. Like, I have my own references, which I won't say right now,
Yeah.
and you know what they are.
Yes. Yes.
Or I even say Dietrich sometimes. But they always, all of them revert to this DDD, where they
Yes.
spell out the 3 Ds.
Yes.
And he kept saying that in the email, DDD, DDD. And then even Lena was saying that.
Yes.
Michel was saying that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, is that like part of the cultic code that they have to refer to you by like
It is. It
the
is.
triple letter?
Yes.
Like,
It is.
So.
Yeah. It's definitely. Well, Peter is
Does
definitely.
that make sense that they're
Absolutely.
spelled out 3
Yeah.
Ds?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Dimension.
No.
Yeah,
It's definitely it's their cultic lexicon. It's their cultic lexicon. So they fall into when you take a look at somebody who's a member of a cult, they begin to develop a kind of vernacular, and the vernacular is used as a universal code, a code speak where they identify with each other and recognize who's part of the cult. And what they concluded was this is something that Michael Aquino started years ago, is that you refer to people by their initials. You can actually see a number of people do this in academia, which is where Michael Aquino picked up the habit. And in academia, what will happen is if they're referencing an author constantly in the work, then they will refer to them by their initials. And this is something that I don't prefer that methodology necessarily, but I can see the practicality in it. But it give you an example, of course, from someone who was heavily involved with the project, if only posthumously. H.P. Lovecraft, the very name, people for many years would never refer to his first and second name, Howard Phillips Lovecraft. They just say H.P. Lovecraft. And part of this was his own doing because he would sign it that way so it would be a memorable pen name. So it was a memorable pen name, but when academics started writing about his work, when they actually started criticizing his work as a part of the American cultural legacy, they all started writing about him as HPL. And you'll see academic works where, because they have to mention him multiple times in a work where they're referencing him, it's just HPL repeatedly. And so that's like an acceptable academic standard. And but that's ultimately where that source is from. So in Aquino's cult, whenever he was trying to reference anyone, it would be by their initials. And that was this professional vernacular that then he carries out through his cult members. And this is particularly, of course, the people who have been in his cult from the start, which would be like Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole Jr., since they recruit these other people, as soon as these people fall into madness, then you'll see these people use that terminology simply because it's fed to them and they reflect it. But it also reflects the fact that they have no originality and at that point, their entire personality has left them, and the only thing they ever talk about is Douglas Dietrich. And by the way, if anyone thinks that this is, how could that happen? Like, who would do that? What would they get out of it? Think about the asininity of Peter Moon, the time that I told him about the assassin, the would-be assassin of Donald Trump. And I said, oh, this is something Trump established to gain the pity vote since he's dealing with Kamala Harris, and he can no longer rely on the assassination attempt that happened during the Biden administration. We're now entering what's effectively the Kamala Harris administration. And he now has to set up a new assassination attempt for the pity vote. And Peter Moon saying, that's too cynical. And who would do that? Who would sacrifice their lives? And it's like, look at Peter. He sacrificed his entire life now. Where, first off, let me invite anyone who wants to. By the way, shout out to Clarice Claudette. Love you, honey. And I'll give you kisses in a moment in the chat room. She's bringing up, hello, what happened with Peter? You didn't get any money for the books? What? Maybe he got attacked in Romania with her mind blown emoji. 2 moons on September 29th. 2 moons analogy. All of this is part of the spectrum, no doubt. But definitely, I love you, honey, and thank you so much for showing up. And I'll respond to you in the chat room soon as I can. But what I do want to get out before it dribbles out of my ears people expending their lives, like Peter, I invite anyone, and I can do this because this has, what they do to me all the time. They dox me constantly. I can give people his phone number, his P.O. box, even his physical mailing address, which is his residential address, as opposed to the P.O. box. And anybody can invite him to an interview. You can just say, hey, Peter, we want to hear your side of the story. Come on my show for an interview, but you've got to do camera. And you will not get that interview. You can say, come on to my show for audio. You don't need to come on camera. And you will not get that interview. Peter Moon, if he does come on, you'll instantly regret it. He will be incomprehensible. He will not be speaking sequentially or logically. You'll get to hear him talk about the best way to have a bowel movement, which he would go into excruciating detail, apart from his colonics, that you need a stool, a potty squatty. He would talk about this, like, you have to be in the right position to take a bowel movement. And he would go on this at length on multiple episodes, because this is his fetish. He's definitely obsessed with the anus and with shit. Was constant obsession of his. The 11th degree is all he would talk about, which is an anal initiation into Crowleyite magic.
And I had, keep that point. But I was just saying that what always offended me is he would always interrupt me and say, he's like, we can't have him talking about this. You have to think of the listener. Think of the listener. And like, so he'd like throw me off stage. And then he would go talk about that stuff. And I'm like, really? The listener wants to hear about your colonics and stuff? Come on, dude. Like, that's so offensive. That was just like, and yeah, I'm sure what I was talking about was lame, but it was just like, come on, man. Like that's not a good alternative that people want to listen to. It's like, I've never heard anyone like tune into that shit. No pun intended. But that's just, yeah. Sorry, I just had to vent for that one.
Hey, well, let's put it this way. And by the way, Victoria brings something up. She says, astrologically on the 27th, it's forming a star of David and Moloch, and she brings up the Shield of David. And that is another point Peter decided he was going to bring up. Douglas Dietrich, his hatred of the Jews will be his undoing, when I'm actually the moderate of the group. We've actually said that already, but it bears repeating for new listeners. And it's something that, our friend, the person who was intervening for us...
Yeah, he's clearly never talked to an Arab recently. Hasn't talked to an Arab recently.
Well, remember Peter would shit and piss all over the Jews. You remember that? Oh, my God.
Of course. But it's like... But I'm saying, like, for you to be at the top of the chain, I mean, like, just talk to a Palestinian, Yeah. Like, my cousins are all crazy about it. Like, they'll be posting on Instagram every day, like just exposing, it's just, they go beyond. It's like too far beyond my tastes, it's just like, come on, okay, we get it, they're crazy. Like, it's like, so for you to be on that list is like, you have some catching up to do, man.
No, so true. I try to avoid the topic whenever possible. As a matter of fact, exactly. Yeah, just like I try to avoid the topic of Pete's colonics or his bowel movements, which so having responded to the ladies in the chat, to return where I was to a degree, because we're kind of meandering, but that's part of the fun, and we're entitled. We've earned it. This is like you're going to hear a bit of this until it's purged, and then we move on to the next topic. Now, I do want people to know we're trying to move on with the project, and because we're trying to move on with the project, it's we're doing some serious things, and it takes up a lot of energy, and with all that energy being taken up, it's we have to talk slowly, be careful of what we say, and that's part of the reason why we might seem halting or even hesitant, and I'm trying to think before I speak, which, as people know, is not my normal method of operation. So, such being said, where I was speaking about Peter and his what had happened with his latest communications, how that must have broken the hearts of people who have dealt with him in the past. Scientology has been, one of the things they do is they teach you to get rid of people who are not helping you. And I was making an analogy or a parallel between that and the kind of impoverished childhood that I grew up with, where I had to work with criminals all my life. It started with gangs who protected me. And I acted as a mule for these gangs, someone who carried drugs, dressed as a girl. And Asian girls were just, the police would ignore them. I could have probably strapped firearms onto my back and carried them openly, and the police would have ignored me. Well, maybe they wouldn't have. Maybe some of them were Vietnam veterans and they would have flashed back. But otherwise, they just, I was never searched. And such being said, I got protection from the gangs in return. These are Asian gangs, obviously. Specifically, one, obviously. I'm not going to be giving any names because we're technically still active and have been for quite some time, and it is a family business. So we're talking about generations who are involved with this kind of crime. But beyond that, many kinds of crime. I mean, it's like business. Corporations do whatever makes money. Certain corporations that produce one sort of technology will branch into another type of technology that might seem quite diverse, but they do so in order to expand their capacity for profit. So when it came to my particular affiliates in the gang world, that's the familial are much more ordered and much more Dungeons and Dragons, they'd call it lawful evil, as opposed to chaotic evil, which I also had to deal with throughout my childhood. And in that sense, I'm dealing with just crazies, plain psychotics on the street, drug addicts, people discharged from prisons, and they have nowhere to parole them other than the Tenderloin in San Francisco. When you grow up with this level of exposure to violence and you're so impoverished that your only options for advancement are criminality, you begin to have an incredible tolerance for people, but you also learn that when someone is truly beginning to short circuit, you basically get rid of them. And I've given the analogy to friends before, where it's very similar to the zombie films. When you're in the zombie films, there are people who are family members, loved ones, spouses, children. And if they get bit and they turn, you put a bullet in their brain and you throw them off the moving truck. That's the horror of the zombie films. The horror of the zombie films is no matter how much this person loved you, that person is gone once they turn. And they turn quick for the dramatic effect in zombie films. Now, this has happened throughout my life. There's people who just get on drugs and they disintegrate. There's people who break and they disintegrate. And yes, I've had to literally put a bullet in people's brains and throw them off a moving truck. I have lived that horror. This does happen. So it's because of that I can stand what Peter did. Any normal person living a healthy life, a balanced life, would be devastated. So that brings us back to his last communication to me, where on the morning of midweek last, when our interventionist speaks with Peter and said, "You sound like shit. You sound horrible. You sound like you need to get help." And he was shocked because he thought he was just play acting, that he was sick. But then karmically, everything disintegrated and he suffered a stroke/heart attack. In which case, he totally defied the medical industrial complex and refused to seek help. This is, of course, just completely self-destructive, which brings us back to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, which was no attempt at all. Somebody was willing to sacrifice their lives to make a point to get Donald Trump elected. And this individual is on the side of Donald Trump. Everything he says that's against Donald Trump is for show, but he made a show of visiting Volodymyr Zelensky, who was one of the reasons for Donald Trump's impeachment and ultimately his downfall, was his trying to strong-arm Volodymyr Zelensky into providing him false evidence against his rival, Biden's son, who, if you remember, Peter Moon was obsessed with. It's all Peter Moon talked about was Biden's son Hunter. And ignoring, of course, the criminality of Trump's son. Very selective in everything he spoke of politically, which he then alludes to in his latest communication, saying that, the politics of polarization, which he was always the one to come on my show and say, Black Lives Matter stands for BLM, burn, loot, and murder. I mean, and then while claiming he understands the persecution of the black man because he's black. The insanity upon insanity just speaks for itself. But such being said, again, the behavior, the part that would devastate a normal person and likely did his first wife, whatever be her name, along with his daughter, and Paula could handle it because she's only half human anyway, and never was interested in Peter at all. Basically, when he said he would not be coming on midweek, that episode, which showed he never missed an episode, unless, of course, it was planned, and he would warn us weeks ahead of time. So this was the first time in his life he ever did that, which shows how extreme he began to realize how poorly he was feeling, how poorly he was performing, and how everything was falling apart. Well, on Thursday, no, it was still Wednesday. It was before the show. As a matter of fact, I can tell you it was Wednesday, September 18th at 4:24 p.m. So we're talking about just a little over an hour before I started transmission. I saw him active online, and I called him, and he did not respond. He refused to answer. On Thursday, the day after the show, at 8:42 a.m. in the morning, he sends me this one little message, a single line. Got your phone message. See email. I am not doing calls now. With a little red heart. Just this little red heart. And it's this insincerity that if he were talking to some woman who he had had an intimate relationship with, and just, I'm not taking calls now. Here's a little heart. It's this salt in the wound taunt that is meant to devastate somebody. It's so offensive, it's unspeakable. There's no words for it. Remember, we're talking about a man who we haven't even articulated yet the fullness of his mania, when just weeks beforehand, if not only days beforehand, he had been expressing to me his fantasy that, again, this is why I brought up, and this is why it takes some meandering. The context is very complicated. It's not really, but it's complicated in the telling because there's so much in terms of detail. Aristides and Brendan Zogit were on a call with me, a group Skype call, which Peter stayed on after transmission was over, and this is only in the past 2 weeks, where Peter described Maria de Andrea had lost her talents, was looking for work at the age of 75, and she had this friend that he called androgynous, and he doesn't even know what the word androgyny means. He's basically trying to say this guy was gay. And he said this gay friend of hers had amassed a number of black books. He referred to them as shadow books, or books of shadow, but there is in the occult, which Brendan Zogit will articulate, a difference between those and truly black books. Matter of fact, Brendan, you might as well, if you're available, tell people the difference between what Peter was saying in his ignorance, which has nothing to do with these books of cursed power that he was trying to...
Well, yeah, so I don't know. And I assumed wrongly that he knew the difference, but as we know...
Yeah, you give him too much credit. Yeah.
But I thought he did. I thought he could have. But anyways, so... there is a concept in the Wicca movement or faith or whatever you want to call them, way of thinking, that they write down their various spells and stuff in something called a Book of Shadows, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So Book of Shadows is their version of like spell book, like a grimoire, but it's more personal or something like this. You guys can look it up on Wicca.com. Like it's that. It's like that vanilla, just casual, like what these girls, these these goth girls do and stuff, and they even had like the that show Charmed and stuff where it showed the witches had their book,
yes,
for their spells or whatever. So it's very mundane nowadays. It's not something secret, but there's a difference between Book of Shadows versus a shadow book. And then I was telling Douglas, like, the way he was describing it is like these were black books. Now a black book is something way worse. Yes. Something that is, the second you read it, it takes your entire mind. It consumes your mind. Something of the, the anti-tree itself.
Yes.
That's what a black book is. And they show it in video games, like in Skyrim, you can obtain these black books, and it basically has their one of the Daedra is like this like fell entity, and he's like this tentacle thing that has all the knowledge. He collects knowledge, right? And it's basically an anti-god.
Yes.
And so you have to go through his realm when you open the black book, and it takes your mind and puts you into his realm, which is a bunch of like tentacles and black goo and like. So that's the difference between a shadow book, a book of shadows, and a black, like this black book, which is like other dimensional. This is like not cool. And the way he was describing them, that there was more. First of all, there was more than one. There was like an Italian grimoire.
Yeah.
Like he kept telling Doug like, there's this one that's in Italian.
Yeah.
And the guy used it to kill somebody. And
yes.
He's getting the repercussions.
Yeah, he was dying of cancer. He was being eaten alive by cancer, and he willed them to Maria D'Andrea, and Peter was saying, I want them. Yeah, go on. Continue.
But the guy who was talking about, the guy used the book.
Yes.
Used this Italian grimoire to kill someone, essentially.
Yes.
And then thought he got away scot-free, but then ended up with this like super aggressive cancer.
Well, he got away scot-free legally. Legally.
Yeah, but the universe keeps track. Like, the universe keeps track of everything.
Karmically.
As you can see with our current situation.
Yeah, karmically. Yeah, that's a different story. Go on.
And for karmas to manifest in the same lifetime, like, you know you're fucked. Like, you're
yes.
done.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're really on a level, you know? It's like, yeah. So, yeah. But that's what it's important to say. Like, they're not shadow books or books of shadow.
Yes.
Like, these are like, you know, like shadow work, where you're dredging through the unconscious and releasing things and then
Jungian. Yes.
Yeah, Jungian, but also using like using the subconscious, you know, to draw things out of the ether and using them properly, kind of like divination. These were not that. They were like actual dark arts and beyond, you know.
Yes. And there's another point to bring up. Please explain to people now, because I'm changing into a sweatshirt because the temperature dropped so precipitously. Could you explain to people about Peter's billion-year contract and the Scientologist, what he's entrapped in now with that? Please, by all means.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I mean, I'm not like an expert in that field, but I'm just saying like there's like this concept with the Scientologists, I guess. This is conjecture still. Doug can confirm whatever is there, or whoever's into it. Is basically like when you sign up for that cult, you sign like a billion-year contract because they consider like reincarnation and all these different things through different galaxies. Like there's like this whole background information with it. So whoever joins basically signs this like billion-year contract, and their spirit's like bound to this cycle for billions of years or something.
Insane. Imagine anyone doing that in a billion years. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, to use a pun. Oh, go on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So even if you sign it and you don't believe it, it's like, if there are entities that tricked people into believing that stuff, they'll come and intercede, and they can actually interfere with your incarnation, and basically they can tell there's like these beings called like Lord Yama. Like Lord Yama is the god of death.
Yes.
Like his beings come to collect you when you die.
Yes.
But if you have like some kind of other deal or something, they can actually intercede and say, look, he signed this. Like,
yes, he's mine. You know, he's mine.
Yeah, so they have a way of actually countervening the natural death process, and they can swoop your spirit at the end of it. So that never sign stupid shit like that. Like, because like imagine just being in like a freaking like an elevator for a billion years. You're waiting to get to fucking whatever. What is that thing called? Zalmoxis or something? No, that was something else.
Yeah, that's funny.
Xenu and shit.
Yeah, Xenu this is the Scientology religion. Yeah, is Xenu. Xenu is the savior.
Admittedly, only thing I know about it is from South Park, so just take that with a grain of salt.
No, South Park. I'll tell you something.
This is actually real.
Yeah, just to validate that fact, it's a fact, not satire.
Well, the billion-year contract's real. I've heard of that before. Too.
No, Peter Moon said it on air. He said I signed the billion-year contract. In South Park, what happened was there were former Scientologists who were decompressing. And when the South Park episode played, they swore up and down they were convinced they were going to wake up dead the next day, because you're not supposed to learn the secrets of Scientology until you go past several levels of brainwashing, essentially, to prepare you to receive that great secret of Xenu's creation of the earth and his salvation of humanity. And so when they watched that on South Park, they knew that was the real deal, and they thought that just to see it would kill them. So they turned themselves into the emergency room, hundreds of former Scientologists that were decompressing the night of the South Park episode. That's a fact. People can look this up. So the South Park articulated the real Scientological cosmology. That is actually what they truly believe. They presented it with a sense of flair, but it's all real. That's what the Scientologists truly believe. Kind of like the Book of Mormon and the musical, where they portray it in the worst possible light, yet it's still true.
Yeah, they did the same thing. Yeah, they did the same thing to pretty much everyone at this point.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Thank you. But
they're their own form of like anti-godliness, but that's besides the point.
Oh, of course. Well,
those Matt and Trey Stone and these people, like.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and but when it comes to Peter Moon, he had articulated that he only took that as metaphor. He kept insisting he only took Xenu and the final secret of Scientology, its cosmology, as a metaphor. He also kept insisting.
He's about to find out.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
I'd hate to find out after the fact, waiting in an elevator for 1 billion years. You know, it's like it's not going to be fun. It's like what did I tell you before? It was like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they all go to the end, and it's like this fucking cafe, and you're just like watching the universe go by, you're like bored out of your mind and shit.
Yes,
that's what he's in for, basically.
Yes, and by the way, Heather, don't be afraid to interject. The Yamadutas is what she says. Could you explain a bit about the Yamadutas that she's mentioning?
Yamadutas. Those are the beings that take you when you die. Like, they're like Valkyrie. You know, they're like the Valkyrie.
No,
but the Valkyrie are reserved for more noble people. Like, you get a beautiful lady, but
the
Yamadutas, like, if you, like, they will appear to you as you live. So if you did some bad shit, like, you're gonna get some crazy shit coming after you die. And it's scary, but at the same time, like, it's just reflecting your own energy at the time of death. But they're these beings that collect you. Yeah. And rightly so. Like, people are scared of them. The reason why is it's like going to court. It's like they collect you and make you review your life and stuff. And like everyone's afraid of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like all the stuff you've done, and like it's like that, you know, in Beetlejuice, where they take you to the office building and shit, and then you go to court. Like, all of that is legitimately what happens, but because people have been so disconnected from reality or the actual multiverse, that people think, oh, it's just blackness, you know. or like, what did that one guy say, Schreiber? He was saying, don't go towards the light.
Oh, right. Oh, that son of a bitch. Yes.
Not Strieber, it was someone else.
It was...
He was saying, don't go towards the light, because it's an alien force that will take your spirit out of the incarnation grid or reincarnate.
No, he said it was a fly zapper. He said it does to souls what a giant electronic fly zapper does to flies. That was Lear. Lear. Yeah,
whatever his name was.
Yeah, John Lear, or
John Lear,
I believe it was John Lear, but he was
like
the son of the inventor of the Lear jet. Yes, Heather says she's having Skype issues. She's going to try and return. The Real Tech Geek sends me a message that I feel I can read publicly. He says, your mother will be visiting you very soon, October 10th to the 17th. She missed you so very much. He says, the devil is gone now, a.k.a. Peter Moon. Your ancestors.
We got disconnected a little bit.
What?
Let me see.
Is that all of us?
Hello?
What?
I'm Brendan.
I'm here.
Okay.
We will see.
Can you check the live stream?
I'm doing that now.
It's still on, apparently. I'm gonna continue what I was doing.
Am I mute?
We got disconnected a little bit.
Let's see.
Oh, it's just his side.
It's just.
Oh, wait, you're back.
Am I back?
You're back.
I'm back. How did that happen?
But they cut you out for a little bit there.
Holy shit! Streaming. You know what happened? Did you hear what I said? Yeah. I said, Heather told me that she's having problems with Skype and will return. Aaron Tice says, I can hear you all very well. Okay, interesting. So what they cut...
But we couldn't hear Doug. Hear Doug.
Yeah, but the other guys couldn't hear Doug. So once Heather left, it's like... Yeah, he says, not mute. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank God. Thank God. That's so bizarre, but yeah, they play tricks like this, and so by the way, I don't know if Aaron knows what happened between myself and John Lear. There was an entire scandal between myself and John Lear, so I'll be happy to relate that story someday. It's obviously not relevant to what's going on right now, and it came and went. But John Lear was also disintegrating and entering senility, and couldn't remember any of it by the time that he died. But he, of course, was someone. Now, I presume, by the way, you can still hear me, right, Aristides? And Brendan is just dealing with something at work, yes. Correct? Okay, excellent. Yeah. So I was going to read what Real Tech Geek had sent me in a private message. I guess I shouldn't read it aloud. I'll take that as that I should not read that aloud. Nothing about himself. It was about, he was using, Real Tech Geek feels he has some psychic powers, and he's actually demonstrated them at times to a, shall we say, a surprising effect, a surprising degree of accuracy. He certainly impressed myself and Brooke Gibson one time when he brought up several things about her that were pretty on the mark. Again, this might be the kind of talent that one has when playing the role, but he does it well and doesn't seem to be involved with any entities. He feels it's a product of his childhood or a natural gift, and it may well be. And there's people like that. At any rate, let me see now. Okay. Yeah, here we are. So our friend in the chat text box says, I did not know that. I'll remind you when we have time. Excellent. And Heather's back with us. So in China, of course, which inherited much of the Hindu and Vedic cosmology, they call them the Yama kings, and they believe them to be the rulers of the underworld. And yes, there are people who are sent to pick you up. There's the Angel of Death in Christianity as well, and who is perceived as a fairly frightening-looking character. Mostly eyes. Mostly, you'll notice just a humanoid mass of eyes is how he is said to appear, just to prepare you in case you ever see him. So, such being said, with everything that we've discussed going into the billion-year contract in Scientology, Peter Moon insisted this was something that was metaphor in terms of the Scientological cosmology, and therefore he didn't feel it was something worth addressing. And that's how he described Jesus Christ. That's how he felt about pretty much every cosmology, except in his latest communication, the only pantheon he acknowledges as real is the anti-gods. And that shows us everything. That speaks volumes. Peter Moon was always insistent to the point of abuse on my program. He would abuse Christians. He would abuse them and say, yeah, these Christians are, they're all full of shit. Is basically what he would say. And he hated Christianity with a passion. Again, not to just, shall we say, turn people against him. That's how would I say it? It's not cheap shot. That was his own his own shall we say, construct. So our friend in the text box is bringing up, much like the Emerald Llama, the eyes of the Angel of Death. Well, the Emerald Llama is not a mass of eyes. My understanding of the Angel of Death is more of a mass of eyes, just like in humanoid form. Yeah, he would, yes, that's true. Our dear friend in the text box is bringing up the fact that Peter would abuse the idea of Christ personally to people he was speaking to, and he does say that publicly. And I do want people to know, to myself personally, he would be more than abusive of Christianity. He would just say outright, Christ is shit, and Christianity is shit. And he would say far worse than that. So that's definitely where he's at, and yet he acknowledges in his latest communication to myself the anti-gods are real. So again, we know where he's at in that, but it brings us back to his communication to myself in an email after he had expressed his fantasy that if he got these books, these black books, This is why we had to go into that tangent where Brendan Zogan explained the Black Books. We had to go into the tangent of explaining Peter Moon's cosmology. There's method to our madness. It may sound like we're on a tangent of complaint where we're commiserating and simply pissing on somebody's grave. No, we're putting into context just how this person's behavior is how would I say it? There's really no word for it. Heartlessly callous, but it's intentional, and its intent is maleficent, malevolent, and it's intended to destroy a person. It's a form of psychological warfare. So, Peter Moon, in his last phase of mania, just before he left for Romania, he had to face reality concerning Paula. Now, he had been forced to face reality with Paula in the early days. I met Paula twice. Our dear friend who has been intervening on our behalf met her far more than I did. And he knows exactly how Paula looks. Imagine Nadia Comaneci when she was young and very spry, wiry, agile, a natural-born gymnast. So they both come from the same nation, the same culture. Now imagine Nadia Comaneci trained in espionage, which is the background of Paula. Remember, Peter Moon was in a monastery on either the second or the third floor. And we're talking about a stone-built structure from the Middle Ages. Second or third floor would be like fourth, fifth floor level of a modern building. It's no handholds of any intended sort. The jaggedness of the stones used to build the structure are the only climbing accessories that one has for handholds and footholds. She scaled that to drop in the second or third story window that Peter Moon was quartered in overnight, and forced him to violate all the principles of the monastery. No woman, no food, they were fasting overnight, no sex. And he indulged in all of that night and violated all of the tenets of his hosts who gave him that room to stay in overnight in the monastery. She was the product of, by adoption, a satanic cult. Genetically, as I said, she was downflyer, half vampire, more so vampire than myself. So, actually, technically, strength at the very least equal to mine, if not greater. And she would have free run to stay out for days. She would be gone for days from the house. She relegated Peter to the first floor, which became the equivalent of the basement. And she relegated him to the first floor, and that was his domain. She would walk up the back of the house, the fire escape, essentially. The stairs they have on the back of the house is on the East Coast. And enter the second floor that way to avoid ever having to deal with Peter unless it was absolutely necessary. And the second floor was her domain. She lived above Peter, landlord style, landlady style. And that was because she paid the mortgage. She paid off the mortgage. She paid all the bills. She purchased all the groceries. And Videosphere, by the way, asks a legitimate question. Is the Roswell story as written, if you mean our book, my book? Yeah, sure. Yes. My book, yes. Only half of it is missing, just like with everything he published. So such being said with Paula, the reason that he tolerated her just going loose, doing whatever she wanted, being gone for days, never having to report in, while he stayed home meekly and just did shows with myself. Because the one time he confronted her and tried to physically force his will upon her as, you're my wife and you're not going out to hang out with people your age at all hours. And then when she told him basically, fuck off, he got physical in the violent sense, or attempted to. This is when he said, I was the student of the Black Master who beat Bruce Lee. He physically grabbed her. Big mistake. The way she described it, and I understand exactly what she said, and I could see it in my mind's eye, even as she described it. She grabbed him by the collar of the shirt she had purchased for him. Now remember, she would purchase all his clothes. Before Paula was in Peter's life, Peter would walk around half naked in wife-beater t-shirts, and they would be hanging out of his pants. He'd be half naked, undressed, just a guy who had no concept of self-presentation. He's on the level of what Preston Nichols became. Now, she married him for U.S. citizenship. They had overcalculated his assets by orders of magnitude because the way he presented himself in Romania by spending money like water and giving donations to any beggar that came to him, assuming they were all of the Scholomans. He would give money to the beggars beyond freely. He would be giving them small fortunes. And the Romanians were impressed by this. They thought he was big man on campus, big time spender. He presented himself as really big shit when he was really just shit without the big, which she found out the hard way when she came to the United States and complained that his home was dilapidated. Well, he's got a 5-bedroom mansion, and it's almost impossible for a single man to maintain. She was always on his ass about fixing the place up, and finally gave up on it and just said, you stay on the first floor where it's all a wreck, and I'll stay in the second floor where things are working, like the plumbing. And so she purchased him his clothes, and she would make sure, and you could see this on his Facebook page, photographs that he has with her. She got him dressed up in shirts with collars. She also made certain to buy him pink shirts, because psychologically that calms a person down. They found this out in prison with color psychology when they tested prisoners' ability to lift weights, and they would have prisoners lift weights in blue rooms, and in the rooms where they were painted blue, the prisoners could lift heavier weights aggressively, whereas when they were in gyms that were painted pink, they were much less able to lift weights and only did so lackadaisically. It would demotivate them. She would put him in pink shirts because it was a way of branding him as a cuck, as the female of the household. That was her favorite color for him. But she made certain all the shirts were collared. So when he grabbed her playing big ass black man student Tai Chi master whose breath knocked out Bruce Lee, she grabbed him by the collar and planted her feet on his shoulders. Now think about physically what I'm saying. This is almost monkey level agility, primate level agility, where she grabbed him by the collar with her hands, planted her feet on his shoulders, and then knocked him down to the ground. After this was when he was complaining about his back problem. So for those of you who were listening for a long time, you might remember that for weeks he was talking about he had a back injury. I've got a back injury. He would never, of course, bring up what happened, but I knew from her what did. So when she knocked him to the ground, because the taller they are, the harder they fall, and he's something like 6'2", 6'3", he hit the ground with a thud and screamed. And he would have kept screaming, except she planted her hand around his throat. The other hand she planted on his eye. And she told him, my fingernail is on your tear gland. If you ever touch me again without my permission, I will gouge your eye out, and then the other, and you'll go through the rest of your life blind. You will never touch me again unless I say so, and you will never question where I go or how long I stay out. I pay the bills. I buy the groceries. You're not the man of this household. And with that, he let her do anything she wanted for the rest of their marriage, and tended to his back problems until he was able to play football again without that back injury. If anybody remembers his back injury, you let me know, because that was the time that this happened. That was when he started saying, my back, oh yeah, went out a little bit there. Yes. So all that being said, she knew from the beginning This was not, there was no love with Peter Moon. This was an individual who was not worthy of love. And yes. Yeah, so Aaron does remember the back injury in the text box. Thank you. Yes, he's joining us in the text box. Just saying hello in the text box here. So there we go. Just responding to that. Now, when it comes to the last thing that Peter wrote me, this was after he had shared this fantasy with me. Now that people understand the dynamics here, he had this fantasy that he was going to get those black books from Maria DeAndrea, cast a curse on Brooke Gibson, and kill her. And he felt that if he only killed Brooke Gibson, then I would run to him with open arms and move in with him. And we would consummate our relationship physically as gay lovers while he married Marina Sarin as his beard, so that people would still think he was straight and gay. Now, when he married Paula, who was younger than his biological daughter, which I confronted him about on this program more than once, and he would always change the lie. One time, in the first time he responded, he said, "Oh, no. She's 3 or 4 years older." He said, 4 years older than my daughter. And I said, "Great, that means she was a senior in high school while your daughter was a freshman." And, of course, he had to let that slide. But the next time he changed it to, "She's 3 years older than my daughter," which was years later when he responded to my allusions in that regard. And finally, it's just people, I knew this from the beginning. Paula is younger than his biological daughter. And because of that, his daughter just had another reason to hate him. There was a terrible fight between her and Paula at one point, not physical. His daughter would not have survived that. But it was certainly emotional. And his daughter hadn't seen him again after that. He was supposed to be visiting her for the first time in 6 years by traveling to California to do so. And that, of course, will never come to pass now. So when it came to all of this, he thought that when you think about these young girls, why this fascination with, why does whoever he has to marry to look straight have to be young? Why can't he just marry someone like Maria DeAndrea? He knows that if he pairs up with an older woman, everybody will think it's for loneliness and companionship, and therefore they are not necessarily having sex. In fact, most people would assume they're not. He had to have people think he was having sex. And if he married a younger woman, people would automatically assume she must be in it for the property, U.S. citizenship, money, and in exchange he must get sex. That's the natural assumption. So that's why it had to be a young woman. Now, Marina Sarin's younger than Paula. So in his manic phase, the first phase before he left for Romania was he claimed he had a girlfriend, and I knew it was fantastical. It was notional. He was just imagining this. Not that the lady wasn't real, but she was this Romanian chick who had been born in the United States, had U.S. citizenship, but because her connections with Romania genealogically were so strong and still linked, she had a sense of dual citizenship, and she was an Airbnb queen, and she traveled the world. She didn't have any responsibilities or care in the world because she collected free income, as landlords and landladies do, from her Airbnb empire. So here's this Airbnb queen who's in her 30s, maybe mid-40s at the oldest, and he said, "Oh, she doesn't need me for citizenship. She doesn't need me for money. I have lost my heart to her." And I'm like thinking, well, if she doesn't need any of that, why the hell does she need you? Of course, I never vocalized any of these protestations, but it was obvious she wanted nothing to do with him. Now, he was supposed to, in his mind, rendezvous with her for the last trip in Romania. That she was essentially supposed to pick him up at the airport. Bear in mind what happened was in that community, people were just telling her, hey, he spends a lot of money here, be kind to him, humor him, he's a crazy old man. But don't just kick him out outright, or kick his ass outright. It's like, we need the money from him. And because they were juicing him for that radio tower in Romania that hopefully will never be built now. But what he was going to expend tens of thousands of dollars on in this bizarre idea that it was going to lure Dr. David Lewis Anderson back to a cave in Romania, in which you can understand his operating premise is that Dr. David Lewis Anderson is a extra-dimensional being who's attracted to some kind of radio technology. That was his idea, what he was operating on. Now, when it comes to this Airbnb queen, she called him literally 24 hours before he went to Romania and said, "Oh, I just found out I've been pregnant for 2 weeks and it's twins," which of course is physically impossible. No one would know they were pregnant until well after 2 weeks. And it would take much longer than that for the zygotes to divide to produce twins. So he was just told fuck off in no uncertain terms. And so he called me, "My girlfriend is pregnant and she has twins." And, he met her in Romania. She had some boyfriend with her and said, "I want 12 babies." Just to drive it home to him. She wanted nothing to do with him. This is how bad it was for this guy. So that was the first phase of his mania before Romania, which, as Brendan Zoget ascertains, is one of the factors that killed him, was the trip to Romania. Not necessarily this girl breaking his heart, or what was left of his mind, but also the trip to Romania itself, where he got deathly sick. Of course, he always is deathly sick when he goes to Romania. You do have to wonder, why does he go? Of course, you know the reason he does get deathly sick in Romania. He kills all his gut bacteria with constant colonics, so that he goes there and he can't eat any of the food and is constantly pissing liquid shit out of his asshole while he's there, as he describes it to us. So there you go. It's like when he came back, then he began his spiral. This was when he was manic enough to express to me the fantasy that if I kill Brooke Gibson, you can move in with me, live in my 5-bedroom estate, and I'll be married to Marina Sarin, who will be my beard. At which point I asked him, "Well, who would be my beard?" And he said, "Oh, you don't need one. Everyone knows you're gay." This is like, it's not, that doesn't offend me at all. Obviously, I don't trigger with such things, but it's just this individual's presumptions were so outrageous. His mania, his manic fantasies at that point were, I think there's no way to do them justice. But this is what happens to people before they completely collapse or commit suicide. They harbor these manic fantasies that the world is their oyster, that they can pull it all off, that I can do anything I want, that this is going to happen. I can envision this happening. And this comes from his cultic background as well, that function follows form instead of form follows function. So he thought that he could make this happen. Yeah, go on. Please. Yeah.
Something else came to mind with the black books.
Yeah.
It's like, and this was on when I was still on the call. He was saying, he was literally telling Doug, maybe I can use them. Like, because we kept telling him, like, dude, don't, like, if that guy already died and your friend is like having repercussions from even talking to this guy, we were telling him, don't use the books. And then he didn't realize I was still on the call and he was talking to you privately and he said, maybe I can use them. Maybe I could, like, he was Gollumized. It was like, in Lord of the Rings, the ring itself corrupts people. Like, the second they touch it or see it, they feel that they can conquer it or use it somehow. That's like the trick of the ring, right? Like, that's how it gets back to its master. It convinces people they can use it. So he was in that mode where he was Gollumized. He was like, maybe I can use these books. Maybe there's something there I could use. He kept saying shit like that. Like as if it was going to enrich him somehow, but
that's right. Yeah, enrich his life. Yeah, that somehow this would be like a master acquisition for him. Yes. And beyond that, of course, he wanted to title the book The Vox Arca, which brings us to the ultimate holy grail that he wanted, just like Jameson Reese. He's just
the
another
Unholy Grail. That would be another good title.
Yes.
To what he has.
Thank you, the Unholy Grail. Ian West says, I'm home. Call me. This is like, Ian, come on. If things gotten that bad, you've got 3 jobs. You don't need to prostitute yourself. Yes, he's up there. Doug, I need some extra meth money. Call me. I'll give you phone sex. Yeah,
that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, it's like he's got a bunny suit on in his icon, people. Yes, if you think I'm being a bit too, shall we say, fanciful.
I'm pretty cured. I'm pretty cured of him like putting on his camera every time we see him.
Yeah,
and it's like a weird blue color, purple color, like kind of like Pixie, but it's like, dude, you don't look like that. Like at least she has something going.
Yeah, thank you.
She's a model, quote unquote, as Peter would call it. Like whatever he's doing is something else entirely. Like,
yes, he thinks he's like good to look at. I don't know where he gets that idea.
Right.
He thinks he's hot or something, and that he's given us a gift. He thinks he's given us a gift.
And the breathing was pretty bad too. Where we were like, "What's going on, man?"
It's well, he's breathing heavy because he's looking at Kino's porn and shit.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll let you continue. That was just the aside. That he was Gollumized. Like he was early Gollum level.
Yes. Yeah.
Thinking he could use these literally cursed items. Like I'm not even.
Yeah, that had already resulted in the death of their owner. And
you notice how they always try and give it away while they.
Absolutely, he willed it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's willing. They're like willing it, so it's like the what's that film? The Ring.
Yeah.
The Ringu.
Yeah, you pass it on.
Every time it almost dies or like the curse almost stops, someone gives the tape to someone else or.
Yes. Absolutely.
Sorry about the echo.
No worries.
You get what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Like it's a cursed item that is self-perpetuating. That's why it's called the Ring. It's like never ending.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, he was willing it to Maria D'Andrea, and that's when Peter said,
"Why would you do that to your friend? It killed you."
Yeah. Well, that's because she's not his friend. He never liked her anymore. So it's that's the general situation. So this was the level of mania that Peter Moon was at. And then he writes me this email. Now, understand, this is a man who had fantasized about my consummating a physical relationship with him, moving in with him, and living with him in what he called a secret marriage, while he thought himself to be legally married to Marina Sarin as his beard. And his last communication with myself is, if I can look at it, update, trying to see these stupid messages that he sent me. And, okay, let's see if I can find the one in which he gives me this final message where he says, I have to look out for my own self-preservation, after saying, sending you lots of love. I mean, this is like, oh my God, just disgusting. It is. Can you imagine someone who took his, how would we call these? When someone is, when they propose to you. He proposed to me. And then he sends me this. Tired/exhausted, so we'll be brief. Saw doctor for 3rd time. He makes it sound almost like he saw a real doctor this time, because he then says cardiovascular event, which amounts to a mini stroke that requires extensive bed rest and monitoring of blood pressure and heart, which means no stress or phone calls or work that are stressful or connected to controversy, politics, or potential blowback. What could the potential...
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, what is the potential blowback? And beyond which, he then writes that thing about Douglas is possessed and all that stuff. Shouldn't he be avoiding these topics? Wouldn't it make sense that
after he wrote that, then he writes that huge diatribe that I unfortunately read earlier.
Yes. He says bare minimum work.
Now that was a diatribe.
Yes. Thank you. And here he's told bare minimum work schedule, in parentheses, 2 hours per day, if up to it. Meanwhile, he says he's playing football. And no more podcasts. Qigong has either saved my life or more likely limited the consequences. This is all bullshit. The Qigong did absolutely nothing, and it's all for shit. All that's, my master could beat Bruce Lee, and you see this little fairy girl take him down like he's an oak tree being sawed at the base. All his Tai Chi Chuan meant jack shit. He says, I am being well cared.
Yeah, he kept calling it Qigong.
Yeah, that's not.
So Qigong is like the greater art, and it's a more metaphysical art.
Yes.
What he was taught was by someone who does Tai Chi, which is the physical aspect of it.
Yes.
So just even calling it Qigong is like totally, backwards.
Thank you.
Because he feels it makes him, like when I've seen people do this where they say I do Qigong instead of Tai Chi, it's like it makes them feel like they're doing something like metaphysical or spiritual. So instead of just saying, look, I'm doing Tai Chi exercises, which is still good, still beneficial, still really powerful spiritually, there's nothing wrong with just saying that. For them to switch it up and say Qigong is like very disingenuous, I thought.
Thank you.
And it's
Well,
technically it's correct, but it's like what is it called? Like an embellishment in a way.
Absolutely. It's like somebody who's basically got something like, say, a lower level degree. Say, for instance, if they manage to get like a baccalaureate or, in some science and then claim they're a doctor. It's like that. It's like they're claiming they're a doctor without reaching that level of degree. They never turned in their thesis or any of that. Yeah, with Peter Moon, obviously, just so people understand, if you're a Qigong practitioner, you're talking about being on the level of almost an alchemist. At this point, you're working...
Like a hermit. Yeah, like a hermit.
Yeah, you're living a hermetically ascetic lifestyle. And which
no
Peter...
meat, no alcohol, no women.
Yeah.
Men, whatever was going on.
Yeah, and who the hell wants to live like that?
No football. They definitely weren't playing football. The real Qigong.
Yeah.
Like they weren't jumping on other guys or whatever it was.
Thank you.
Hitting their heads on each other and stuff.
Yeah, well, Peter Moon he's not doing that either. The most he might be doing is showing up and just staring at them, and they're all creeped out about him anyway. He thinks these guys are all his friends. We got Ian West says, call me after you're done talking about Peter. What is it that Ian feels he has to say? Ian, tell us what is it that you have to share?
Well, we know what he's going to say. It's going to be the same. I found a tunnel. And all these things connect. He's going to bring out the cork board with all the string.
Worse yet, he might start defending Peter again.
Well, that's what he wants to do. We know that's why he wants to come on. He wants us to exhaust ourselves so he can just impunity just say, he needs sympathy. He needs sympathy. It's like, dude, he was not nice to you either. I mean, it's just, come on.
Yeah. He called Ian West. He said Ian West was possessed by demons. That we weren't talking to Ian West. We were talking to the demon. Yes, he said that on air. On air. Yeah.
So there you go.
So in terms of what Peter is saying, the last two lines of this asinine email, he says, I am being well cared for by practitioners of, and this means magic. Tell him, Brendan, it's basically his magic practitioners and friends. Always these secret friends.
Well, because his Tai Chi guru died. Yeah. So practitioner can only mean one thing if you infer correctly.
Thank you. Yes.
A magician.
Yes.
Or a sorcerer, more like it.
Yeah, you don't talk about doctors like that. You don't talk about MDs like that.
No. And like, even if you say like traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, that's like, if they did the full course and they did the 10 years, that's offensive to their position. You should call them Chinese medical professionals or doctors.
That's right.
Because they do have a doctorate. The lady that works on me, she went to school for 10 years and she's more trained than a conventional doctor.
That's true.
So she is a Chinese medicine practitioner in the fullest sense.
Yes.
So it's not just a TCM certificate or like an Ayurveda certificate that you get after a year or two.
Yes.
This is a whole different ball game. Like she knows it up and down, you know, like literally the anatomy inside and out and everything. So
but,
that's a whole different thing.
Yeah. Now you notice,
and she actually had to cure me of the cha-cha, the poison darts of chi that somebody was sending that we can't really pinpoint, maybe or maybe not. But she said that I had a high level of cha-cha, which is killer chi that was being directed into my system through who knows.
There's
somebody.
The goo. They call it the goo, right? What do they call that? The super
goo is the poison that was used against me and the spell, but that's different. That's like the like a more military version.
Yes.
Like but cha-chi, it's called cha-chi, not cha is tea. Cha-chi. Yeah. So sha-chi is the poison chi that accumulates in your system that damages organs and is basically like negative. It's like a negative energy vortex. Mm-hmm. And when I had her work on me, she said I had an accumulation, and then she basically helped me reveal the source, and that I was able to take, you know, I basically was able to reflect it with the help of a real Chinese medicine practitioner. And then also people that were doing feng shui. I went to Chinatown and had these feng shui people help me out. So that helped reduce whatever was being sent towards me. And the only person I know that was using so-called qigong negatively is this one being. So
there we are.
We can just infer who it was.
Yeah.
That everything in my life was like falling apart until I did that, and then it all reversed immediately, like literally about face.
Thank you. So, and remember, it's after
all signs point to yes, as the 8-ball used to say.
Thank you. And remember, it was only after Peter Moon started actively cursing Brooke Gibson that Meth Head Larry showed up, literally following her behind the car.
She crashed like 4 cars. I mean, it was like beyond. We were telling her, like, dude, this is beyond like just bad luck. Like, this is something else.
Thank you. Yeah. This is why I'm not bringing Ian West on, at least not immediately, because now tell him, Brendan, every time you try to say, look, Peter Moon destroyed Brooke Gibson's life, he would step on the mic and override your voice with his bullshit. And even though he said, I need to apologize to Brooke, he wouldn't allow you express that Peter Moon had destroyed Brooke Gibson's life.
Yes. Yeah, I was just trying to tell him, look, he's the one who fucked Brooke over to the point where she can't even live a normal life anymore. Her life's in shambles. Yeah. And it wasn't just, she made bad decisions, but that wasn't just like... No,
this was well beyond that. She was arrested multiple times. Cops were arresting her for no reason. Literally.
Showing up at her house and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there was also people in her neighborhood following her with that, like, the imp in the back seat. She had a photo of it.
Yes.
Like, all that stuff does not happen to just a casual.
Yeah.
Someone who's just destroying their lives casually, like, oh yeah, sure, you got on drugs.
Well, the time she was followed by that girl who literally had a record of attempted murder, who had the imp show up in the photograph, that was the Aquino phase. And it was right after, and that's when her daughter saw Aquino in the window, all the rest of that, and literally described him physically accurately. And she had never heard of Michael Aquino. But when it came...
The Spectre.
Yeah, the Spectre, thank you. Or Horcrux, Describe why Peter could never be Peter Moon, because he has no knowledge of the Horcrux. Important point.
You're saying why Peter couldn't be Peter Moon?
Peter could never be Michael Aquino. He could never... Got it. Yeah, because he had no knowledge of...
Because the Q thing, he was working on this different magic, the dark arts that were so beyond, natural magics, that it's called... He was Horcruxing his soul, which is crossing, splitting up the soul. So every time you kill someone with magic, it splits your soul. Yes. And he had the knowledge of being able to implant those pieces, those fragments, into objects, people, items, cursed rings, or whatever it was. And he had the ability to actually so in a way, he's perpetuated himself past the death phase through those fragments. Yeah. So he was able to do that, as we could see, but I don't think there's not another sorcerer at the moment that can do that or has knowledge of that.
Thank you. And that's because, according to Aquino himself, he wasn't really human. He was an entity who inhabited the body of a stillborn baby. But such being said, this is funny. Before I ask you another question that's scholastic and you could perhaps provide an answer to. But Ian West is saying, God damn it! I didn't know about all this stuff about having a man crush with you or the spell casting or Brooke bullshit. I'm like thinking, do you think we're blaming you for all that? What does he think we're holding him?
Ian, chill. And you did know because we kept telling you, but you're like so blasted on drugs. You keep forgetting. Like last time he was on, he was like, that's what Brooke was talking about. I owe her an apology. It's like, yeah, it's the same thing we've been saying.
Yes. Before he started defending Peter and overriding you every time you tried to tell him what he did to Brooke. Yeah. Holy fucking shit. It's now by the way, just something to bring up about I'm trying to do it justice here because it's one of these things that, let me see if I can find what I said to Aristides about it, because again, I have my own lapse in terms of remembering the barbarous names. The term is barbarous for names you cannot pronounce of these anti-gods, which is why it makes
he never named that thing that's supposedly helping you.
That's supposedly
going through you.
You mean suppressing me and keeping me in poverty while trying to get its story out?
But also saying the story, but also getting you to tell the story and overriding what Pete said. Yeah, it's just. What was its name? I mean, should I even go there? It's like, I don't know.
Ubo Safwa.
I really don't care. It's just,
it's
just dumb.
Yeah, it is just dumb. It's Ubo Safwa. He refuses to name the entity because he holds its power in respect. He holds its power in respect.
Yeah, that's true. It's the only thing he's afraid of. He's not afraid of Jesus. He's not afraid of the Vedic entities. Which are like actually more powerful. Like if he only knew how scary that shit was, like he's about to find out when he dies.
Yes.
Which that's not a threat. It's like everyone's gonna die. It's like you'll find out, what's gonna grab you. And most people, it's scary. It's like it's a scary thing to die, like because you don't know what's happening, right?
Yeah, it was when I told him about Quelazaire. He started something. Tell us about what is your impression of that?
What, that he was smoking? That he found one of those things and started smoking on it? That's what I thought. Because he was like, it was like right before, well, he was always crazed, but this was like right before he really melted, that he kept obsessing over. He's like, tell me about that, the cigarette holder of the sadist.
Marquis de Sade. From where we get
de Sade's like, he was like wanting to hit it. He's like, wants to smoke it. That's what I thought. I was like, it's like either him or Trump hit it because they both started saying crazy shit all of a sudden. Like they're eating dogs, they're eating cats. It's like they both hit that same. Or what did you say, Doug? You were like, they're starting to make copies.
They're mass producing it now.
Yeah. Everyone gets a hit. It's like fucking Oprah. Like you get a hit, you get a hit. Like one good drag and you're crazy. Like,
oh man. Yes. And.
There's an entity in Elder Scrolls. It's like a video game, which they're all contractors for the same people you worked for. Exactly.
That's right.
But they have an entity. The entity of madness is called Shiro Gorath, and like it's just like Jabberwocky, like jabbering craziness.
Yes.
Like his weapon just changes shit to like anything. Nothing is linear. That's where we're at. We're like Lewis Carroll with these people.
Yes, it's true. It's a Fellini film. You're in a Fellini film, and they're just
every time they open their mouth, it's something completely different than what they said before. It's not. There's no line of logic or anything. No, that's why I was saying he hit that shit. Like he must have.
Yeah, it was, and he was fascinated by that. And then yet, while complaining about, I keep adding all these new items to the book that he can never catch up with. Like it's like, dude, it's like a project that you said
when you were gone. That's what I was made it.
Please.
Observation. He said Douglas just wore me down doing this work, and he was like, having me add all this stuff as per what he wanted, as if it wasn't your book.
Shit.
And then he was saying that you like wore him out with it, and I was like, Aristides, didn't Douglas give him like a year off or something?
Yeah.
Like what is he talking about? Like I could have sworn this started like a few years ago. I don't know, like And you definitely, there were periods where you didn't, like, you were not pressing him at all.
Yeah, I never did. I've never pressed.
It's not like you were like, write it, like cracking a whip over him. That's what he tried to say in that email. I don't really want to bring it up or like open it again, but like you were like above him, like smacking or cracking the whip, like, you stupid old man. Like, more.
It'd be so fucking
faster.
fun. I only wish.
But he made it sound like that.
Yeah, we let him take his time, and then when he finally said, "Hey, I'm just ready to here's the title page. I'm ready to publish now," and then suddenly,
total collapse.
Yeah, total collapse.
Critical failure, as an engineer would say.
Yeah.
Critical failure.
Yes, it was. You know what it was? It's the shuttle explosion when the shuttle goes up, and then the fuel tanks go in different directions while it turns into snow.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, that's what happened with takeoff. Let's see what Ian is saying, because
let me see if I can find what he said.
Ian is funny. We got to give him that. So did Peter ever physically mail anything to Brandon, Brooke, or you? Brandon Young?
No, he never sent me anything. He agreed, and this wasn't just me being like salty. It's like, I helped him with something. I don't know what.
The computer. You were helping him with the computer shit because he was all fucked up because of the errors. Yeah. It was that. What was that guy? The fortune teller. He was all fucked up because the crystal fortune teller guy. What was his name again?
Yeah.
Bartzi's. He said the Bartzi's program. Remember, he kept telling me about. I spend hundreds every month.
Something about his website, right? So I helped him like with something very simple. It wasn't anything fancy, but I helped him a little bit. And so Pete was like, "Wow, I really appreciate it." And he said, I'm just going to, because of this, I'll send you a copy of whatever book from the Skybooks library you want for free. And I said, okay, well, so I sent him my mailing address, and then I said, just send me Doug's books. Like, basically, I don't give a fuck about your books. And I guess he took that as an offense because he never sent me anything.
Yes.
So
there you go. He never wanted my books out there at all to anyone, even as a gift. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I technically worked for it. It was like,
yes, true. It was like supposed to be like an exchange.
Something, I at least did something, but no, and he never mentioned it ever again. But he had no problem sending Marina the whole fucking catalog.
His library minus my books, books. Yeah.
Did we confirm that the Roswell wasn't in there?
Yeah, that's what he told me privately later. I didn't want to upset her with anything that would confuse her. He said her all the Radu.
He might have said that on air, actually.
He did actually. Yeah, tell them he never translated any of the Radu Cinemar books. He paid this guy in Romania to translate them, and he would tell her.
Oh yeah, must be. He didn't speak Romanian. Paula wasn't working for his company. He mentioned that many times.
Yeah.
So he just probably paid some Romanian like $5 an hour to translate all these stupid ravings of a madman.
Thank you. A sex cult, predator.
Because those books are like totally illegible as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. I mean, it's just pure shit. It's just pure shit.
What are they even about?
Just crap. It's just pure crap.
Like crystal, like energy, etheric crystals, or
it's just
like there's something underground. Like it's just strange.
What Peter kept.
You know how they say don't ever trust gypsies? It's like there's a reason people say that. It's not because they're racist.
Yeah.
It's like because they'll just give you a line of shit and just take money from you. It's like.
Peter kept claiming there's golden pyramids and a golden sphinx underground, but above ground we've got this pile of rocks you can look at here in Romania.
And he went spelunking in a cave full of bat guano.
Yeah.
And if you look it up, there's a fungi that can parasitize off your brain. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, other than the occult aspects, like the Romania trip did him in. It was never the same after he came back. Seriously, I mean, it's observable, like it's facts, What is it called? Objective.
Just it manifested in observable behavioral changes that were, shall we say, so
he can't blame us for his health issues when he's like, I don't need stress. It's like, dude, you ran up mountains in Romania and like got sick, and like because you don't have a good gut flora, you ate their food and got fucked up.
Yeah.
Like none of that was us. Like it was totally you. You went there. We didn't tell you to go to Romania. Like, we didn't stress you out. We let you take your vacation time. Like, none of that was we didn't ask. I don't think we even wanted him to call. And I was telling Douglas, I was like, just let him vacation. Don't make him feel like he needs to call us on, you know, on the mountain. And he fucking did it. He was like on a mountain with no reception. He's still calling.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
So none of that was us. That was all him.
Yeah.
stressing himself out.
Yeah.
To deterioration point. So,
yeah, and then coming home and working on the bathroom, and then when he sent photographs of, see what I'm doing in the bathroom, he sent not just to Paula to show her, see, I'm fixing the bathroom, as if that would lure her back, that he's finally fixing the toilet. That, as if that would lure her back. Oh, great, now I can go back and take his shit. He sent a picture of that to his daughter, and you know what his daughter said? She said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?"
Yeah.
He said that on air, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong? Why are you sending me this? Like, here's the
Well, she's about to find out what's wrong. He's not well. He's not well. As far as we know.
Oh, yes.
Already what I know is too much. It's like,
yes, that also did him in. Just being too cheap to hire the contractors, which he normally worked with. He always hired contractors, and then he said, fuck it. I don't have Paula to pay the bills anymore.
He straight up said, I think it was on it.
Yeah.
He was doing the work himself, like hauling in plywood and hardy backer, which is stuff that you retile your bathroom with. It's like, dude, why? Like, you have the money. It's like, other than feeling like you want to what is it called? Like, relive your youth. It's like, I'm young and I wouldn't do that.
Thank
I'd be
you.
like, fuck this. Like,
Thank you. Well, you know what? Work is, you can always tell rich boys smile.
Yeah, if you're rich, it makes you feel special. The people that flip houses and shit.
Yes, thank you.
Like,
yes.
And there's someone in my family that did that to the place I'm staying, that they felt like, oh, I have to flex on everyone, and we had to put in tile and shit. It's like the house was complete already. I don't understand. They just want to fucking brag to people. Look what I did. Look what I designed, you know?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's a rich people privilege. That's not, normal people don't give a fuck. I'll sleep in a box. Like, I don't care.
Thank you. And when it comes to actually doing the work, you can always tell the rich boys, they smile when they work because it's a new experience to them. Because it's a new experience to them. Yeah, this is why
gringo. They laugh at the gringos. Like,
yeah. And this
out
is
here
what
in California anyway. Like, like when I've helped out people, the Mexicans will just laugh at me and say, "You don't even know work." Like,
yeah,
because I'm over there all smiling, like, "Ooh, this is cool."
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I'm learning how to do this, and they're like laughing. You know?
Yeah, because it's like, this is why you see the rich boys go on sailboats and work with, running up the sail and all that shit, and they're smiling like, this is so much fun. And it's like, there's people out there who have to go out and crab and fish and die, doing it just in large numbers. And but to you, this is fun. That's how Peter was in Romania. That's why he's climbing up the sides of hills and spelunking in caves and shit, because he's this rich boy, and I can thrill. And remember when he was up on that hill, he says they called it what was it? The edge of the world or something? He says, "Oh, a warehouse down there! A warehouse down there!" And they're like, "No, we're not going into the weird-ass warehouse out in the middle of nowhere." Remember that shit?
No, he said there was an entrance to the underground, and it was like an old, like, Soviet, like, bunker thing.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Yeah, don't go in there." And he's like, "You guys are just walking by this cave to the Unterland." It's like, come on, man. Like, they're so poor. It's like they know what's down there. There's a reason they don't go down there. It's like fucking like Lord of the Rings, like the dwarves delve too greedily and too deep, and they walk the Balrog and shit. So, like, if someone in Transylvania tells you not to go in a cave, there's a fucking reason. Like,
Thank you.
Don't go in the cave. Like, it's not. They're not keeping anything.
Yeah, actually, you know what Peter was like? He was like you said, like that bald and bankrupt guy going all over the fallen Soviet.
Yeah. That fucker. But that guy, like, actually had survival skills. That's the difference.
He was
like,
a trained
that dude
spy.
was, like, actually cunning. Like, he tried to play it off like he was just a goofball, but this dude was like a trained spy. Yeah, he was legit.
Yeah.
That's why he was so compelling. It was like, damn, this dude's just getting away with everything. It's like, no, he's a fucking spy.
Yeah.
Like, every time a KGB agent, like those people that, like, they police the towns, they're all ex-KGB.
Yeah.
They would always get pissed at him, and then he would show them his paperwork, and they would just let him go.
Yes.
Which, Russia is not like that. That's not typical.
Thank you. Yeah.
And he was like taking that Belarusian prostitute, and I'm not being rude, this is literally what she was.
Yeah.
The Belarusian prostitute, and they were like spelunking into old places where they built the Soyuz rocket, you know?
Yeah.
And that's when they finally got deported. It took them like years and years. And he claimed that that's why he can't travel to Russia anymore, but well, obviously the war situation happened. A lot happened all at once.
Yeah.
But I think after the Queen died, they withdrew his diplomatic immunity. They
Thank
said,
you.
Look, it's a new regime. You can't be spelunking in Eastern Europe anymore. Like she's done, so therefore this era is done.
Yes.
They had to withdraw him back to England.
That's true. That's true.
That's what I think happened to him, because he was making millions. There's no reason for him to just quit.
Yeah, yeah, and he was enjoying himself to no end. So yeah.
Every town he had a new chick, like multiple chicks, like
a new prostitute. And again, not to defame these women, we're not insulting them. I mean, we just hire a new escort, and that's I mean,
and they were poor. They were like poor village chicks, so they didn't have an issue with it.
Yeah,
they got to explore the world for free.
Yeah, that's what was going down, and and Peter never had the balls to do that. It's like he could have just found another young girl and just tell her, look, you want citizenship? I need a care provider. It could have been so easy, and it's like, he's too.
He was hoping that would be you.
Yeah, apparently that's what he was hoping. It was going to be me.
Imagine that. It's like he was like, heard you. Oh, he takes care of his parents so well.
Yeah.
He's gonna do that for daddy. You know, it's like
that's what he thought. So,
and I'm not being rude. That's like, I mean, I can only imagine that's what they're thinking.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. So that's why this is to drive the point home to our listeners. So here's Peter, after essentially proposing to me what is a marriage cum care provider care recipient relationship proposal, and then he sends this email which he closes off with these last two sentences: I am being well cared for by practitioners and friends, all these mystery people who don't exist, many of them, and yet some do, but not in the sense that he thinks, and no need for announcements, sympathy cards, or care packages. Dude, I could make the announcement. You wouldn't get a single prayer. There's nobody out there that cares.
Well, in the other email, he was asking for prayers, telling
That's right.
The unnamed recipient. He was like, "Pray for me, pray."
No, that's the Romanian chick who was on this show for a few minutes at a time, a few times. Yeah, it's the Romanian chick who lives in China. He said he told her to pray for him. He's desperate now.
Well, whatever. But he's never believed in prayer before.
Yeah, he was
talking shit on people that prayed.
Yes, that's right.
And then now he's asking someone to pray for him.
Yeah, he's in a bad state, people.
And what was the point of saying this Romanian chick that lives in China? I don't understand the context. Like,
no,
I guess it's kind of cool, but
there's this Romanian chick who lives.
But
in
why
China.
does it matter if she's in China? Why does it matter if she's Romanian? Why not just use her name?
I get it.
Why
I get
not
what
just
you're
say
saying.
This is my friend?
Yeah, I get it. It's
and they said this.
Yeah, her name Jill, whatever. Yeah, why not? Hey, Jill, right now. Yeah, instead, no. It's interesting. Why is that?
That's what struck out.
Yeah, why is that? Why can't he just name people? Yeah, what the fuck is this thing?
It's like, if I had a friend, I would say, look, yeah, this is my friend's brother.
Yeah.
And then later on, I would say, yeah, he used to live in China. I wouldn't say that off the get.
Yeah, it's like, it's the way he defines or compartmentalizes people in these categories, where they're not people, they're just this thing. That is in some compartmental box. Now, this is the last sentence. The last sentence. Sorry I cannot be there for you, but I wish you a lot of love. And the emptiness, the sheer audacity, it's second to last sentence. The last sentence is, of course, about himself. I have to be 100% concerned about my own self-preservation. Sorry I can't be there for you, but I wish you a lot of love. I have to be 100% concerned about my own self-preservation. It all comes
like, what is
down.
there, a gun to his head? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, me. But,
but it's like, no one says, I've never said,
Yeah, self-preservation.
Like for example, if something happened, which it has before, and I told Doug, look, I can't show up, bye,
Yeah.
I'm busy dealing with my own stuff. I wouldn't say it like that. That's a weird way to say it.
Well, it's so, imagine you've proposed to someone, you're inviting them into this proposed lifestyle that is supposed to be the culmination.
Well, that's all in his own. That's in his own mind. It's
Of
like
course,
not inception shit.
but, but then to say
that dream that's not a dream.
Yeah, thank you. Can't be there for you, but I wish you a lot of love. I have to be 100% concerned about myself. Like, where's this love you're talking about? Love is about caring about others. That's like, I would die for you. That's love.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's all about me.
That's not in his software.
No, certainly
operating
not.
system.
Yeah. So there. This is what I want to tell people: is that imagine if you were his first wife or his daughter.
There may be like a little bit. Like, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was Ian. Holy shit! I said, how the hell did Ian get on the call?
No, but it's Ian's future. Yeah.
So Ian says, I agree with Brandon. He keeps calling you Brandon, like RKC.
He thinks I'm Brandon Young.
Yeah, he thinks you're Brandon Young, like RKC.
Yeah.
I agree with Brandon about Peter doing it to himself. Yes, is that? I guess he thinks if he butters you up, you'll let him on.
That's not what he said when he was drunk.
Yeah.
And this guy that was digging in the trash, he's like, I let him look through the cans.
Yeah.
But he like puts all his trash away. So that's what I was saying. That's Ian's future.
A dumpster diver. He's a dumpster diver.
Yeah. But the only problem is that this guy actually has like interpersonal skills. You know, he's hella sketchy, but he's like nice to us and cleans up after himself. So we let him do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Ian, if you can, you need to, work yourself up to a little bit of social status there to equal that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. The dumpster diver.
Oh shit! And
we got to be careful because otherwise Ian's gonna go dig up a bunch of black books from his basement.
Yeah, he's got the basement.
He was lighting candles too. We saw him on camera. He was like lighting candles in front of an effigy.
Yes, he was
saying, "Oh, I just found it." You know, the classic satanic bit. I just found this statue of Baphomet. I don't know how it got here.
Oh. So Ian says, "God damn it, the autocorrect is changing his name." He blames the autocorrect. It's always someone else.
Yeah.
By the way, Ian, since Peter's getting gem elixirs now, he's on a kind of crystal cure. And that's where he's getting this energy from. He says, I have energy now. It's that, gem elixir, he calls it. We call it crystal meth.
It's weird. Like, his speech is so contradictory. He's saying he's like, I'm healing, I'm playing football. But then he keeps saying, I need rest. I need to rest. Like, okay, playing football is not resting. I mean, at least take a month off.
Holy shit. Well,
so I don't know. It's really weird. Like, it hurt. Like, if you're somewhat sane, I'm not 100% sane. But if you're somewhat sane, like, it hurts your brain to think about. Like, how are they're like, what is it called? Like, pendulum swinging. Let's use his term. Back and forth. Like, the entity wants its story told, but it's preventing the sale of the book. Like, wait a second. Wait a minute. Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. And yeah, I'm looking through it now. Did you notice there's a change in text? There's a change in the actual font in the emails.
Yeah. Because it's being written by like a whole team. I don't think it's because I mean, imagine there's two different lines of thinking. One where he needs rest, and one where he's energized. Yeah. So one of it's not him, or it's like it's like it's the government. It's like they just pass it off to the next guy, and they're like, fuck it. It's like in a different font and shit, and they're like, just it looks good. Just send it.
So okay, so this is the part of the email that I'm going to read and respond to with a bit of an education for our listeners about something he refused to put into the book, which has to do with video games, because he thought that would somehow render the book irrespectable. Like, what's the term? It would denigrate from respectability if he were to talk about video games in the book.
It would be seen as childish or
something to him. He's too stupid to understand that would be one of the most important parts of the book, and to put this into context. for our listeners, what happened was one of the first, if not the first in many ways, video game that was produced when computers came out was a game called Doom. And Doom was a highly military-oriented game because what happened was the U.S. military contracted game designers to produce training accessories for the U.S. military to help basically develop hand-eye coordination and faster reflexes for their combat personnel. So because they were trying to train people with new technologies to improve hand-eye coordination and combat reflexes, this became something that was later, with all of, shall we say, the high classification materials redacted, essentially removed, but they kept so many of the materials, far more so than you would believe. Actually, most people would believe this, and they would understand immediately. The majority of Doom is, in a sense, true to life, in the sense of some of what it's conveying. But they can't use things like ADOM or anti-gods, because most people say, what the fuck?
Yeah, and what's at the bottom of, what's the final villain?
Oh yeah, Hitler!
Should we wait to say that? Yeah.
Oh well, they know.
So after you kill the devil, or like right before you fight the devil, you have to kill Hitler.
Yes. Yeah.
They had to put that in there.
They had to put that in there because we're still legal.
He's like the final boss. Let me look it up. So
pretty much.
Because I played it.
Yeah, pretty much. And the point is, because they're still legally at war with the Reich, they still want to keep indoctrinating people as to what the ultimate enemy is. They're still legally at war with the Reich. The Europeans, or the Germans in particular, call it the Atlantic War. And that's to disambiguate from the Pacific War, which the Americans just out and out lost. But they're still fighting the Atlantic War. And that's why they can't declare war ever again, because they lost to the Japanese, and they're still legally at war with the Third Reich. They can't declare another one. And the Third Reich is in exile. So we've written about this in the Roswell Deception. Again, do not order it from Sky Books, not because we don't want you to give Peter money or business. It's simply you will never get the book, because he mails the books physically, and he's not going to be doing that anymore. So if you give him money, you're not going to get the book. He will not be able to mail it to you. He's not going down. He's not going out of the house. Except perhaps when they're transporting him for these needle treatments, which brings us back to the Doom game, as explained by Michael Aquino to myself when the game was being developed. And Michael Aquino was explaining elements of reality that show up in the game in a manner that's altered for public consumption. So the reality is the U.S. military was working with prisoners, mostly from the state of California, where we have an enormous prison population that people truly want to escape. Just to put this into perspective for people, and Ian West is wrong here, and he's wrong in so many ways. He says, tell him Hitler's not in Doom game. He's in Castle Wolfenstein. They're the same producers. They're defense contractors.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he's in Doom 2.
He is in Doom. He is in Doom. He's in a mech suit.
He's in Doom 2.
Yeah, he's in a mech suit.
Well, no, the mech suit is Wolfenstein.
Okay. Yeah, but
no, I think he's right. I'm sorry. I played Doom a lot back in the day. I think he's right.
No, Doom, not Doom 1, Doom 2.
No.
I'll send you the file right now.
There was no Hitler in the original Doom. No.
Okay, but
maybe.
I just said Doom number 2.
Yeah, Doom. He came in later. He did come in later. No, Hitler was definitely part of Doom. Yeah, he was definitely part of Doom.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, I've seen it. I've seen it because then they did the rip-offs of the games.
They made mods later on.
Okay, then it's so Nemo says Doom 2 has Hitler. Yeah, there we are. Nemo says Doom 2 has Hitler. Yeah, Nemo says so. He's a big gamer. Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, well,
I'm sending you the Doom wiki. This is the Doom wiki. Just read it and chill out.
Yeah, it says Doom wiki Nazi.
I don't think I still disagree, but okay.
It says Doom.
Just read it. Just read it. Just read it.
I played Doom and Doom 2 all the way through when they came out.
Well, you didn't get to the secret level. Because he's in a secret level. Yeah, no, I'm serious. It's like an Easter egg.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll see. Wolfenstein maybe. Yeah, Wolfenstein maybe.
Well, definitely. Well, Wolfenstein is all based on Hitler. Yes, and he does show up in a mech suit. But the Doom 1, it's like all these labyrinths, and they might be mods that I'm thinking of, but...
Yeah, they did have mods later on.
Yeah, and, because then Hitler shows up with chain guns, and, and Troy Bellamy's welcome to jump on. I don't know if you called him. You must have, because he's in the text. Yeah. Anyhow, Nemo says Doom 2 is filled with secrets. So Doom 2 is filled with secrets.
Yeah, and it's saying here, so just for context for the listeners, so it doesn't sound like we're just lunatics. the original version has all of that in it, but they had to censor it because people complained. They said you can't have my children playing this shit, even though the rest of the game is shooting demons in the face with a shotgun.
Yes.
But the Nazi thing was crossing the line, right? There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's why it was edited later. And there you go.
So Nemo just sent a link. Doom 2, Flashback to Hell, Map 31, Nazi Castle. And by the way, the character in Doom is supposed to be a direct descendant of the character, the Polish guy, in Castle Wolfenstein. They have the same last name, or they're supposed to be related. That's canon. That's canon. So I know that. That it was all. So here we are, map 32. Hitler is in the second secret map of Doom 2, Flashback to Hell. It was designed by Stormwalker or Vordak. Okay. And so there we are. Doom 2 is filled with secrets in their stages. And it's there you go. I mean, it's that I remember Aquino talking about this. And then the other link is Nazi Germany is the common English name for the German state when Adolf. Anyhow, they say Nazi Doom Wiki fandom. So yeah, and there we go with that. But so such being said, I distinctively remember these images because they're quite iconic and they're primitive graphics that have their own charm. But if that's applicable, but. Let's see now. I think Aristides heard some dogs barking. Are you taking another walk with them? Okay. So, such being said, to complete what I'm saying here, and Ian says, call me. Maybe. We'll see how I feel soon enough. Let me respond to this, where Peter says, to my good fortune and synchronicity, I have been directed... By the way, I just need to know, can anybody hear me? Because since everybody went mute, it's kind of like I'm almost feeling like I'm in isolate here. So just let me know that
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you, both of you. I appreciate that profoundly. I really do. So Peter says, to my good fortune and synchronicity, I have been directed to an acupuncturist who has a specific treatment for de-ghosting such entities. Now, by the way, if some acupuncturist tells you this, I mean, really? Really? Come on. He says, I had never heard of such a thing.
Of course you have. Or what's her name? It's the Bahamian lady, or
the lady from Barbados.
The Barbados.
Yeah, the lady from Barbados. Yes, the Caribbean chick. I had never heard.
She's like throwing seashells and shit.
Yeah. Oh God, she's using him as a fucking human pincushion.
Tossing bones, like scrying on his back and shit.
Yes.
Telling him he's de-ghosted.
Yes. By the way, I would say it's actually something far more sinister by now, and I'll tell you what I think. He says, I had never heard of such a thing. Of course not, because it doesn't exist. But now I have. This is a great blessing. And so this is what I want to express to people with this last paragraph I will read from this stupid communique. Like all situations in life, we are all living dramas with a beginning and an end. My life is far from at an end. You're going to wish it was a lot sooner than later. But you're in for a billion-year contract, so I can see why you're trying to extend it as much as possible. This situation will continue to play itself out, and it will probably have some very interesting twists and turns. I don't understand. Why doesn't he just sever? Just say, I'm done with this, I wash my hands of it, and walk away. What is this? Like...
Well, that was my point, is like none of these people ever do... It's not like a logical thing. It's like, if I was fed up with it, for example, which I have, I just leave.
Yeah, that's what what you tried to do?
Like, there's nothing compelling. Like, you don't pay any of us.
Yeah.
And he had some obligations because he took your work. But other than that, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, a normal person would just say, you know, I'm just getting sick of this and just disappear.
Right.
No.
But they keep at it.
Yeah.
They keep at it. They come back and make me the center of their life. Now we must take Dietrich down.
Yeah. There you go.
And so he goes on to say, after the acupuncture, I intuit that there will be some very positive and interesting twists in my energy field. Oh my! Yeah, you bet. He's right there. One thing I have certainly learned through this ordeal is that energy is senior to information. A writer's stock in trade is information, whereas a Qigong master's stock in trade is energy. Healing is in motion. And yet he's lying down all day staring at the ceiling.
He's implying that he's like an energy master. But then he keeps saying, I'm tired.
Yeah, I need some rest.
This is weird, man.
It is. So I will explain to people, what does this have to do with Doom? And so what Michael Aquino explained to me was the parts that they released in Doom that were relevant, what was real and what was not. So the U.S. military was experimenting with prisoners from the state of California. You've heard me say this a million times in the past about the connection with Letterman Army Medical Center. I'll be going into more detail in the magical compendium that I am writing, which Peter Moon was supposed to produce because he was selling, quote-unquote, a grimoire. But he was just writing his life story interposed onto mine that he was going to publish, and in a grimoire cover, in a grimoire binding, which is bait and switch. Whoever bought that would learn no magical secrets. So, as my friends can attest, I've been writing about magical secrets without giving away recipes that would endanger the user. However, educating people about magic. And when it comes to the U.S. military and their use of prisoners, I bring that up and will bring it up further and talk about some of these experiments. Now, with the horror of these experiments, understand that if you were to take a look at the prison systems worldwide, whether in Venezuela, Cuba, the former Soviet Union, all these prisons are hell on earth. There are prisons all over the world you would never want to visit, let alone be sentenced to. You never want to find out from the inside what it's like in these horror prisons. But if you were to make a list of the top 10 worst prisons in the world, obviously there's going to be a lot of subjectivity involved. And it's just, they're all bad. You don't want anything to do with any of it, any more than you want anything to do with the entities Peter Moon has been playing with and casting spells using, trying to harness the very entities I warn against, which everyone can attest to. Whenever I've written about magic, the one thing I keep saying is, don't do this. I tell everyone again and again, don't do this. So the idea of Peter Moon saying I'm somehow promoting this is insane. Whereas he has been doing it. He has been using magic. And look at what's happened to him. He's an object lesson, if ever there was one. In fact, probably it's his greatest contribution to humanity is as an object lesson. Such being said, when he says what he says about the Qigong and all this, it brings us back to the Doom game, brings us back to the prisons. Understand that if you were to make a list of the top 10 worst prisons in the world, without a doubt, objectively, San Quentin Prison in the state of California would be up there with any of the worst in the former Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela, or any of these other hellholes where you have totalitarian states like Iran. These are prisons you would never want to be in these kinds of totalitarian countries. But right up there with them, a place so bad that the biggest problem is not escape.
Folsom Prison is on that level.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. And tell them a little bit about the city of Folsom, because you know. I mean,
I live there. I basically live there. I live on top of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's like, it's all based on, it's all like, what would be the word for it? Like a 49er-esque. Yeah. It's based off of that culture. The original, like, miners founded the town, and it's basically the founders of California came here to this area first in the foothills, and then they established the prison, and there's a town there and all that stuff. And then, but this prison is so like, it's so beyond like haunted and shit. And that's where all the worst gangs actually were founded, like the so-called Aryan Brotherhood and the so-called these like Peckerwoods, these different forces.
That's true.
These gang forces, they were all like founded here up in Folsom Prison. And then they got transferred out to like Vacaville and further to San Quentin. They all kind of blended together over time because they had to keep transferring people around. Because every couple of months there was, it's calmed down as of late because of technology, but for years in the 80s and the 90s, there were riots every day. That's why those people were getting paid so much, the constabulary that worked there. They still get paid astronomical amounts.
Oh, yeah.
Like these people can live like in Folsom. It's like some of the highest, Folsom and El Dorado Hills, that region is some of the most expensive places on earth.
Yeah. And
believe it or not.
And the prison guards live there in the city.
And they can afford to. They all have houses. Yeah. So, and I even met one that he had so much extra money, he literally opened a business for his whole family to work. And paid them all. Yeah. Not some kind of like, you know, where they work for free. It's like he paid them all full salaries, full everything. Yeah. And still was able to open a whole business, and it's like a thriving business and all that. Yeah. So these people have cash. Yeah. And I asked him, I said, how do you do all this on a salary for a correctional officer? And he just smiled and said, I'm in management. That's what he told me.
Yeah, so, and it's bullshit. It's to be, you know, just so people understand.
He's just getting bribes and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
there was other ways.
Beyond that, he says I'm in management, which may mean he gets a super salary. But the reality is the highest paid uniformed constabulary union in the world, the highest paid police union in the world, is the California Prison Guards Union. I've gone into this multiple times, and this is because they have basically one of the largest prison populations in the world. California's population is enormous. We have one of the largest economies in the world. I've emphasized this repeatedly, where our economy is bypassing Germany's and is already ahead of everyone except Japan, China, and America. And the only reason America's number one is because of California. Take California away, and America falls down to another shithole nation beneath Colombia. In terms of its economy. Your entire economy and much of the world's is based on California. So when it comes to California, millions of people, larger geographically than most nation states on Earth.
Yeah, that's what's funny about those, like some people in my family that they work in Silicon Valley, right? Yeah. And then they're following the Fox News saying, oh, these libs, they're ruining, you know, the liberals are ruining everything. And I'm like, dude, you work for their companies. Like, you wouldn't have money without these people. They're questionable and there's all kinds of shady shit. But like, you're thriving off of what they built. Like, what are you talking? And then all those people in Idaho, they're like, California's the worst. It's California. And then they're making $7 an hour. I mean, it's like, you know, this is just... It's just dumb. It's self-destructive. It's like,
thank you.
Like, if you really wanted to change something, you come out here and make money and then build a business that was against that. Why don't you do that instead? Yeah. You know, of course they're not going to do that.
Of course not. No, they're insane, and their hatred of California is completely irrational. But such being said, we have an enormous prison population, and many of them would rather die or commit suicide than be where they're at. So they volunteer for these experiments with the U.S. military, and because of that, basically their death sentences are revoked because they're entering an experiment that will almost certainly cause death anyway, but they're freed if they survive. Most of them never will. Others, volunteer for lesser experiments. I've gone over this ad nauseum. Such being said, through such experiments, what the military was trying to work with was cadavers that could work in space. Reanimated cadavers that were anaerobic. No need for oxygen. They could work underwater. So if you have laborers where they're dead but animate and they don't need to breathe, then you don't need to worry about the vacuum implosion that happens when their pressure suit gets a puncture in it from a micrometeorite or something. So the end result was they have worked with reanimate cadavers in vacuum conditions and undersea conditions. And one of the things that they've done is work with dark energy. the dark energy is used to replace the oxygen. So when you're dealing with the human body is aerobic. It needs oxygen to survive. A reanimate cadaver is anaerobic. It is no longer reliant on oxygen. Obviously, there's a price to pay for that. All of the internal organs and the brain do only the most minimal of functions and rededicate themselves to maintaining muscle mass in order to work with labor, such as lifting of weapons, tools, implements. But what happens is the epidermis, the largest organ on the human body, disintegrates. That requires oxygen to maintain. So if you're anaerobic and you're no longer utilizing oxygen, the skin melts off, essentially. Slows off is the term for it, spelled S-L-O-U-G-H. Slows off. It slows off, and you become basically a skeleton covered in muscular tissue that's operated by subminimally functioning organs and brain. Everything is atrophied and everything shrinks, and everything is operating at the primal level. You're not reasoning at an emotional level like a human being. You're operating as a kind of bioautomaton. However, you can be directed, yes, to kill people or you hunt them down, etc. There is a level of functionality. At least that was their ultimate objective. So when it comes to what they're showing in Doom, they show beings like this, which were actually part of the video training that was used by the military to deal with any of these kinds of ambulatory prison cadavers that, in a sense, escaped, meaning went out of control, or escaped radio control, which was the stimulant that kind of directed their motions, etc., etc. There are several problems that, of course, evolved as the project evolved in these various experiments. But when it came to Doom, it shows all of them going wild, and you just have to mow them all down. And that's why they're operating without spacesuits on the moon and in Mars conditions. And they don't show undersea conditions because that would have added a level of difficulty for the graphics at that time. So what happens is, in this sense, much of this is true. Another element that is true is not portaling in the Stargate sense that you see in the films, but a kind of portaling that is much more mathematical and abstract, basically wormholing to a degree, but not really. I described this in the book, The Magical Compendium that I'm writing, the quantum mechanics they were working with when they were contravening all four dimensions. So when it comes to this effect of portaling and the impact it can have on people when things go wrong, that is also something that can, well, render these ambulatory cadavers feral or out of control because they are sent through the portals rather than a normal functional human being for obvious reasons.
And I don't mean to confuse people, but is this different than prionization?
Yes, this is totally different from prionization. Thank you for asking.
Got it. Okay.
Important point.
That's all.
Yeah.
We can go over that later. But
yeah, we could go over that in detail. Prionization, prion is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion. This is when ions are misfolded, proteins are misfolded, then they become ionized. So these misfolded proteins are a result of either Alzheimer's disease or the Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, the bovine spongiform encephalopathy that causes brains to rot and vacuolize, turn into Swiss cheese. And of course, there's still this horrible functioning you see in demented or senile people that ultimately, if taken to its logical degree, results in cannibal zombies that is seen when there's an ionization event that is caused by a neutron bomb being detonated. This I've gone into in great length in the past. This is very different from what I'm talking about here. So what I'm talking about here is a far more controlled experiment with reanimating cadavers, but what is done is the oxygenation that happens through our biological function of being a living person, where we need all that oxygen in order to keep thinking, breathing, thinking, everything else. All of that is replaced by dark symmetry, is how Michael Aquino referenced it. The dark symmetry, or the dark energy, that replaces oxygen then concentrates on the most minimal functions of the organs and the brain, but the epidermis slows off. The epidermis, the skin, essentially abrades off. It melts. It's not so much a melting effect like the Incredible Melting Man. It just basically scrapes off. It scrapes off with encounters with walls, objects. You cannot bathe because that will simply cause your skin to fall off. But yet you can deploy these reanimate cadavers underwater. All their skin will fall off. They don't attract sharks or any kind of bottom feeders, miraculously or interestingly enough. They seem to be repulsed by the dark energy that animates the cadavers. The dark energy is inserted through needles, syringes, really. And that's what energizes the animate cadaver. That's what Peter Moon is undergoing. He says, now I've been introduced to the new acupuncture, and I have energy again. This is what he's really going through, is basically, for lack of a better word, doom game technology that is animating him. He's like an animate cadaver. But if you invite him to an interview, say, just write Peter Moon. Hey, Peter Moon, I want you on camera. You're not going to get it, because you're going to see this skull face and shit. Then if you invite him for audio, all you're going to hear is slurring. So, give it a try. I invite you to do so. Let's have him show himself in public.
Incognito from Helsing 1.
Yeah.
ALAH.
Actually, Incognito looks in good shape compared to Peter Moon now. I mean,
yeah. Well, they had to at least give him plot armor. Peter doesn't have plot armor.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's got this acupuncture. I'm under the needle. He's under the syringe. Yeah. They're pumping it into him, all right. That's why he keeps saying, when he's saying, I'm under acupuncture and it's giving me energy, this is what we're talking about. Peter Moon's full of the dark symmetry now, full of the dark energy, and again, it's like, why don't these people just walk away instead of, no, there are much more interesting plot twists and turns to come. He's presenting this as this struggle he's going to engage in. Why? Why not just give it up, Peter? Just go away. Just walk away instead of like, no, I'm going to continue engaging in insanity. And but now he's undead, and in his undeath, he's dedicated to my destruction, convinced that somehow, he acknowledges the reality of the anti-gods, the only pantheon he's ever acknowledged the reality of.
Yeah. Unto the twilight of undeath, as it seems.
Yes.
He's just.
Thank you. There you go, kids.
He can't give up now. He's already undead. You know?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Like how much further can you go? It's like you might as well do something with your zombie form.
And there's kind of another parallel here. There was a character in fiction I was telling my gangster brother Beaver about, and it was this undead Puritan. I brought this story up before, but I want to reiterate it because we'll talk about the differences between this character and Peter Moon. When I told Beaver about this concept character of the undead Puritan, he said, wow, if you're an undead Puritan, you must be one mean son of a bitch. I would say, oh, he's portrayed as such, but why do you say that? He said, because it would mean all that discipline and righteousness didn't mean shit. And the difference is, if you imagine an undead Puritan, there's the magnetic. Yeah, go on. What comes to your mind with that?
Obviously they didn't make it to heaven, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All that craziness, you don't even get to go to hell. It's that bad.
Thank you. Yeah. And we're not talking about undead in the charming fantasy notional vampire sense that people imagine. We're talking about he looks like basically one of these ghouls that's withered away and fairly empty eye sockets. What's left of the eyeballs is shriveled and fish looking. It's nevertheless, such a person, gaping nasal orifices and all, would still have much more charisma than Peter Moon because he's in the Puritan outfit. He may keep the Bible around and thumping it for pure irony. You can imagine him quoting Bible chapter and verse in the most ironic sense while he's wiping people out. That at least has a magnetic charisma to it. There's historicity behind that concept character of the undead Puritan. Whereas with Peter Moon, he had this whole thing about righteousness and discipline where he wouldn't even drink wine with Paula and her friends at celebrations, like at her birthday. I'm not drinking wine because I'm so healthy. Even the Taoists drank wine. Tell them, Brandon. I mean, the Taoists were tipplers who were downing quite a bit from what
like the drunken master concept. I mean, and also at that time it was safer to drink. So there was like like you said, historical reasons. Yeah. And I mean, and even in his case, it's like you don't have to be a Debbie Downer. You can get like low alcohol wine, or you can just, you know,
make non-alcoholic even. Non-alcoholic even. Go on.
Yeah. So like, just like with me, it's like I don't push it on people that I don't drink, but it's just. You don't have to say, oh, I'm doing, you know, like people hate it when I say that. If I say like, oh, I'm just doing it for my health, and it makes them feel like they're fucking up.
Oh yeah,
So I just tell them, look, like I'll have some, but I'll only take a sip. Like I won't even drink it. But it just makes them feel included. Like that's all it is.
Thank you.
That you're not above them. You know, like Brooke would say, you're above me.
Yeah, right. It makes other people feel...
You think you're above me and all
that. Yeah, it does make people feel slighted. It does make people feel slighted when you take that attitude. But tell him about why he couldn't stand watching Alita Battle Angel with Paula. I told Paula, hey...
Oh, because it scared him after that incident.
Yeah. After that incident where she body slammed him.
Even before that, he didn't want to admit that she was strong like that.
Yeah.
But she had like taken to the character quite nicely.
Yeah.
As you suggested.
Yeah.
But he couldn't even watch the film with her.
Yeah.
So it was something that she was into. Like, you know, imagine your wife's into something. You want to at least say like, oh, wow, that was nice. Or like feign, at least pretend.
You would just put your arm around her and eat popcorn and feel her up while she's watching it.
Well, we know why he didn't do that.
Yeah, of course, right. Yeah.
Without trashing her, it's just he didn't get excitement from it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah. Well, after what she did to him, he was essentially terrified of her from that point forward. It was like, you know... It was
well, some people are into that shit, but apparently it's not.
Yeah, well, remember his wife got into beat bondage and he said, that's so sick. She was into this really sick BDSM, and other guys would have said, hey, all right, my wife is sex positive.
Yeah, I know there's a bunch of guys like that are like, you know, like if their wife did that, they would like, you know, they change, their whole life would change. They like go to the gym and shit. But, no,
thank you.
You know, this one.
Yeah, no,
you know, that was like, you know, that was like that thing.
Yeah, that was like the death of their marriage. It was like, she's actually sex positive. She's actually sex positive. What a sick bitch. Yeah, that's there you go. That's Pete. And but what happened was when it came to Alita Battle Angel was one thing, but the point about the undead Puritan, here goes Peter, all that righteousness and discipline. I do the breathing, I stare at walls for hours. I do the Tai Chi motions, and look at him now. It didn't mean shit. That's what it all brought him. It brought him to a heart attack and a stroke, which, in all fairness, only because he refuses to act upon it. Like he says, when he finally apparently might have seen a real doctor and they just send him home and say, man, you better watch it. It's because it's too late to do anything. They can't recover his dead brain now. Yeah. They can't. Yeah. And it probably freaked him out to see the skin kind of peeling off too. It's kind of like, maybe you better see a, what is it? I'm sorry. It's an Undertaker. Maybe you better see
Undertaker.
an embalmer.
Yeah, Undertaker.
Yeah, I think
Crypt Keeper.
Yeah, you're past the point of a need for a doctor, Peter. You need to see an embalmer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at this point, I think.
Like we can finish, but it's just like he was saying like I am far from dead. Or something.
Yeah, why would anyone need to say that? Why would anyone? Yeah, it's.
But like you said, like, why is it always this pomp and circumstance? Like, no one ever just severs normally.
Yes, thank you.
It's like.
Thank you.
It's like, okay, if you got sick of it and you think it's negative, then just go away.
Thank you.
Just like anyone else has, you know.
Yeah, like that would be.
It's free will. It's not. No one's compelling. Like, you know.
Well, they don't have free will. That's for sure. This is he has to pay them back for his dark energy treatments. So now that he's animated by Dark Symmetry, they say, now attack Douglas. And so now it's like, there you go. That's what he gets for his acupuncture treatments. And that's an insult to acupuncture. Please don't confuse this with acupuncture. He's not seeing a goddamn acupuncturist. Yeah, he thinks he's black.
He calls them practitioners.
Yeah. He thinks he's black, so they're treating him like a voodoo doll. They're reanimating him, and I'm ready to. I think we carried on for a good 3 hours. I'll bring on Ian West to close up the show just for the sake.
Oh man.
Yes, just to close up. We've been on for how long now? Let's take a look at how long we've been on. I'm taking a look. Where did I don't want to get like Peter now. Start forgetting exactly. There we are. 3.5 hours approximately. So yeah.
Yeah, like I told who was it? someone we were talking to.
Yeah.
I think it was Ian. I just said like, look, I don't even want to talk about Peter. He can float down the river Styx or whatever wherever he's going.
Yeah.
And just I'm gonna set him loose, and then the winds of time can take him wherever. It's nothing to do with me.
No.
We just had to cover those things because
well,
it's saying stuff. Yeah.
Because people are asking. What the fuck happened? So yeah, we're telling them, and
because he was religious about showing up every week.
Yes.
Like even I don't show up that often.
No, it's true. It's true. Yeah.
He was like every day for years, or every week for years.
Yeah, twice a week for years. Except when he was planning something like, oh, I'm going to be here, and he'd warn us weeks ahead of time. And then even when he went on vacation, he would still try and call in. So,
from like a mountaintop with no Wi-Fi.
Yes. So to turn from that.
So this is beyond just like a mindset change. It's like breakthrough. He's talking about a breakthrough.
Yes. He's died, people. He is by all definitions.
He's a ring wraith.
Yes. Yeah. At this point, no, that dignifies him too much. So who's telling us? It's Nemo says working now. He says, I joined call, but the screen is black and there is no audio coming through. Fuck, that sounds like Peter Moon shit.
It was just a similar issue you had before. I just restarted.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. So Nemo has joined us. And so up to you, Nemo. How do you feel? I like what you said to Ian West the other day when I said, Ian, I'm in no real position to pass judgment on you. And then Ian said, yeah, I'm not judging anybody either. And then you said, well, I'm judging you, Ian. That is perfect. He had nothing to say to that. Yes, he's definitely. So it's up to you whether we bring Ian on or not tonight. But now that you're on with us, let's talk to you.
That should be your call.
Yeah. Okay, but so to catch us up, how are you feeling? And tell us a little bit about the Hitler Doom sequence. How does one find?
I just googled it because I heard you talking about it, and Aristides said he never came across it, so I had to verify it, and it confirmed that definitely there's a secret map that you can access to fight this Hitler boss.
Yeah.
Looking pathetic.
I'm looking at it, but I'm not finding the Hitler balls. You see, it's like it's a flashback map to Wolfenstein. There's a picture of Hitler on the wall. There's flags.
Yeah, it's a Wolfenstein Easter egg in the game in Doom.
But
because games like that have Easter eggs that are referenced to other games.
Yeah, but this thing you sent, it doesn't. I'm still seeing like the ball.
It's not a big deal, but that's just what it says, because the developers made Wolfenstein and Doom, so they'd have that Easter egg in Doom.
Yes, they connected them.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a Hitler boss.
It was like an early form of like a mod.
Yeah.
It was like a developer
It could have been something that was in the game then was omitted from the actual game data.
I know, because I saw it. I know when Aquino was explaining this to me, I saw that, and I thought it was released like that. I'm still convinced it was released in this very obtuse fashion, where like it says in these links that the Easter egg is presented to connect the two games. Because it's the same producer, the same defense contractor. But I distinctly remember that it was under this Doom theme, as opposed to the Wolfenstein theme, that Hitler came out either in the chain guns, with the 2 chain guns, but he was dressed in his normal uniform, the brown shirt uniform, or he came out with the mech, kind of in the mech. And so that was how I saw
the cyborg one sounds familiar. I remember seeing the cyborg Hitler.
Right. Well, he was actually in a mech suit. He wasn't supposed to be part of
mech.
it. Yeah, he was more like in a mech suit, like he was like piloting it. And but it wasn't a big mech suit. It was like, basically about maybe 12 feet tall at the most. But it's like it wasn't that much taller than a human being. So there we go with that for what it's worth. But as it says here, map 32, Hitler is the second secret map of Doom 2. Flashback to Hell was designed by Stormwalker/Vordok. And, it is what it is.
There's no Hitler boss in it.
Okay, there may not be.
Even worth arguing about.
Yeah, it's let's not.
No, they're making a flashback to Wolfenstein, but I think in Wolfenstein 2 is the Hitler character you're talking about.
Maybe.
That's I think where the overlap is. Kind of they're making a flashback reference to Wolfenstein that actually had that guy.
Okay. Maybe.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying.
I never finished it too.
It's a Mandela effect.
That character was in Wolfenstein. Like so.
No, definitely.
Yeah, we know
and they were related franchises. So
Yeah. Wolfenstein, he was definitely the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's in there. Pure anti-Nazi propaganda.
Yeah. And so I've just gotten some beautiful photographs from Real Tech Geek, who was photographing the Chinatown, New York City Mid-Autumn Festival. That was September the 14th. That was when we had the celestial trifecta of the super harvest moon that was eclipsed. And that's when Peter Moon was going to publish the book, and when he went full batshit crazy. And all this came down. Which brings us back, to that topic in a sense. We've covered it to death, but I feel we needed to, and it's for the sake of our listeners, because our listeners have asked. I did get a lot of emails. What happened to Peter? What happened? And it's understandable, like we said, the guy was here every show. This was his life. It sure as hell wasn't Paula. And so he was to give that up, and the book. And then claim it was all Doug's lies and twisted evil that had me under his spell. But now I know my secret friends have given me energy, and it speaks for itself. This is
like in context, all that shit is crazy. I mean,
this is Real Tech has joined us. So Real Tech, what's your impression? And he's on camera too. Cool. So
no, the stupid camera want to keep showing it. I disable that.
Okay. Well, how are you doing? Give us a status report, an update. How are things going?
Everything's going well.
Okay, good. And
everything's going good, yeah.
Yes. Wonderful. And do
a lot of editing. I take a lot of pictures. Like that event, I took 900 pictures.
Wow.
5 videos? Yeah, I take a lot of pictures, yeah.
Wow. And I'm proud of you. And how about things with your wife? How's she doing?
I gotta turn this video off and try and turn it off. She's doing okay. Everything's fine with her, yeah.
Good.
Her father has a lot of health issues, though, but, he's in the hospital in and out.
I never even knew he was still alive.
Yeah.
What kind of...
I like him a lot better.
Yeah,
what you said?
I said, what kind of relationship do you have with your father?
No, not my father. I said her father.
Oh! Oh, okay, go on. Yeah, I never heard of him. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, go on. What were you going to say about him? Something?
1 second. I just want to turn this video off. Okay, there you go.
Off. Yeah.
Okay. Fucking pain in the ass.
At least you want to turn the camera off. Ian refuses to. When we have him on,
Really?
Yeah. Oh, dude, he does everything but strip, and he does that at times as well. Dude, that guy, he comes on and he starts twerking. He puts the camera at his ass and just starts twerking, saying, "Here's my sideways smile." Yeah.
Yeah.
Smile, people.
Yeah, it's his fucking ass really fucking 24 by 36, 86, 90, whatever. What he said
Yeah, the China inch, the infamous China inch measurement that he would use. Yes, that's right. If only Brooke were on to give us.
Turn it off, you know. Just go in the settings when he's when he's talking and turn it off.
Oh, okay.
It's not hard to do.
Okay, I'll try that next time. I'll experiment with that because, you know, he's stuffing his face constantly. It's like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah, I'm just about finished eating. I can't do that.
Yes, thank you.
That's a problem with most of these Americans. They don't have proper etiquette, man.
Yeah,
I probably couldn't eat as many shrimp as he did either. That was like inhuman level shit.
Yeah, dude, it was like hot dog eating contest material. This guy is like in a contest, but that was just his nightcap, as Brendan observed. Because that was no, seriously, and you know he.
I wish we were joking. I wish we were just being rude.
Yeah, it's just Ian's working.
I really was too.
Yeah, Ian's working from the other end of the body. Trappist Nicholson was stuffing shit up his ass while he was talking to us. But Ian West is putting it in his mouth. Not the same thing. He's not shoving these. What was it? Oh, baddragon.com dildos is what not Ian, excuse me, Trappist Nicholson kept turning us to. Saying, this is my website.
Well,
this is where I get them. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Don't be surprised one day if he tries to pull Iranian Jeremy.
Yeah, Iran Jeremy.
Sucking his own fucking dick.
Yes, there we are. Yes. It's probably not big enough for him to do that. That's and that's what Ian complained about. He said, Brendan, yeah, your dick is 5 inches bigger than mine. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, I never said anything about it.
How does he even know that?
Yeah.
I told a story about someone I worked with that was just like this creeper. He was basically a predator.
Yeah.
He heard me pissing in the bathroom, and then he told everyone that I was working with that he was like, that guy has the biggest schlong. I could tell by the way he was pissing and all this stuff. So when that guy finally quit, they all came up to me and told me that, and then the girls were like trying to ask me out or do weird shit. And I was just embarrassed. I was just like embarrassed. I was like, why the fuck would he say that? You know, like, but I didn't say anything. I didn't confirm nor deny. And then Ian's like, oh yeah, you think your dick's 5 inches longer than mine? And like, while I was trying to talk, it was bizarre.
Yeah, it's like he took. Yeah, but he took that as like a one-upmanship. He took it as one-upmanship, which is just bizarre. And
he took it as a literal dick measuring contest.
Yeah.
It was just like a funny story. Like no details were uttered, like ever.
Yeah, and so from what you've heard, Real Tech, I take it that you've heard a lot of the program tonight. I presume you did. What's your impression?
I was listening on Sunday night also.
Okay, good. So what's your impression of what went down with Peter? Feel free to share it.
Good riddance.
Yeah, thank you. Good summation. Thank you. Yeah.
I never liked that piece of shit.
Thank you.
Liked that motherfucker.
None of us did.
Thank you. None of us did. Nobody does. Yes, thank you. Yes.
I remember Brooke telling me last year that he wanted to have sex with you. She told me that.
Yes.
I was talking to her.
Thank you.
When she was talking.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, she can still talk, but she's like she's still dealing with the entity that Peter Moon foisted upon her with his curses. It was only after he started cursing her and being open about it that, you know, Meth Head Larry showed up. And Daniel, as his real name is, has been riding her back like a monkey ever since. So there you go with that. Thanks.
Right. He will come back on the show one more time.
Okay. All right.
Yes, 3 months to live.
Okay. Now, I'm so sorry. Could you kind of repeat that and put that in better context? Are you saying Meth Head Larry will come back on the show one more time and something still lives, or Peter?
No,
or
Peter Moon will come back on the show one more time.
No, he won't. No. Oh God.
Don't curse us with that.
Yeah. No. He said he won't. He said he won't come on the show, which we've.
He's not able to speak. Like, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
He refuses to take any of our calls.
Anybody. Yeah.
So he's bedridden or something.
He exactly. Slurred.
He will answer Douglas.
Yeah, no.
He is bedridden. He is kind of like bedridden, yes.
See, Real Tech sees this psychically. He does see this psychically. And it's true. Yeah. If I were to approach him, he would answer me. But it's like, again, part of his insanity. He would, Of course, I will have nothing to do with him. Certainly not going to approach him. Certainly,
He is on his deathbed. Yeah.
Thank you. That feels so good just to hear that. Honestly, it does feel so good.
Oh, come on.
Are you like intuiting? Is that like what you're saying? You're intuiting?
Yeah, he's using
Yes.
he's using his psychic abilities, and he was pretty sharp with them. Brooke was deeply impressed. He really hit it with Brooke. A number of points that he observed. Real Tech Geek does have some gifts, and Real Tech Geek did predict Marina Saren coming back on. So all credit to Real Tech Geek. He did predict that. He did say Marina.
She's one hot. She's very attractive. Very,
Yes.
very nice.
Yeah.
She'll be back.
Yeah. So did you hear the episode where Peter Moon was simping all over her and kept saying, orgy?
No.
Oh, yeah. Orgasm. And let me describe Douglas Dietrich's rape. Jesus fucking Christ.
The whole episode was a train wreck. He was like,
Wow.
asking her he was like, describe your trauma.
Yeah.
And she described it about how she was in high school or something.
Yeah.
And she was getting abducted into a laboratory.
Yeah, she's been through a lot.
Yeah.
She's been through a lot of trauma, and she's still.
Yeah. Pete was being an asshole. He was like, what were you wearing? Describe what you were wearing during that incident. And it was like, how could you do, like, that's sick, man. That was just awful.
So
She's still being abducted. She's still being abducted.
So tell us more. I want to hear this, Real Tech Geek. What is it that you think about her past traumas and what's going on right now with her? Please give us your intuitive impression of this.
Sorry.
No worries.
One second.
Sure. He's focusing. And so he's gathering the sensations, the impressions, incoming data.
Are you like scrying or something?
I think he does it organically. He kind of like goes into himself.
Should we send him a crystal ball? Maybe he'll like upgrade.
I think he'd prefer the crystal meth.
I got a magic. I have a lens ball.
Yeah,
I
cool.
have a lens ball.
Cool.
What's that?
So,
Like a fushigi? What is that?
it's a ball that you take with a lens, and it's made from a lens, and you can create artistic things from it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where it is. My mother bought it for me. I don't remember where I put it though.
Oh wow! At least she bought you something.
I see. She bought me a lot of stuff. I just she was very helpful.
Okay.
But I don't want to get the whole conversation with her about that.
Understand.
Right now, but you asked me this, so I see a lot of people with white hair and blue eyes and some Indian people and that are around her a lot, maybe spiritually, whatever it is. But they take her to Africa a lot. There's like the Horn of Africa or something like that. I see.
Wow.
And Seychelles. Seychelles is a
island group. Seychelles.
Yes, I understand that, but Seychelles, whatever I want to pronounce it. I'm sorry.
No worries.
It is also an entry point into the Antarctica.
Okay.
I see that. I never knew that before, but I never.
You're talking about
see it
Seychelles
now.
Island.
Yes.
Yes. So they're taking her there. She's being used for a lot of breeding. She's going through a lot of psychic abuse also.
Mm-hmm.
But I have seen that she's been at peace a lot though with things she's doing. Something with the anti-gods and the Vril, and also yoga, and ARDJEIVIC. But she's gonna be back on again soon with you.
Okay.
She was supposed to be on in August, October. Around the same time I told you about what I messaged you earlier, which about I don't want to say it.
I appreciate that. That's fine. Yeah.
Because the enemy was trying to stop that also.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate your. It was interesting because I almost said it publicly.
You'd be helping her about that.
Okay.
That's very soon again. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You said.
Oh, I said I was going to read it out loud publicly when the Skype glitched. And I took that as a message not to mess with it any further, so I didn't bring it up publicly. So I agree with you. Yes, best not to let the enemy know. So go on. No.
Oh, that's it for now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a little hard to read her. A little hard to see her her energies and plans can be all over the place.
Understood. But you do feel that they're breeding her.
Yes, they are. Yes.
Okay.
She has a very ancient. Her DNA and her spirit is very ancient. It's very old, but when I say old souls, but I'm talking about that common term. But I'm talking about her is ancient. Hers goes back to you could say Anunnaki, whatever you call it, but it's even further than that. So that's the only reason why too. It's very interesting about that.
Interesting. Yes, I appreciate that profoundly. And this is why, of course, one of the reasons Peter Moon has no game with her, none of us really do, because she lives in what's apparently one of the wealthiest neighborhoods of Spain. Studio Ghibli's anime village and shit.
What?
Yeah, tell him, Brendan.
Her home village is like somewhere up in like the Pyrenees or something. It's like beautiful. It's like an open meadow expanse of like ancient little huts and stuff. Like she lives in one of the most historic and untouched places in Europe. That's her home village, she claims on Instagram. If you go look at it, it like is like a Studio Ghibli like film backdrop. There's like rolling hills and beautiful mountains in the distance, and like these quaint wooden houses. Like, so she comes from a, you know, very ancient, like you said, almost like like pretty ancient blood. Obviously, if she's living there, because those people don't sell their houses. It's not like the West or like America. Like people that live in Europe with money and stuff, they've had the same house for 500 years. It stayed in the family, and there's no like feuds and lawyers and stuff. It's like they keep the money in the family. Like they don't let it leach out like my dirtbag relatives, where they steal everything that's not nailed down.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Quite true. And there was something else that reminds me of concerning her as well. But definitely the idea that Peter Moon thought that she would be the next Paola, who came, of course, from she's trying to escape a satanic cult from a third world nation, essentially. You know, and he thought that Marina would fall into that category. It shows you how he has no concept of what Europe is even like. I mean, even though he has been there, it's not like he absorbs the context of the surroundings. It shows you how he's just stupid. He's just, he can't learn.
Well, actually, I remember, I don't know the name of it. I've been looking for their name for a long time of this family in Spain, but I remember that Reserve Investments, Sean, he mentioned that there's a Spanish family that has remained rich for more than 800 years, and their specialty has been just wine, artwork, and real estate.
Wow.
So,
of course,
it's interesting.
Yeah. No,
there are many European groups like families like that, and they lay low.
Yes.
They're very. That's what I observed when I was in Europe, is that all the people there with cash, like lots of money, that you'll never know that they're millionaires.
It's true.
Or billionaires.
Yeah.
Like I talked to some of these people, and they have like dudes driving the same Mini Cooper from the 70s, like never upgrades his car, but his house is like in a state. So yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how they function out there. It's not like flashy.
Yeah. Whereas, again, to bring it back to Peter Moon to make a point, Peter Moon is in a 5-bedroom estate mansion, which he should have sold long time ago just to move into an apartment, which, you know, would have made much more sense. Probably Paolo would have been much happier living in New York City than in, you know, the heart of Manhattan even, than in some place like where she's out on Long Island. And he probably would have kept her much longer if he had made a move like that made sense. But he keeps that estate because he wants to flex. He wants to flex and say, look, I've got the big home. And of course, you know, he can't repair it. He can't upkeep it. And now
if I remember correctly, that's what Selena actually was trying to help him with. She was telling him,
thank you.
Look, just downgrade.
Yeah.
I can get you, especially when back in 2020 when the housing prices were much better.
Yeah.
She said, look, I can get you a way better home that's already fully furnished, basically, or not like, you know, fully remodeled.
Yeah.
And then you just sell your house. And she was trying to make money on it, but she had a good point.
It's just in general with the inflation. It was just a lot better before the inflation came. So
the interest rates.
it would have been the right
thing to do.
Yes.
Yeah. as Realtek says.
It just made
printing
sense
money
for
like-
someone with no children and stuff. Like everyone to each their own choice, but it just would have been more logical, of course.
Yeah, I would have kept my grandma's apartment, but it just was too much bad memories.
Of course.
I rented it out and everything, but it just the amount of abuse I went through there and everything, and the fire and everything like that, and she never like did any renovations or anything, so the place wasn't worth much to begin with. You know, it's Midtown Manhattan, but you know, it just wasn't. It was what
You could have just rented it as
less
a
than $1 million.
slumlord.
You know, it was really bad. So.
God.
Yeah, maybe I could have, but yeah, I did with the condo board and everything. It's just a pain in the ass for them.
I understand.
I went through a lot. I went to the neighborhood last month, but I barely go there. I went through a lot of. I don't like going there too much. I went through a lot of abuse, a lot of trauma. So yeah, I just but I mean, they're just talking about the real estate in New York in general. But yeah, I agree with that. He should have did that.
Yeah.
It's the way things are moving anyway, and they also want to find ways with the capital gains tax, which is fucking stupid. It's God knows what.
Yeah.
Which I'm talking about
That's valid. That's a valid point.
unrealized capital gains tax. I'm talking about. So and they're going to try that also with property. I mean, it's basically communism. So
Well.
and try to move everybody into just renting also, which is. I agree with nationwide rent control. I mean, it has to be something like that. But and I agree with the idea of the having a down payment for the housing too, because BlackRock, Blackstone, Vanguard, they're all buying since the pandemic. It started during the pandemic. They're all buying tons of real estate. That's why it has not gone down much. And also in July. There was the Consumer Price Index report about the housing, which the housing stocks started coming up again because it was the lowest pricing for the inflation since of April 2020. So yeah, with the interest rates coming down, I don't know. It's a hairy situation because now you got the. I'm gonna go on a rant about that, but now they're bringing it down 0.50%, 0.50 basis points. Supposed to bring it down again in November's meeting after the election, which is November 13th or 12th, something like that. I think it is. Another 0.50 basis point. What I'm saying is that they in the East Coast, Baltimore, they want to strike now in the port, so that can cause inflation to come up again. You know, it's interesting.
Yeah, these things are.
The 1970s. I'm finished now. So.
No, carry on. I was just gonna say it's what you're saying is confirmed by the astrological situation. So you have the Pisces, the Pisces Virgo axis, sidereal axis with this this eclipse that's coming in October, and that has to do with the markets and the seas. So the sea markets will be disrupted.
Interesting. Okay. No.
Seas, goods going over the seas as well as the markets being disrupted is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Well, and then M:NLESS said about the continuing to 2025, there's gonna be a lot more problems in the Red Sea with the Houthi rebels.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. Well, Israel's invading Lebanon as we speak, so.
Which will trigger the Houthis into more activism, and
Well, it's just gonna trigger
also,
World
they
War
cut the
III.
power lines.
yeah.
There's a lot of internet power lines for the entire world in the Red Sea, and they've been cutting them.
Wow.
And a few months ago, Vietnam went through 1/3 of the nation's internet went down.
Wow.
So that's why. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on TikTok, spent a lot of time in different places, and same what happened with you. But Skype sometimes, I'm just seeing a lot of it going down sometimes with the internet.
No,
So-
right. I believe you when you say they're cutting the power lines, and the Red Sea is, of course, being a choke point where a lot of these power lines would converge. How are they doing this? Is it men in scuba suits, or is it explosives?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have to look
Special
it up.
dredger
I have
ships.
to-
Okay. Interesting. Fascinating. Go on. Yeah.
Wait, what was it? What you said it was?
Brendan said
ships
Yeah,
that can trawl the floor, the ocean floor,
Okay.
can be.
Yeah.
That's how they maintenance the lines. They can cut them and all that.
Okay, so the dredger ships is what he called them. So dredger ships. Yeah.
So that's also how they're getting like, the Japanese discovered that the ocean floors are loaded with rare earth metals.
Yes.
So they're also starting to do the mining, the rare earth mining with dredger, like what are they called? Like barges, dredging barges, and various ships that have vacuum attachments. And then they can refine those metals that were near like sea vents and stuff. So they're starting to build these ships. Like, there's a lot of big technology like items that are made in the Scandinavian countries that are not publicly shown. Like huge, like we're talking like massive items of technology, pieces of tech, ships, cranes, machines that build other machines. All of it, none of it's public.
Yes.
But they build it, and they have the knowledge of how to build it.
That's true.
There you go.
Thank you. Excellent.
Also, on
go on.
February.
Yes.
Yeah, it was February the 18th when they attacked, the Houthis attacked a British ship. The anchor cut the undersea cables.
Interesting. Okay, fascinating. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ruby Mar. Yeah.
Well, that's what they claim.
Speaking of Japan, I'm seeing a lot of people converting to Islam in Japan.
Interesting. And is
That
this
doesn't sound good.
Yeah, is that
No, it's not good.
yeah. Is this something you're seeing intuitively like a psychic vision, or is this something you're seeing on the internet? Like
No, it's something you're seeing on the internet.
Oh, okay. Interesting. It may not sound good at first, and I certainly would not want to see that become the norm, but it's almost a necessity to have a minority that does that because of the strategic importance of Japan's future being much more continental into the heart of Asia than at sea in terms of its empire. What the term that we use for a maritime empire is basically a very complicated Greek term, which I'm going to try and look up right now in an attempt to probably pronounce it incorrectly anyway. But if look it up, here we are. The term is, and I'm going to do a screen share here. So here's the screen share. Can everybody see the cursor moving? Realtek, Nemo, Aristides, Brendan?
Yeah.
Okay.
One second.
Okay. So when you can see the cursor moving, I'm going to go over to thalassocracy. There we are. Thalassocracy. This is dominion over the seas, as in exploration, trade, or colonization. So as you can see by this example, would be predominant. This explores the original Taiwan was one of the first empires on Earth, and this takes us to Wikipedia, which I don't usually recommend. I call it the bathroom wall of information intercourse. Yet in this case, it's performing a service. Taiwan was the original thalassocracy. This was a maritime empire, all sourced out of Taiwan, in which they conquered all the way to Melanesia, which is known as Madagascar. Right here you see the Seychelles Islands is actually the correct pronunciation. That was mentioned by Realtek Geek as a portal or opening to Unterland, one of many, Seychelles. So in those islands there is a volcanic or lava tube that would take one to Unterland. These are all Austronesian speaking areas. They source from Taiwan. And very important, shall we say, point to...
Okay, now I disabled the camera, so now I can see.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Okay.
by all means. And so I'll leave that up there for
That's
a
a nice
little...
map.
It is. It's very good and explains a little bit of Taiwan's. This is only half of Taiwan's maritime empire. Taiwan was one of the first empires on Earth. And it was, again, a thalassocracy, an empire of the sea. Japan, of course, people tend to portray it as such. And let's take a look at a good map here, Pacific-centered map. I will go back to screen share in just a second, because I'm going to have to dredge up the link for that map since that's no longer available on the internet. without my taking a special link to get there. In the meantime, this is what I will show you is why it's so important that Taiwan has a Muslim minority. I would actually assume that the government is encouraging a amount of the Japanese
Japan
people.
or Taiwan?
In Japan.
Oh.
In Japan. Thank you. Did I say Taiwan? I meant in Japan. Pacific-centered map of the world map. Okay, so let's take a look at this. And I'll explain why in just a moment here. So let me see if I can find the map that will take us there. Okay, give me a few minutes here, because otherwise a lot of the new Pacific-centered maps I've been finding just don't cut it. They are not, here we are, base map, and let's see, here we are, Pacific-centered map. So, this is a good example, but it's very basic. I'm going to put this up here as kind of like a starting point. But, okay, this'll do. It's no great shakes, but it'll do. Here we are. So, everyone, if you can see the cursor moving, this is a good Pacific-centered map of the world in the sense of a base map that I was working with Amy Como. Amy Como was going to list various parts of Asia as I would define them with my own definition of subcontinental region, what subcontinent would mean by my redefinition, because continents are actually kind of capricious. We use these terms and they're not really accurate. They're kind of a cultural idea. And therefore, subcontinental would take more in mind the culture than the geography. But such a thing said, here's Japan's issue with being a thalassocracy, which everyone imagined it as in World War II. If as a thalassocracy, meaning like an heir to the Greater British Empire, the Greater British Empire was a thalassocracy, or a thalassocracy, excuse me, that was based on extending sea bases all over the world, dominating the Indian Ocean by various ports that they established in various parts of the world, and thereby being able to project invasions inland. So for Japan to do something like that, obviously they would have to dominate the South China Sea and these various regions, and there is actually a lot of problematic issues with this that were manifested in World War II. Yes. Instead, my vision for the future of Japan is definitely through Beijing, which I want everyone to know there's certain things here that a lot of people are not aware of. But historically, China has not always had its capital in Beijing. And China's golden ages were really when its capital was located elsewhere. And so I believe if Japan gets into a conflict with China, as I said, unlike fighting a tremendous war over the Asian continent, Japan would have to concentrate all of its resources on one thing, taking Beijing. So if Japan takes Beijing, that's the key to all the rest of Asia. Basically, everything beyond Beijing is fucking desert. In fact, it's so much of a desert that the desert is encroaching on Manchuria and the Rust Belt of its industrial complex there, and Beijing itself. Beijing is no longer Beijing per se. Just so people know, it's a hyper-megalopolis, a conurbation of other cities in the area that are being absorbed into Beijing. As a matter of fact, I will show you on, of course, if we look up a base map here that I was writing with for our dear lady Amy Como to work with. If we simply look up the term, say, oh, I already have it up here. All right. So if the base map is already up through the Pacific Center, I don't see it up here. Oh, here it is. Okay. So I can turn this one down, put this up, and then look at JJJ. So what Beijing is now, and this is not science fiction, this is how people in China understand it. They call it JJJ or Jingjinji hypermegalopolis, or the Triple J hypermegalopolis. This is actually an acronym for all of the cities that are incorporated into the JJJ megacity cluster. So this basically stands for the Jingjinji, means Beijing, where the Jing comes from, Jing, Tianjin, or heaven for it in English, where the Jin comes from, and Hebei, which is the North River urban agglomeration.
Huaibei.
Yeah, Huaibei. Thank you. Thank
Next
you.
to Russia.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And so it is now this yeah. And so they call it the JJJ, or the Jing-Jin-Ji mega cluster. This is constantly being swamped, along with Manchuria, by all of these dust tsunamis from the desert. Beijing and Manchuria are being overwhelmed by dust out of Mongolia. The sand is encroaching upon them all. It's an expanding desert. And the winds will blow these dust storms out of Mongolia all the way to the United States. So there's places in the United States where there's days where you're enveloped in dust and you cannot see the horizon. That dust comes from Mongolia. So the sands are going to ultimately, of course, envelop everyone. So something needs to be done to stop the ever-expanding deserts, something like they're doing in the Sahel region of Africa, where you start planting aggressively, or reforestation. You start aggressive reforestation.
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Last year, when the entire island of Manhattan, and probably around here too, I didn't go out when it happened, but they claimed it was from the forest fires.
Yeah.
That all the smoke was everywhere.
Yeah.
In Manhattan, do you think from there, from what you mentioned, could have caused that too?
It's conceivable. Probably at that time it was the wildfires. There was no need to obfuscate that. If you look up the dust from Mongolia landing in the United States, look up dust storms from Mongolia hitting USA, you'll find it. They're not really hiding the problem. And it's going to, of course, ultimately hit Japan as well. So if Japan takes Beijing, it has to take it to stay. And what I perceive happening is the biggest threat in the world right now is the Sino-Slavic synaxis. Right now, Russia is just providing all of the resources for China to keep their industry going, whereas China is supporting Russia's war effort. And China, of course, sacrificed Russia in that war effort to make it weaker so that Russia would ultimately be a slave circuited to China completely. There is one individual who I do not like to reference. I forget his name. Tuffley, I believe his name is, and British guy, and he writes science fiction, or has tried to game a science fiction scenario of the future. We could actually look that up, and Tuffleyverse. Let's take a look up Tuffleyverse map, and
there's a news article from Zero Hedge that Russia is working on advanced drone warfare in China.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. So here we are. Let's take a look at this. British guy. So this guy has got several things wrong with his projection of the future, and it's something that is his projection of the future is, shall we say, not my idea of the future. And it's based on several old British imperial concepts, and also the complete ignorance people generally have of geography and other cultures. But there's merit to some of what he projects. So in terms of his projection of the world in 2183, it would take explanation to make sense of this. I could explain it all, but basically his concept is too overwhelming on this side, but essentially gets the point across. If the Sino-Slavic synaxis wins this next world war, you're going to see something similar to this. And what he projects is that in this universe, the human or cultural result of what he calls the Eurasian Solar Union would be that the Chinese develop space, but because all the Chinese are socially the dominant culture, they don't colonize space with Chinese. They send out the Russians, and they depopulate all of Russia by sending all of their men as crewmen in spaceships to basically man their space fleet. So they project, in his perspective, a future in which the Russians are essentially depopulated. All of Earth, in terms of this mass, is occupied by Chinese, and the Russians have been deported into space colonies. this is not inaccurate. That is the Chinese objective, and has been pretty much stated as such at the higher circles. So he gets that right. And it's not necessarily that everything else he says is completely inaccurate, but it's far too generalized. By including something like India into this, the result of their winning World War III.
Well, China's economy is collapsing right now. And they're going through...
Yeah. No, all that's true. But that's what necessitates the war. That's what necessitates the need for war, correct?
Yeah, within the next month or so, it's going to happen during this election. You're going to see an invasion of Taiwan. Or something like that. You're going to see it.
That's possible. They may attempt. Yes. Yeah, the invasion. Go on.
This country's never been so fucking divided.
Yeah.
Militarily and socially and everything. They're going to do it. I mean, this fucking bullshit that's happening in fucking the Middle East with Israel.
Yeah.
You know, because there's Craig Hamilton Parker was showing a map of one of his last videos, a map of the old kingdom of Judea, and that's what they're exactly trying to do. They're trying to expand the insanity. They're trying to expand and cause a regional insane conflict and expand their territory. It's just this is nuts. And even the U.S. military is saying they're telling that piece of garbage BB that the aircraft carriers cannot stay there indefinitely. So anything happens very soon there in the Pacific, it's gone. They're gone quick.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Certainly the attempt may well be made. And that doesn't mean it will be successful, but the attempt may well be made.
Yes. I'm not saying it's going to be successful or not. I'm just saying that the attempt will be made. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you. Very important point. So for that reason.
Speaking of that too.
Yes.
Also, the Taiwanese are making a TV show about the invasion of Taiwan. Also.
Yes, to psychologically prepare. It's to psychologically prepare the population for the attempted invasion and to mobilize them for that if it happens. So this is why if Japan has a war with China, which it will if they try to invade Taiwan, everybody understand this. What happened, as I've said before, was that Taiwan produces the overwhelming majority of the high technology microchips which make civilization possible as we know it. If Taiwan goes down, the world goes down. The world economy collapses. If the Communist Chinese invade Taiwan, the world economy as we know it ends. So the Communist Chinese would be effectively going to war with much of the world, except their allies, such as the Russians. The Asian Indians will try and pose neutrality, which I resent them for. And they will have a number of other satellite states like North Korea on the side of the Sino-Slavic sign axis, etc. All of this, it's not like Japan is some nation that America is defending. Understand, America would be under direct threat, and the nation defending America would be Japan. Japan is on the front lines. It has no choice but to fight. So at that point, there's only one thing for Japan to do. It has to take Beijing. So if it takes Beijing, it has to stay. And once it's there, everything else is fucking nothing except resources until you get to Turkey. So all of these nations, except for Mongolia and Manchuria, which are heavily Buddhistic, the rest of this is straight fucking Muslim, except for Christian Armenia. And therefore, Japan would have to take the majority of this belt, the majority of the former Soviet Central Asiatic republics, Mongolia, Eastern Turkestan, which is occupied by the Chinese and where they're committing genocide, and basically cement that under their control. It would be helpful to have a Muslim population in Japan that would be able to communicate with the natives. The rest, of course, would be held by a new Ottoman Empire on the other side in Turkey, with, of course, some modifications to their geography to accommodate Kurdistan and Armenia. This is something where they would have to rely on Japan after that point. Of course, I've thought this all out geopolitically, but to explain it would require an 18-hour college course, to say the least. But the reason that this is so important that this belt be accomplished is to forever separate the Russians and the Chinese from uniting again. Right now, the biggest threat to the world is the Sino-Slavic synaxis.
Yes.
So in order to prevent that from re-emerging ever again, and to save the Russian population from ultimately being deported by the Chinese while they occupy the rest of Eurasia, the Japanese would have to grab everything in the middle and hold that belt for effectively eternity. They need to be a land-based empire as opposed to a vassallocracy. That is where they would get... Yes. Yeah, this is where they would get their resources. Gas, fuel, all of this would be from this region. At that point, Japan would no longer need to import from the Middle East and be dependent on all the sea lanes. Japan stops being a sea empire at that point and becomes a land-based empire that is heavily based on resources they're extracting from land, with, of course, the rare metals they can get from the sea in their region, which are there, and they're there in their oceanic territory, so they can harvest that. But otherwise, they wouldn't have too much of a need for maintaining too large a naval sea fleet. It would be mostly geared towards warfare on land. So this is the future that I envision, and it's, of course, much more, shall we say, it's much more geopolitically sensible than...
Did you hear about...
Go on. Yes, please.
The Japanese spy that got caught in Belarus?
No, tell us about that, please.
No. Oh, wow. Yeah, sure. Just give me a second. Let me find the article.
Sure. And thank you for bringing this up. Always important. And with that, of course, when I look at these maps, I get lost in them. And to me, maps are like a living thing. Go on.
Yeah. Well, okay. So it's basically this is AP, Associated Press. Mm-hmm. It's from September 6, 2024. Japanese man is arrested in Belarus, facing charges of working for the Japanese Special Services by photographing military and civilian infrastructure near the border with Ukraine. A report on Belarusian state TV on Thursday said suspect Masatoshi Nakashini. I'm sorry, it's not my language, so.
Understood.
Masatoshi-Nakanishi.
Mm-hmm.
He was arrested in July and faces 7 years in prison if convicted. He took 9,000 photographs of military installations, airfields, railway lines, bridges, and other infrastructure in the Belarusian-Ukrainian border area. He lived in Gormel, Belarus, second largest city near the border since 2018, taught Japanese at a local university, the reporter said. So yeah, Belarus is a staging point for Russian troops in Ukraine, but Belarus does not send their own troops into Ukraine. They reported that he confessed in showing some places he photographed. Let's see here.
By the way, kids, I succeeded in paying Kaiser Pharmacy using my debit card, which means I get the epiphenedrine coming my way. My version of ephedrine. I can be like Michelle Carmela Saldana now and high out of my mind and talking like my nose is full of snot. Anyhow, going back to real tech. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry if I'm very boring. I'm just trying to read it quickly. It's a short article.
Oh, take your time. Take your time. I just had to throw that in there. It was kind of like,
yeah.
You couldn't resist.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but it's just saying that.
It's the chemical precursor to methamphetamine.
Cool.
Oh, really?
A stimulant.
Well, that's good for you, man.
Yes.
That's good for you, man. You can get some fucking call girls to set up a fucking orgy and do that shit and have real fucking fun.
Yeah. That's you got it down.
You gave for fucking fun anyway.
I don't think it's that powerful. You'd be better off getting Adderall.
Yes. True. Yeah.
But it'll definitely open some. What is it? Dilate some blood vessels. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Make your fucking dick nice and fucking hard, man. So you can go for fucking hours with 3 fucking women.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. That's
I love it too, man.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And this is where Peter Moon would say, "Let's keep the vibrational level of our keep it at a higher vibrational level."
Higher vibrators. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
he ended up real high vibes. You know?
Yeah. And then he'd go on talking about taking a shit. Yeah, you gotta be in the right position. To take a good shit.
Once again, I wish we were joking.
Yeah.
This is really what happened.
Yes, true.
He would be like, let's get on a more higher vibe topic. And then he'd be like, so about colonics. And it's like, dude, this is not high vibe.
Yeah, thank you. And then he asked Marina to do colonics. Remember that? Oh, fuck.
Every chick.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he was like, I highly recommend colonics. And it was
Amy.
Yeah,
he probably wanted to fuck in the ass. That's
Marina.
why.
Yes. Yeah, it was everyone.
Yeah, he wants to clean fucking ass.
Me, he hated
so when he's fucking the chick, he won't get a fucking dick on his chin on his dick.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, that's what he was thinking. That's where he was coming from.
He was always bringing up sodomy and stuff. It was weird.
Yeah, he's obsessed with sodomy, 11th degree. Oh my God, he'd never stop bringing that up. It's like his.
Unfortunately, you mentioned that. I just got from the spirit that God that he sodomized his daughter.
Yes, he did. That's quite correct. You are psychic. You are psychic. That's why she became a crazy cat lady. It's true. It's true. And this is why he was so fascinated with what I said about the relationship of Trump and Ivanka with Jared Kushner, who is transgender. And he was, why would she marry a transgender? And I said, obviously, because she was so traumatized by Trump, she couldn't have a actual male husband. She preferred a transgender, and all their kids are in vitro. He was so fascinated by that. That made his millennium. And this is because this is what he did to his daughter, who after that never had a relationship with a man. She had one boyfriend who killed himself. Never got anyone after that. It's just her and the cats. My friend calls Trump a dodo fucker. So there we are.
Right.
Yeah, and
he's right about that.
Yeah,
he goes Biden the same thing too, which is kind of true.
Yeah, and this is also Yeah, thank you.
Crazy.
Yeah, well, this is why Peter Moon loves Trump, and he thinks Trump's the cat's ass. I mean, birds of a feather, and and Ian's not kidding when he says, yeah, Trump, Peter's so matured now that he's recommending Trump. Yeah, Peter really matured. I thought he was joking, but yeah, that's
really
birds of a feather. No, it's Ian West. It's like all. Yeah, we didn't bring him on tonight because we're just wait until he cools down a bit. The last time he was on, we got to see him.
He was defending. I mean, he was straight up saying, "You guys are too hard on Peter."
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening.
And I kept saying. Oh, you heard. Okay, so we don't need to go over that.
Yeah.
Well, the audience probably didn't hear, but I mean, maybe not. But, he's just going on about.
It was painful.
Just be defending him. It was painful. Yeah, it was. Yeah, to hear that. I went off. I went off listening to something else for a little while.
I hate dealing with drunk people. That's my least favorite thing. Probably.
Yeah, I don't like dealing with drunk people either. I don't either.
Especially when they're Ian drunk, where they just are argumentative. It's those are the worst.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Sorry, but
and then all the contradictions.
It's not fun for anybody. It's not fun for anybody.
Thank you.
You can't convey any sense to them.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. But then again, with Ian, you can't convey any sense to him when he's sober either. So
yeah.
Kind of not much change there. Well, gentlemen, we have done yeoman work tonight. We've turned out 4.5 hours worth of work. It's 10:20 p.m. over here. I'll put out the food bin before it gets too late. Probably we will be here on Sunday again, and I do want everyone to know that I'll probably have I don't want to sound like Peter Moon, but honestly, I'll probably have more energy on Sunday than I did tonight. Tonight was definitely, I've been through a lot lately. You
need rest. You need rest.
Oh, dude, it's it was like I said, it was after that holiday obviously I had expended a lot of energy already. I stop on the way home to my head and neck surgeon, who then sticks cameras up my nose, after which I get a flu shot in my left arm. No, the COVID shot in my left arm and the flu shot in my right arm. You're supposed to sleep for a day after that. I come back to, of course, host the show while dealing with, Peter Moon says he's dying. He's not going to be on again. But don't let anybody know. And and then after that, it's just full speed ahead from there. We were dealing, of course, with the ongoing crisis of, okay, what do we do now? This idiot is, got the manuscript, etc. And then while we were dealing with an interventionist with all of this, then we, it took up to this point, and we're still dealing with a lot of the repercussions. I don't know where some of this is going, but I can tell you we're doing our best. But what's ominous is that Peter just won't die quietly. He wants to make this a struggle, but like Realtek said, he's on his deathbed. So we can take comfort in that. Peter is dying, people. And believe me, there is no sympathy to be had. Paula and his daughter will not be visiting him. They will not be providing him any care.
Hammerfall. Yeah. The Scandinavian band called Hammerfall made a song. Yeah. And it definitely should be one of your themes. And you know what it's called?
Oh, what?
Last Man Standing.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And Realtek is a good man. He's been with us for a long time. I'd like for him to appear more often. And I certainly appreciate your being here and sharing with us what you have. And Nemo as well. Of course, Nemo, I'd like you to participate more often. I know you have a very odd schedule. And I want people...
douchebag recommending people to listen to Kent Hovind. You know him?
Not much. I never heard of him, really. Go on.
Like, I'm kind of friends with him, but he's a fucking religious fanatic, but he loves Hitler, so I'm cool with him. But he's, like, posting this shit about Kent Hovind. He's, like, a Christian scientist. He tries to debunk evolution and debates, evolution topics and all this shit with professors and... they're stupid though. They're not like smart professors. He debates stupid people like Richard Dawkins debates stupid religious fanatics. It's kind of like that. He gets the dumbest of the crop. And I told him,
go on.
You shouldn't be listening to him or promoting him. He only debates stupid people on evolution topics, and he's just very charismatic. That's why he sounds smart. He's just been promoting all this shit, trying to debunk evolution and all that. And I'm just like telling him, because I said to him, Kent Hovind believes the Earth is 10,000 years old. And he replies, I buy it, otherwise why is all the evolution evidence completely fake and gay? Like, that's his response. What a fucking idiot. And I had to fully explain to him about how evolution is actually confirmable and verifiable just from your own research. It's just we're taught a bullshit. We're taught just misinformation about evolution in the education system. Like, for example, how humans and apes stem from a common ancestor. They've never found that yet. They've been promoting that shit for years and never found any evidence of a common ancestor. So just stuff like that's obviously misinformation when they're teaching us about evolution. But just because there's misinformation doesn't mean you got to fully fucking disregard it and take it as complete false, fake information.
So did he understand?
All that fucking shit about aliens made us.
Right. Yeah, that's awful. I mean, does he fall into... He doesn't fall into that camp, does he?
No.
Okay. So what... But how did he respond to your reasoning? Did he accept it?
I don't think he read it yet. I gotta wait.
Okay. Well, it's appreciated that you do that, but... I'm sorry, go on. Yeah.
Oh, he's like, you gotta listen to his lectures, man. It all makes sense when you listen. I listened to him fucking years ago, like nearly 10 years ago, just because he's funny watching in a debate, because watching certain debates can be very comedic for me. So I watch them for that. And I just knew he was a phony Christian, you know, fucking con man, just like a lot of them who gets out there in the alternative media all over the internet and shit.
No.
Yeah, I just explained it all to him.
Like Joel Osteen.
Yeah. Oh, he's worse. Yeah, he's way worse than Ken.
That cocksucker. Yeah, that fucking cocksucker during the hurricane flooding, well, it took days to let people inside his church. Fucking asshole.
He took what people inside his church?
The flooding from the hurricane. He refused to open the doors out to let people into his church as a sanctuary center.
Yeah.
Weird.
So he was being criticized heavily.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and the guy's worth millions of dollars.
What a piece
Fucking
of
piece
shit. Yeah, what a piece of shit.
Basically, I'm saying is that the city that he has church at was one of the like a safety zone, the area.
Yeah. There you go. And that's incredible, the audacity. Well, it's like Nemo when you kind of like saw that young chick who Joe Tai started hitting on, and this was obviously like a Fed trap trying to lure out all the child predators, which they were obviously successful with in the case of Joe Tai. But when you tried to like dissuade him, I noticed that you invest energy in sometimes people that aren't worth investing energy in. Do you feel it's...
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
Yeah. It's like a lot of these people, it's like pearls before swine. You can try and articulate for them, and they're just... it was like, Ian, the time Nemo went on to her own little podcast of Viviana Sanchez, who I have nothing against personally, but she's obviously just totally swept up in this Russophiliac alt-right fantasy world. And Nemo spotted her with Ian West on their little podcast, where they were worshiping the unholy trinity of Elon Musk,
Trump, Putin, and Elon.
Yeah, Trump, Putin, and Elon Musk, and it's like, and Nemo tried to talk some sense, but it was worthless.
About Xi Jinping. That dumb motherfucker also.
Yeah, yeah, but the Americans don't.
He's on the way out soon, by the way.
Oh, you hope so, for the sake of humanity. Maybe his attempted invasion of Taiwan will drive the nail in the coffin, especially if it fails. He knows that. I
was laughing about the unholy trinity.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah,
that's funny, yeah.
Yeah. And Xi Jinping would never fit into that crowd for the American concept, because the Americans think of him as some gook. So they wouldn't worship a gook, but they worship Putin and Trump and Elon Musk as this unholy trinity. And so Viviana Sanchez, that was her church, and Ian West was with her, and they were in worship and shit. And then Nemo, tell us what you said. And they didn't even respond, right? I mean, did they even grasp you were trying to talk to them?
I said what I had to say, and then I just left. I just said, I got to go eat, and I didn't want to be involved in that conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't blame you. No, but thank you for exposing that. I mean, I needed to hear that, because it tells us exactly what we already know, but at the same time, it's there you go with Ian. Ian truly worships the dark side figures. He's on their side. He loves these people. And another thing, Real Tech, you probably noticed that Peter Moon began to preach Jordan Peterson, and began to say, whenever he said Jordan Peterson's name, he said, "Most blessed be his name," like he was the Prophet Muhammad and shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
He did.
Really?
He said it. Yeah.
I was thinking about him to mention something about Jordan Peterson, but holy shit.
Yeah, tell him, Aristides. Yeah, tell him, Aristides. That's what Peter said. Most blessed be his name, when he said his name.
Maybe only once that I recall, but he did say it.
There we go. Yeah.
He did. Not like every time, but like it was odd enough he said it one time.
Yes, that's bad enough.
Wow.
Thank you. Yeah. So
that fucking piece of shit. I remember being pissed about Douglas once talking about him for a while in a quick monologue.
Yes.
Douglas.
Yeah, go on.
Douglas was right about that. Yeah, about him. Now he's sucking Israel's dick.
Yes.
Fuck that asshole.
Yes, and pro-Satanist too, an apologist for Satanism.
Oh fuck no! Oh, he's gotta go.
Yeah. Oh, he's just disgusting. And Brendan, tell him how he goes to Russia for his refills of meds. How he goes under that ketamine therapy in Russia, then comes back.
Oh wow!
Wait, who are we talking about?
Jordan Peterson, tell him.
Oh, Peterson. Yeah, JP as I call him. JP. Yeah. Well, he already went. Basically, he was addicted to those benzodiazepines, the strongest one.
Yeah.
And he had to go get his mind wiped in Russia and Belarus. Self-admittedly, this is like not. We're not talking shit. This is literally what he said on his website.
Yes.
Yeah.
That he had to go get treatment, but now he's a changed man. He's back to normal.
Yeah, it's called brainwashing. Yes.
But but then he's interviewing Zena LaVey and all these ex-Satanists. It's like, it makes you wonder.
Yeah.
And then he pivoted. Instead of doing academic shit, he's now doing all this entertainment junket, where he's going on the place with like Joe Rogan's comedians in the mothership. It's called the mothership, Joe's place, you know?
Yeah.
The comedy, his version of the comedy, whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
Saturday Night Live. It's like his Saturday Night Live.
His club.
Yes.
Yeah. So JP was on Kill Tony, which is like his protege. You know, Joe Rogan's like, you know, he's the headliner every day, basically.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes. So there we are with that.
Well, so then they had JP on, and then that tells me that he's pivoting away. You know, he's gonna pull the AJ, the Alex Jones, and say, "Oh, I'm just doing entertainment now."
Yes.
That way he can't get sued, or you know, they already took away his license to practice in Canada, apparently.
Yeah.
Or they're like attempting.
Oh wow.
And they should have done that.
But what's crazy about these people is he's already a multimillionaire from his books.
Thank you.
So it's like, why do they even care about still doing whatever they were doing before? You know,
it's true.
It's like when you get success, why is everyone obsessed with all that? You know, it's some kind of sickness they get where it's like they want their image. You're tarnishing my image. It's like, just go retire in fucking Hawaii. I would never talk to anyone again.
Thank
I'd
you.
be like, good, strip me of everything.
I would too.
You know?
Yeah, I would also.
Strip me of everything. Goodbye. You know? But no, they insist on that they have this. And that's was it, Douglas? Like the concept of like being like a knight in shining armor. Like, I'm fighting the dark side.
Yes. Yes.
They always claim that. Like, we're fighting against the, you know, these bizarre.
Yes.
Like that one dude that fights, you know, he does the anti-trans stuff. You know, what's his name? Like Matt Walsh.
Yes.
They keep releasing. It's like, dude, he's already a multimillionaire. He works for, what's his name? Shapiro and stuff. It's like, and he even had fights with Shapiro. It's like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, why did these people? It's like, you're already making money. You have your viewer base. Why do you feel like you want to wave the flag and save the country? It's a complex. It's like there's some kind of complex with it. They feel like we're saving the children. It's always that bullshit. We're saving the children.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
like
they're
cutting off their.
Holy shit.
You know, they're cutting off their own body parts and stuff. It's like, well, it's like, first of all, they're beings and they can do that. It's like free will, and yeah, it's some extent it could be nefarious, but I mean, it's like, you know, that's up to the being. It's not up to you to intercede. That's what's so weird about it.
And
I feel like they have to fight for everyone else, but they never do their own work.
Thank you.
Like everyone, you know.
Yeah.
How do I put it, Doug? Can you help me out here?
Well, they're not working on their own flaws, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I mean.
And they avoid working on their own flaws by trying to correct what they perceive to be everyone else's.
Yeah, there we go. That's the way to put it. Yeah.
Fuck that shit. I'll make all the money he's worth. Forget about it.
Yes.
Yeah. All this stuff is happening with speaking of
and it's funny because they all claim
retired.
Christianity.
Yeah.
The number one thing that Christ said was "Know thyself." That's like that's the whole point of what he was saying. You know thyself, but they don't.
The
know
kingdom
themselves.
of heaven is within you.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And be ye like as babes, and you will enter the kingdom. But but they'll never get to that level. Like when I always get like these people. You know, they like hand out the pamphlets like John 3:16, and I'll like try and pin them down and be like, yeah, I love, Matthew 12. Let's go over it. You know, let's speak the words of Christ. And then they all run away. They'll just straight up like run. They'll literally be like, oh, okay.
Well, the other thing I'm just tired of this fucking religion bullshit and this obsession and everything is the obsession of the end of the world. end of this, and the tribulation, all this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, they've been programmed into wanting the
Yeah,
apocalypse to
yeah,
occur
yeah,
so they can go to
yeah,
heaven.
yeah.
And they'll accept it.
And one thing that Jordan
It's a
Maxwell was saying
shortcut.
once.
They feel like they're gonna get teleported
Yeah.
to heaven. It's like, you fuckers won't make it.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with my mother. With her fucking bullshit, with her fucking stupid ass bullshit. I want to say that my wife's gonna go to hell because she's not a Christian. I'm like, you have no right to say that type of shit. And she's thinking whatever she does here, she's fine. Whatever she does is good or bad, it doesn't matter. She's still gonna go to heaven.
Ask them what is
And
heaven.
that's right.
What is heaven?
Yeah.
They don't have
Exactly.
an answer.
I mean, right now you can say what's happening in this world is being hell on earth anyway.
True enough.
Yeah,
True.
but they can't describe heaven. Though.
Yeah.
Like, heaven is something beyond their description.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Like, it's a place of the undying lands. You know, it's a place of where
like from,
you don't have to
Lord of the
die.
Rings.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. For those of you
I'm just
who
saying the Vedic concept of like what Swatig is.
understood.
It's like they're descriptors. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But just so people understand, when it comes to back in the day, Dante, when he wrote his works, his three major works, these were so definitive in terms of Western culture that the critics of the time said that the world is divided between Shakespeare and Dante. There are no others. It's their world, and we live in their shadow in terms of literary accomplishment. And, of course, Dante wrote a trilogy. And for those of you who don't know, everyone remembers the Inferno. But
we never get the rest.
Yeah, he also wrote Purgatorio, and he wrote, of course, the Book of Heaven, which I don't even remember the Italian word for that. It's something like
I think it's
Calacium.
something like Paradiso or something.
Oh, Paradiso. That's it. Thank you. So he wrote Purgatorio and Paradiso. So everyone reads the Inferno. A number of people, maybe half or less than half, will read Purgatorio, which has a bit of fascination to it. Nobody reads Paradiso. Nobody reads it. And obviously it's because it's boring. Okay, it's profoundly boring to read this. Everybody's
the Divine Comedy.
Divine Comedy. Yes, everyone's floating around.
Purgatorio, Paradiso, and the Inferno.
Yes, and but yeah, the Inferno makes it into video games, of course. I mean, literally based on Dante's work. They based video games on it.
I played that game.
There we are. Thank you. And they have
and the Lust level.
Yeah, I have
there's
too.
like all kinds of crazy shit going on.
Oh yeah.
It's called Enoch.
And the
it's
anime
called Book of
also.
Enoch or something.
Yes. Yeah. What was that real tech? What did you say? The movie? Yes.
I said there also was an animated movie.
Yes, that is one of my favorites. I actually appreciate that profoundly. They made Dante a war veteran. They made him a war veteran.
Yes.
And yes.
I did appreciate that too.
Yes. And Virgil is portrayed very well as well. Anyhow, this is one of the reasons why people can't really describe heaven. You can describe all kinds of unpleasant things. It's like everybody seems to be able to describe hell, but they
love that shit.
Yeah, they love that shit. But it's like heaven. Well, as Brendan said, you have cosmologies that describe it, but your average person cannot, which is I think pretty indicative of human nature. But then let's put it this way.
Well, there's different levels of heaven, isn't there?
Theoretically, yes. Just like there's different levels of hell. Yeah, there's different levels.
As far as Vedic is concerned, there's like Bulok, which is the level above us. That's like the Elven. Yeah. So that's like preliminary heaven. And then you have Swatik, which is the full thing, where it's just more heavenly, more blissful. And then you go above that, and there's like Yanlok, Rishilok, Satlok. So these realms have different qualities, and there's like more and more bliss and pleasure as you go higher. Yeah. So, but that's been completely deleted from this world's thought process. It's like there's no concept of going higher and refining your senses and going more and more into purity. It's like that's like you said, that's the last thing they'd ever publicize. It seems. Yes, and it's and they don't want people to know that's an option. Like you get the other two options, being stuck here, the incarnation cycle, or you get like the Naraks, the hells, but they don't ever give you the third options, like deliberately. Yeah. There's that, but in all fairness, the truth is the population
isn't really interested.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, they actually are interested.
Yeah, that's the thing with what the Vedic says about heaven is like it's based off behavior. Like you don't just get there. Like that's what the Christian thing, they trick people saying, oh, you can just get there by believing this, but you have to actually have the behavior.
Put in the work.
And put in the work and discipline and like, because the beings up there, like they're not operating on what we operate on. Like this is like it's like a constant praise, and you have to have manners, and you have to know the qualities of other beings. You have to be respectful. Like otherwise you'll just get kicked out. There's no shortcut to that.
Yes.
But they've completely deleted that from the human thought processes.
And by the way, do you notice how Asian that is? Like it's this very Asian.
Yeah, well, the journey to the West is that. Journey to the West is that, and you know, Son Goku goes up there and he gets kicked out of heaven because he's being like all rude. And, like
Vegeta,
grabbing
also
the chicks and
Vegeta.
stuff.
When did Goku get kicked out?
This is the original story, Journey to the West.
Oh, you mean
so
the journey.
Son Goku is the
Monkey King. Yes.
Yeah.
So if you look up the show Monkey Magic, it'll show like that in like.
For a second, I thought you're mentioning Dragon
Speaking
Ball
of that, also,
it's based. Dragon Ball Z is based.
Yeah,
on
it's based off that. Yeah.
Yes.
So
speaking of that, I'm sorry.
Go on. No, continue, Real Tech. I want to hear you. So go on.
Yeah, speaking of that, the communist propaganda sold a lot of copies of that fucking shit, and I'm not happy it was only digital too.
Which
not a physical
what are we speaking of exactly?
Black Myth Wukong.
Oh, that yes.
Black Myth Wukong. It's a new video game based off of that.
Tell us about this. Tell us about your understanding of this. I want to hear more about this because I understand.
Not buying it.
Yeah, that the Black Myth Wukong has created this whole culture war. So what do you know about it?
Oh, I don't know the controversies. What are the controversies? I mean,
okay, let's look it up. Something about being woke, not the game, but maybe the game is causing other people to discuss being woke. Somebody's got a static storm going on, by the way.
White propaganda?
I think it's
it's a Chinese-made game. Yeah, sorry, I have like fans going on, but I'll mute.
Oh, okay, so that's what that is. Thank you. But
okay, I will explain it. I'm happy I took a while. I'm happy I just found out information tonight from Razor Fist about that too.
Okay, go
on. So I'll just talk about a couple things with it. So they put all the money. It was basically people that worked for Tencent and didn't like it. So what they were doing, so they ran their own studio. They've been around since 2014 and made some other game, whatever it was. And then they put all their resources in making this game, and it's very successful. It's people buying and playing like crazy, and it's a very good game. It really is. The budget was $70 million, and it's made $1 billion basically. So it's not good. Because China, according to Razor Fist, I have to find the information he was talking about. But the facilitator of the wokeism actually is China. According to him, I have to find the information about that. But basically, and actually, the company's called Sweet Baby Inc. that does all this consulting for the wokeism BS and killed Suicide, killed the Justice League. That fucking game is fucking garbage, and that was just terribly bad. And they wanted to charge
pretty quickly.
I agree. I see what you're saying, but
it dropped.
I don't think it's the Chinese.
Quickly.
What's that? You're both talking at the same time. What do you say?
Yes.
So Nemo, finish your thought there.
I was just saying that game you mentioned, it dropped the sale price real quickly, like from full AAA price to $20 on sale. No one wants to buy it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's about to be disconnected soon. Right. It's a shame. Thank God people are not being really fired, because all these tech companies, all these companies are firing massively a lot. Mm-hmm. So, they're being diverted to do something else, and I heard they're also going to be making a new Batman game, which they should have stuck with to begin with. But thank God people are not being fired, because it's been crazy what they've been doing. Mm-hmm. But anyway, they wanted to charge this company $17 million to do consulting, mm-hmm. and they said no. and of course they want to attack them. I mean, and that's also the reason why, like you mentioned before, Douglas, that people are diverting from the diversity to just basic centralization, in which a lot of Asian culture, where people are just, you know, popularity with the Korean dramas, the music. You know, another group that's called XG. They're Japanese, a fantastic group. And it was really funny as fuck last year when I went into the Korean store to buy in Koreatown to buy some CDs, and I was asking for XG music, and I said it's Japanese. I said it doesn't matter, it's still pop music, and they're going to be in Korea TV soon enough anyway. I said to her. I got offended by what I'm saying, but I'm telling the truth. And look what happened this year. They're on Korean TV. So anyway, I'm just saying that you know, so they have started writing news articles saying that they're racist. They don't have black people in the game. They don't have white people and this and that, minorities.
It's a fucking Chinese game.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance is the same thing too. It's about white people in the Middle Ages. Why do black people in the game?
Not having blacks. Yeah, it's so retarded.
Well, the same problem we're having right now with Ubisoft, and they delayed the game now because there's so much backlash. Having a fucking black samurai, it's fucking stupid ass shit, man. And they're saying he's fucking gay and everything too. I'm just so tired of this fucking shit Ubisoft, man.
It's like instead of being creative, they just do it.
Hire that motherfucker.
If it was a creative way, then it's something else. But they just do this up.
Yeah, the stock is at $2 man. I mean, it's bad, man. It's bad with them.
What game?
Ubisoft, the company. Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh well, yeah, Ubisoft. Those are the people that made all the games.
Assassin's Creed.
They swooped from Douglas, so
yes, thank you.
From what?
Like they made like that thing. Didn't they make Halo and stuff, or was that that was
no,
Bungie.
that's Bungie.
But there's like there was something that Ubisoft made. Oh, the Child of Eden games and all that.
Yes.
With where they swooped the
Assassin's Creed.
Story.
Yeah.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed. That thing's a whole another thing.
Yeah, can of worms in and of itself. It starts with quote unquote junk DNA, where they're recovering racial memories. And since he's an assassin, they're portraying them as the good guys and the Templars as the bad guys, for people who are not gamers, just so people understand. And
the Masons are king in that game, recently. Yeah. Or that's like the proxy.
Yeah. Yeah.
They use the Assassin's Creed symbol is the Masonic compass. So.
Yeah. And they're all like. I constantly see the assassin fighting people with the Masonic symbol. So aren't they the villains usually? Like Washington was made the villain, and that was a good thing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, each game has its own plot line.
Okay,
each game takes place in a different time period, different area. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's not the same.
Yeah. So I am trying to find exactly the I think I'll just leave it with the analysis that you gentlemen have provided, because the Black Myth Wukong is apparently a lightning rod in the culture wars. Everybody's talking about wokeism and anti-feminism. I don't get who's on whose side. I don't get, maybe the game is anti-feminist.
I don't think they even know.
Thank you.
It's people trying to make a deal out of it. There's nothing wrong
Chinese finally made something good and everyone hates it. That's all.
There we are.
It's like,
okay.
It's just like they're pissed off that their game wasn't so sold as much as,
Interesting. Okay.
You know, like
they made $1 billion,
enemies
man.
come out
900. It made $1 billion on a $70 million budget. Yeah. It's insane.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
It became like a culture phenomenon, and so people have to take it down a peg.
Yeah.
But the point is why we brought it up is that, like, the journey to the West, like that whole concept of the Chinese heaven.
Yeah.
Where like you have to bow to the emperor and everything's very formal. Like that's what heaven's really like. But they don't want people knowing that. They want that completely edited out.
Like if you're entering a royal palace or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it's royalty. It's heavenly.
Be very courteous and well behaved and respectful.
Yeah, and it's a place everyone wants to go. It's like everyone wants to go to the palace because there's the best food and the best girls and the best everything.
Not gonna lie, that doesn't sound like a place for me.
Well, you might
Maybe
be
you'll
surprised.
change your mind in one day.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, when we say discipline, there's a certain kind of discipline in the sense of etiquette that people learn as they enter a sense of social maturity. We're not talking about the discipline like Peter Moon, where he's just pissing on everybody because they can't stare at a wall and breathe for 3 hours
a day. It's like a
day.
pleasurable discipline.
Thank you.
It's not like a modern no pain, no gain. It's like it's actually more pain, less gain. Is like that's the real thing. Like.
Yes.
Like pain isn't the objective. They've tricked people nowadays into thinking pain is discipline. It's not. Discipline's more. You get more pleasure through discipline than you do.
Thank you.
Like, it's not like running like David Goggins where you break all your legs and shit. And
Thank
feel like you have to prove something.
No, this is so true. Yeah. It's so true. You don't need to prove anything. It's more or less. Honestly, people have been completely deranged. They've been deranged by the likes of Peter Moon, who's up there saying, no, you've got to stare at a wall for 3 hours a day and breathe. And he can't understand why no one will join him. By the way, the other thing that comes to mind with Peter Moon to mention, just to keep in thematics with the rest of the night, before I close off the transmission, was his hatred for Falun Gong. Which, for those of you who don't know, Falun Gong is a Chinese, basically a religion. People would call it a cult, and they would not be wrong. But it's a cult in the sense, of course, that you have a very large religious movement that is a subculture unto itself. And much of it is centered on Tai Chi and a breathing discipline. And, of course, they were very popular in the United States as well. And that's how they survived. They essentially fund Epoch magazine, which is profoundly anti-communist, but at the same time felt that their answer to fighting communism was to side with Trump. Their logic actually was not wrong. Trump was the man who declared the trade wars with China. And if there's any positive things, not everybody's 100% negative. Well, some people are, but even Trump has some redeeming accomplishments. One of them was starting the trade wars with communist China. Otherwise, they would have economically dominated the world because everybody just said, that's inevitable. Everybody just said, give it, just give way to them. He did not. Not that he was rational about it or that was rational reasoning behind it, but he did something that I felt was needed to be done. And I have my own reasons to say that, yes. But with Trump, that aside, Falun Gong is obviously persecuted in communist China, lethally so. And of course, anybody who's raised in communist China is raised to think of them as a terrorist insurgency. So one time when V's friend, whose name is Rose, and she owned the salon we were using for a long time, Rose is just regurgitating the Communist Chinese Party line. She said, they kill people, And, my gang brother Beaver said, how? By breathing on them? And that's... But essentially... she's programmed. She's programmed to think like that. That's the indoctrination she gets from TV. These Falun Gong people are a dangerous terrorist insurgency. But they're really...
Right. Like, they're just going to do Tai Chi in front of you, and you're just like, you're done.
Yeah, you're done, yeah. But Peter Moon believed that. Peter Moon was saying, my Tai Chi master, Roosevelt Gainey, said they're fucking people up, and they must be destroyed. And so he hated Falun Gong with the passion of a communist Chinese party member. And the reason why was because Roosevelt Gainey hated them. And why did Roosevelt Gainey hated them? He lost all his students to them. Peter was the only one who was left by his wheelchair while he's laying there as a stump with no arms and no legs, having lost all his limbs to type 2 diabetes and his insatiable lust for sweets. And here's Peter Moon talking discipline. Discipline my ass. And the black guy sitting there as a stump, breathing, because that's all the fucker can do now, complaining about how everyone's leaving them for those evil Chinese. Falun Gong fuckers stealing all my students, Peter. And so Peter was carrying on that trope of Falun Gong is the source of evil. I mean, just another element of his stupidity and insanity.
I see them around here in Flushing a lot. I just tell them no, thank you. We'll be yao.
Yeah. And I understand there's no need to get involved with them, but I mean to carry a hatred of them is like weird.
I don't hate them, but no, I don't. No.
Yeah, well,
the ones in America are like on the level of Hare Krishnas, like they're not really that crazy. Yes. They just invite you to the place and like
Well, a girl that's a girl on TikTok actually made a video saying because also Shen Yun is they're part of that bullshit too. They have their own propaganda, and she's saying she was being abused by them.
Interesting.
And works like crazy.
Yeah, well, any dancing troupe is gonna not be fun, like like the Cirque du Soleil or the circus.
Yeah.
Or like I mean, it's not gonna be like ballet. Ballet's had a lot of backlash because it's so hard on these people. It's like that. I don't think it has to do with necessarily with their politics.
Their show, I understand what you're saying, but their show also has
art.
Propaganda, subliminal messages about
Well,
torture.
I hope they bring down China. I mean, communist China. I would rather have China as the Shen Yun version of China, where they actually did dancing and they brought, that was like the court dance. That was like, this is what they were famous for.
I agree with you. Yes.
Whatever China's become is really bad, like mainland wise.
Yes.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's falling. It's falling.
Yeah, it's definitely. Go on.
Soon the people in Hong Kong are going to rise up again. Very soon.
Yeah, I mean, we can hope. I mean, honestly, it's so sad. By the way, George Knight sent me a private message. He's coming on soon, so we'll see how much time he has with us, and then I'll check out as soon as he checks out. If I last till the time he comes on, because and then
so you can't have a long show right now because of what? I'm confused.
Well, Monday, I had to go to the DMV, and that was hell on fucking earth, and that took a lot of energy. Tuesday, I was supposed to have an appointment with my allergist. That became a telephonic appointment in which I committed myself to a shot regimen that will happen once a week. But, hey, I got stimulant drugs out of the deal. So it's kind of like paying me. They say they can make me immune to my allergic reaction to dust mites, which is the primary reason for the inflammation that was inside of my skull that they performed surgery on. So if you perform the surgery, you don't want that to happen again. So I've been through a lot lately, not to mention dealing with...
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
I understand Peter Moon, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was combined with, like I said, the fact that, on the way home from the vacation holiday of the Harvest Moon Festival, which ended on the 17th, and the Peter Moon essentially began to die on Wednesday the 18th, and that was on the way home. I stopped by my head and neck surgeon, Dr. Epstein, and she, after that, I got my COVID shot in my left arm, my flu shot in my right arm, and you're supposed to go home and go to sleep for a day. Yeah, you're supposed to go home and go to sleep. And instead, I came home to, Peter Moon saying, Douglas Dietrich is the devil, Jordan Peterson is the Messiah, and the anti-gods are real, and have been dealing with that for a full week ever since. The DMV, of course, really did a lot to just knock me off my ass. And I had to take 2 trips. Literally had to go to the DMV, come home, go back to the DMV with documents that were necessary. And, I'll talk more about that someday when I'm in the mood to do so. But it's just been a wild ride because... Well, what Peter Moon did has repercussions, of course. You're trying to pull together the elements of the manuscript, and we're dealing with an interventionist who's acting on our behalf and wishes to maintain anonymity, yet at the same time, he said himself, it's easy to hate Peter Moon. He's an easy man to hate. My wife hates Peter Moon, is how he expressed it. And, there's no one who really likes Peter Moon. If you get to know him, you can't possibly like him because he's just you've heard him on air for 10 years now, people, almost, or it felt like 10 years. And he's been, just full of himself and droning. And, but the last few months, it's just gotten worse and worse. And then, And as our man answered him, you're just not. It's not Doug, Peter. It's you. Which probably threw him into a tizzy. I'm sure he went absolutely batshit over that. He must have went apeshit. There I derived some pleasure from that. So we'll just kill some time until George Knight shows up, and otherwise I'll just check out. So he'd better show up quick. It's just, let's put it this way, it's a drain on one's energy, just constantly. And bear in mind, it's always the same shit over and over again, where I've become very dependent on someone. And even though I was not dependent on Peter Moon per se, there was a level of dependence in the sense that I would take advantage of his droning for 3 hours to actually get work done. I was actually working on the manuscript and keyboarding. You could hear me doing it.
I figured something like that, yeah.
Yeah, all the while he was droning on. And it would be like a format that had developed where, of course, I would have to take a break after he left. I just had to, because he makes you feel like you need to take a bath or a shower. He's disgusting.
That's why a lot of times I would take a shower afterwards. I really would.
Thank you. Yes, no, it's true. It's true. He is
sometimes twice a day.
Yeah.
It's just
He's beyond disgusting. There's no words, and like I said, when I tolerate his expressing his fantasies to me without expressing.
Does George know about Peter's fall? I forgot if we told him. I think he knows, but
he knows, but I don't know how much he knows. It's okay. We could just tell him to listen to the first part of the episode. I'm not gonna repeat it, of course. And George knows. He just knows. It's like he said, it was inevitable. The incredible aspect of it all is that they're all the same. They're all assets that are pre-programmed, and they're meant to take you to an edge where it's supposed to destroy you psychologically. That's what they're all about. With Lena Shea, it was because I'm always searching for a chick takeover. And so she did everything she could to make me very dependent on her. She gifted me things that were an absolute necessity that I could not live without. I could not say no to her. I couldn't say no to the financial contributions. And then when you get very dependent, then they pull a switch and then she turns. And it's a history of behavior that's supposed to discredit me, because they say, see, everyone who's with Douglas Dietrich turns. Why? Well, because they're all programmed assets. And we know that because they all behave in the exact same way. And they all speak the exact same way. And they speak like programmed automatons. It was, as we said, with Lena Shea or Daniel Arola or any of them, it all becomes the same DDD acronym that they use as this, almost military parlance. Their vernacular becomes, this is the target, and this is, and my whole life is dedicated to bringing down this target. It has nothing to do with turning around and walking away. So their obsession is obviously unnatural. It is obviously pathological. Yet they feel they're in some kind of norm that they've accomplished.
And what's the obsession of doing these long ass paragraphs?
Oh, these essays.
Everyone did that.
Yeah,
all of them did that.
And it's all.
I don't even. You couldn't pay me to write shit like that unless it was a lot of money.
Thank you. And it's always this point by point. Yeah, go on.
Who was never a writer.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
There's a lag or something. I can't.
No worries.
Talking over you.
No worries.
But
That's fine.
I was Arola was never a prolific writer.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's giving timestamps and it's all informal language and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yeah, and obviously they go through an indoctrination program. They go through an indoctrination programming, and they come out behaving in this clonic manner, meaning like clones. They all are and they all start saying the same thing over and over again, and it all becomes like a PowerPoint presentation. All of them suddenly start like a PowerPoint presentation, like Douglas attacked me here, and here, and here, and it just goes on. And with Peter, of course, he's further encumbered by the damage to his brain, But then again, Daniel Arola had incredible brain damage. Brandon Young had incredible brain damage. Do you see a pattern here? Brandon Young was brain.
Joe Ty.
Yeah, Joe Ty was brain damaged. Yes, Joe Ty was literally brain damaged. Brandon Young was literally brain damaged. Daniel Arola was literally.
We have yet to confirm Ian.
Yeah.
We have yet to confirm Ian's.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Ian's brain damaged by all the drugs he does. That's I mean, that's self-evident because he's monofocal as well. He keeps going back to. I mean, we brought up sadism and the Marquis de Sade. What is Ian West's favorite film? The Sallow, based on Marquis de Sade's novel by essentially that name.
Wow, did he really say that?
Yes.
You're not kidding.
No. Oh, God, dude, how could you have missed that? Ian West preaches The Sallow. He got, like, original prints and shit of the film and shit like that.
Holy shit. So he's gone. He's gone, so.
Yes.
I'm right.
Good evening, Douglas.
Yes. George Knight is with us. George Knight, how long are we blessed with your presence tonight? Because I guarantee you, as soon as you take off, I'm shutting down the show. I'm just exhausted, really. It's been a roller coaster ride. So catch us up on yourself. Status report, please. Do say hello to Real Tech and Nemo and Aristides and Brendan and everyone.
Hi.
Thank you.
Yes, all the guys are in today. Yes, so thank you, Douglas, for having me on. I've got a good half an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Okay.
With you. So, and then I've got to prompto get onto work. Onto work duties. So yes, that's the situation I'm in. So thankfully I've got a bit of spare time to come join you. And welcome and hello Aristides and Nemo and Real Tech and Brendan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, George.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Yeah, Heather was here earlier, but then she took off. Apparently, she was having trouble with Skype, which we're all, we all do in different ways. And so, such being said, we spent the night educating people as to what happened with Peter, because we got many questions about it. What happened with Peter? And so we're going into excruciating detail about an excruciatingly painful individual and what happened with him. And so what you did miss out was the latest communications. But I did forward that to you. I did forward that to you.
Yes, I did. I've read the emails. Thank you, Douglas. I read that last night. The only thing I haven't checked out yet is the COVID origins. I haven't read those articles yet.
Understood.
That you've attached in the private messages and on Skype to myself, which I will click on the links and review them at some point very soon. The next transmission. Yeah.
Got it. There was a new email titled Breakthrough. Were you able to review that? Where Peter Moon says he's had this conceptual breakthrough and.
I believe so. Yes, I think that was one I received yesterday. Yeah.
What did you? Yeah, in which he claimed that now Douglas Dietrich is of the anti-gods. That's the one you read, the latest one.
I don't. Yeah, definitely. No, that's not my impression of yourself, Douglas.
No, I understand that. Did you get that email? Because that's. That's the latest one.
Yeah, let me just check into my emails very quickly. Thank you. Just to
just confirm, because that's
just to confirm.
That's the one where our
breakthrough yesterday.
Yes. Okay, so you did read that. Yeah. So what's your impression of this whole state of mind thing and all that? It's
no. Thank you. Thank you for explaining everything on the last transmission about his current condition and situation. It just this elucidates and goes into his condition and the state and his state of state of mind, his state of presence, and all that. It's something that we've been aware of for such a long time.
It's true.
But no, certainly with the accusations on yourself, no, definitely not. I can't attest to those claims at all. That's not my impressions of Douglas. Certainly not of yourself, Douglas. So it's just one of those. It's just what would you want to call it? Ad hominem attack.
Ad hominem
attack. Yes. Gaslighting, whatever you want to call it. It's just no, it's definitely not Douglas. That's not
like straight up contradictory.
Yes, he's not of that.
Doug
certainly not. certainly not. Yeah, you're not. Edomic at all, or
well,
or
I
Herodian.
thank you. I appreciate that. Brendan, you were going to say, Brendan was going to make a point about the contradictions. So, Brendan, your point about the contradictions, please. It does remind me of something.
Well, just for you, George, because I already descended into the mind of a madman earlier by reading that thing, but it was it's not pleasant, it's not fun. But he was saying the whole point, Doug was pressing him to write the book because the entity wants the story told about itself. But then in the same letter, he was saying the entity was suppressing the sales of the book. So it just was totally contradictory. It doesn't make sense.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
No. There's obviously, with me coming on, and obviously, I don't. The thing that was said last time when I was last on was about the laughing stance. When people laugh, it's like that's not an attack on somebody. If somebody's laughing, there's several reasons why people laugh, and that's one thing I wanted to share. Is, what you brought up, Brendan. It's like we're on the show when you're speaking, and then people are laughing. That's not an attack. It doesn't mean that you're advocating something that someone is just misinterpreted or taken in the wrong way. That's not a attack on someone or an assault. So that was the one thing I just wanted to emphasize and express, that when people are laughing on the show, that is not you're not advocating, you're not supporting, or you're not in that, you're not on a side of, this isn't a form of attack. So because I've been accused of attacking people when I've laughed.
It's let's put it this way. In the case of Peter Moon, it really doesn't matter. He's going to take anything as an attack, and it doesn't matter what you're doing. Just anything that he could not tolerate anything other than himself. It was I would, of course, speak, and people can just listen to past episodes, and this is verifiable, where I would just let him say things that I found profoundly offensive, but there's no point in talking to him because there's no point in a train wreck, and I'm just trying to get the book out. But if I were to speak of anything, he would deny it or decry it or downgrade it. So he could only have things his way. Of course, that's one of the reasons why he was Paula had to terrorize him to leave her alone so that she could lead her own life. And ultimately, of course, sever from him. So if you actually review the earlier parts of this episode, I go into that story. But one of the things that you do bring to my mind, along with Brendan Zogit in what he brought up with the contradictions, is so Peter Moon is essentially saying in this letter, just for people who are not exposed to this essay of ambiguity, where this individual is mentioning several contradictory ideas that he feels are somehow exposing myself. Understand that Peter Moon is claiming that the Vox Arca, which I run a diagnostic on periodically, in order to maintain its workability, make certain that it still functions, he claims that has possessed me, that there is an entity that he refuses to name that through the Vox Arca has possessed myself, and that in this incredible paradigm shift, this conceptual breakthrough, which is what all these people claim when they start attacking me, they realize that I am the source of all evil in this world and must be destroyed, which is what Peter Moon is saying. Peter Moon is saying, I'm dedicated to destruction and must be destroyed to prevent destruction. He does say this effectively in that communique. Now,
he straight up says that the reason why you took the Vox Arca was not only for self-preservation, but because you feel that you need the power to destroy the world or something.
Well, why don't I just do that?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
So, in other words, he doesn't explain why doesn't...
Like, if most people were exposed to what you've been exposed to, they would just wipe the whole fucking field.
Thank you. And don't think it's not tempting. But here's the point to be made, that there's several parts that Peter Moon, first off, just so people again understand this dynamic here, that people don't seem to remember. I am always honest about the fact that I am possessed by the Peacock Angel, Malik Taoush, Lucifer. When I tell people this, I guess people just find that amusing or bemusing or some kind of eccentric quirk, and they just dismiss it and they move on.
Yeah.
And Peter Moon, of course, just felt that Christ and Lucifer, these are all social constructs which are not real. Yet in that communique,
The contradictory.
Yeah, he acknowledges the reality of the anti-gods, the only cosmology he's ever acknowledged. And he never even acknowledged the reality of the Scientology cosmology, which he always said was metaphor. So the point being made here is that, first off, when people ask me, so why did he surrender an aspect of himself, which we will explain privately later, this is because, of course, there was an involvement, perhaps the Dietrich Artelect to an extent, but also Lucifer himself. Understand, the reason I still have enough chapters to piece together a manuscript coherently is because the entity that wants my story out, because I'm owned by that entity, and this is why Peter Moon could never cast binding spells that worked on me, even though he was casting binding spells on myself on a daily basis, by his own admission. He had this little cottage industry going on in which Paula found the most repugnant thing in the world. He would be casting binding spells with cording all these little tablets where he was chiseling people's names on them, wrapping them in leaves, cording them, putting them in the freezer. He was doing this on such a scale, it was similar to an old lady crocheting. This was like some old lady doing a knitting hobby. This is what he would be doing all day. And we know this because of what Paula said, because of what he himself said. Oh, Paula gets so freaked out, she comes home and sees me do this. And it's like, how could she just walk in and see you doing this? You must be doing this all day. So, because he's doing this all day, and he was casting binding spells against myself, how did this not work? He obviously made both Brendan Zogit's life, but particularly Brooke Gibson's, a living hell. He made Brendan Zogit's life a living hell, but he destroyed Brooke Gibson's life completely. And so all of this was done with malevolent intent, applying quantum mechanics, which you can call magic, which is a form of technology or technique. Why it failed on myself is because he failed to accept the reality that I'm owned, that I'm possessed, that I am Lucifer's own, that my life is not his to take. He cannot bind it because I belong to a higher being. Whatever else you may say about Lucifer, he is still an angel. He may be a fell angel. He is still an angel and orders of magnitude in a league above somebody like Peter Moon by far. Well, Brendan Zogit, bring it up again. Bring up the weird episode he was stepping on bones, the sequence of beeps, changing his train of thought, by all means. Yes.
Oh, yeah. It just reminded me of that. There was an episode recently, like pretty much the time before he went crazy, which was, or before he, like, the final initial, or what, I mean,
before he entered the meltdown, the full meltdown
before the meltdown. There was one episode when I told Doug, I was like, dude, it's over. Like, he was, like, you can hear him crunching underfoot something that sounded like bones. I was like, is this dude, like, upgrading his spell casting where he's got, like, bones screwed under?
He was.
And then that whole sequence, in the middle of that, when you were gone, you were like, had to take a break. He was just droning on as he usually does. But there were these weird beeps in the background, like sequences of like beep, like a answering machine.
Like a Morse code. Like Morse code. Go on.
Yeah, like something out of Pink Floyd, like a Pink Floyd freaking track. And then every single time it would happen, he would change topics. And it's on record. You guys can go back and listen. I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's fairly recent. We're talking fairly recently.
Yeah, it's pretty recent, last month or so. Yeah. And then I was telling Douglas, like, dude, this is weird, man. like he's just, these beeps are changing his whole train of thought.
Yeah, every time. Every time there was a sequence of sounds, he would go on to a divergent train of thought that had nothing to do with before. But this brings us, of course, to the Vox Arca. His claim that the Vox Arca possesses myself. This is an understandable assumption for someone who's totally ignorant, which he should not be after years of my explaining this to him. But the question should be asked, with the experiments conducted on the Vox Arca, and the destruction it wrought on other people, how does Douglas Dietrich maintain at least the facade or semblance of functional sanity after running multiple diagnostics over the years on the Vox Arca? It's quite simple. Again, I am perfectly possessed. I am possessed by Lucifer. There's no other entity that is going to come in and take me, because they cannot. When I'm running the Vox Arca, it may have physiological effects. My eyes may start to bleed, which they do. I can have all kinds of physiological effects that happen because of the stresses of the Vox Arca. These are impacting my body, but they're not impacting my soul. They impact my mind because the visions that I see are quite traumatic, but that is different from my soul. And the soul is already owned. So it's not like one of these anti-godly entities that the Vox Arca is meant to call or channel can step in and take myself over, because this vessel is already filled. It is already perfectly possessed by the Peacock Angel, effectively the guardian of the earth. So that is what prevents the possession. So Peter Moon does not grasp that, and he projects into it that somehow I'm not possessed and therefore can be possessed by entities of the Vox Arca. This is, again, it's an object lesson that he never learned anything. That all the while he was listening to me, he heard nothing. And this is the other thing that we brought up. And by the way, we also brought up the fact that back in the days when computers started, and of course were instantly contracted to the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, where they were producing primitive programs for hand-eye coordination training so that combat soldiers could better hone their reflexes. That was when the Doom game came out. And in the Doom game, they speak of several supernatural elements. And that was something I brought up about what's going on with Peter Moon now, because Peter Moon claims he's being kept alive by acupuncture, feeding him energy. That he has this energy now through acupuncture. He's really not under the needle, but under syringes. And they're injecting the same kind of dark energy, what Michael Aquino called dark symmetry, that was portrayed in the original training videos that the military was using in terms of dealing with units of labor, where they had taken cadavers, prisoners from the California prison system that had undergone experiments, and reanimated them with this dark energy, this dark symmetry. So they were at that point anaerobic. This is not prions, this is something else. And as anaerobic entities, they don't need oxygen to survive, and therefore can work underwater or in space, in vacuum, or on Mars or on the moon. And these units, of course, they lose their skin. It slows off because all of the energy goes into protecting the stump of a residual brain, controlling the residual organs, and maintaining muscle tissue for labor. And this is something that Peter Moon is undergoing now. He's claiming he's had a heart attack and a stroke, but he's gaining more energy because he's under these needles. Again, they're syringes, really. He's going in towards this treatment, which is so-called reinvigorating him or re-energizing him. It's just dark symmetry. This is why he's not doing any video interviews or audio interviews. He can't do any interviews, period, because he's slurring his words. And if you saw him on camera, you'd say, hey, dude, where's your skin? He's basically all slowing off. So as Brendan says, the Peacock Angel itself preserves the Earth by keeping the Fell device under watch. Thank you, Brendan. This is the way to understand what's happening. But Peter Moon, of course, has turned that into something perverted and negative, and then projects it on myself, as you can see by the answer provided him by the interventionist, who we shall maintain in anonymity. He responded, no, it's not Douglas, it's you. Peter, it's you. So there we have that. So George, anything else to share in terms of any insights or anything else?
No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and the Lucifer transliterates to the light bearer, or the bringer of light in the Latin.
Yes.
Just so people are aware of that. But yeah, when it comes down to like the contradictory statements that, you know, just talking on that level of contradictory statements that people make, what I always encounter is when I bring up the fact that we're still legally in a state of war,
yes,
and people are paying wartime taxes on their phone bills, or when they are forced to change their clock change twice a year, and they deny, the very reality that the reasons why these are imposed is because you're still legally in a state of war. They'll go into a form of denial, or they, in their ignorance, they'll deny what I'm saying is true.
Cognitive dissonance. It's called cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance.
I mean, you could say that you can basically equate that to saying that the Koreans are still at war.
Yes.
So
yes.
Why
And so,
Yeah.
And so,
when
they're saying that I'm creating falsehoods and what I'm saying is not true, and then they're still paying their taxes every single month of the year, so they're telling you one thing, but it's contradictory. It's contrarian on their stance, because they're believing what they're telling you. I'm lying, but then behind my back, they're going off paying their taxes without thought, without question, without consciously knowing what they're doing. So yeah, Douglas, it's again, it's just like that, and everything is contradictory. But this is they're advertising their ignorance when they deny that, or they deny that they lost the Second World War. And it's just like, it just comes to mind when we speak of people with contradictory thoughts or belief systems or paradigms. So when you, for example, when I say, you lost the Second World War, and they say that's not true, we are the victors of the Second World War, but yet they are still, to this day, on wartime conditions. They are still under this imposition of wartime emergency statutes, unlimited state of emergencies that's still in effect to this day, and they are still abiding by those conditions that's still in effect, and yet they tell you you're lying. We're making this up.
And
that is when
for the British people, it's even more insane, a contrarian perspective, because of the years of austerity after World War II, in which they were worse off than Germany on the continent.
Absolutely.
It's just very bizarre. Yeah.
And so, that is what baffles me. That's and it's just like, well, they're denying myself, but, with our stance, Douglas, we're only exposing what the government knows. This is not a conviction or a belief. It's what the government knows. We're only exposing that. We're only telling people the reality. So it's just something that, I think about quite often. It's because whenever I do talk about these matters, then people they jump on that bandwagon of denial mode. They just go simply into flat out denial, and they just simply say, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe what you're saying is true. But then behind my back, they're paying taxes that are that the government keep they keep on. These are emergency wartime statute. So in the United States, they are Federal Reserve phone taxes. In the United Kingdom, they are government-regulated taxes. These are excise war taxes that are still in effect, and the government's still taking that from their phone bills on a monthly level, on a monthly basis. So 12 times a year, they deduct this money from their bank account, and it's going towards funding this wartime, this state of war that's still in effect to this day. And so they're not telling me I'm lying. They're just being hypocritical. They're not even aware of it. Yeah. And it's just like, the evidence is all there. It's concrete, and they just don't want to. They don't want to look into it because of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's and then they have to undergo like you expressed to me, Douglas, how you taught me. They have to undergo a disconfirmation process. They have to undergo this, which is quite it can be quite challenging to the mental state of mind, or it can be quite detrimental.
This is where the sanity is at its most precarious. Yes.
Precarious. Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. So that's like obviously one of the struggles and challenges I have is trying to explain that to people. For years of propaganda, I know the word propaganda has been brought up on the show when I was listening in, there's a lot of propaganda. And thank you for bringing up Doom, Douglas. That's another thing that needs to be emphasized. Another thing that I can always elaborate on or expand on as well. It's one of those ways of how they promulgate the propaganda is through video games.
Yes.
So yeah, it's something we could go into when we have
Like Kill Switch?
our shows together.
Yeah. Thank you. And kill switch, real tech, in your mind, a kill switch, or are you talking about kill zone?
Killzone.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Killzone.
Yeah.
Yes, Killzone is definitely
one of them.
definitely one of them. The people who produced Doom also produced Castle Wolfenstein.
Yeah,
Right.
Wolfenstein,
The
yeah.
anti-Nazi, yes.
ID software.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Castle Wolfenstein. It's
And this is like it's an important part of our cultural history because these have been used to indoctrinate people into an endless war with the Third Reich. That they present the Third Reich as if not only it's active, but a clear and present danger to our future, and that the Nazis must be destroyed at all costs. And that this is the most noble thing you can participate in is this endless crusade against Nazism. And this is portrayed relentlessly, where you indoctrinate yourself to reflexively shoot on sight what you identify or what is identified as Nazism or Hitlerism. So why is this necessary half 100 years after a war, well beyond almost a century after a war? Because we are still at war, and so it's a very important point to always educate people in. Look, you've been training for this war since childhood. This is what you've been indoctrinated into. Now, the interesting thing is that, I'm exhausted. I've explained it. You probably don't know all the reasons why, George. Aside from dealing with the roller coaster ride of the repercussions of Peter Moon always being on the side of the enemy, but definitely waiting till the last moment before he switched when he was supposed to publish the book, and then switching over his allegiance with great drama, with a drama that was all of his own creation. We are talking about somebody who now drives the point home to our listeners by his very undead status. We're talking about a person who, by the time he went to see what might be a real doctor, just said, there's no hope, there's nothing I can do. You just need to go home and rest, is basically what this individual said, to the point where you're not working, where you're not participating in anything stressful, political or otherwise, and yet he expends an enormous amount of emotive energy, which had to be stressful, writing an essay condemning myself and trying to portray myself as being of the anti-gods. Now, I think all of you remember there was that one episode which I said was one of the most embarrassing episodes in my experience in the history of these transmissions, where he said Brooke Gibson has to die. She is of the anti-gods, and went into this rageful rage. Yes, thank you. Just went into this outrageous tirade, this rant and maniacal dissertation against Brooke Gibson, saying that she was of the anti-god, she's an Edomite, and belittling the subject while exposing himself. It was at that point he truly exposed himself, and now he says the same of myself. It's basically and yet portrays himself as acknowledging the reality of the anti-gods when he denies the cosmology of everyone else. This speaks volumes. So understand, this is the lie. This is the inversion process they all go through. Such being said, just so you know, George, I had to renew my license, my California ID on Monday. And in which I had to take a trip all the way back home and then go back to the DMV in order to do this. The end results are satisfactory. I'll share them with the public, when the new ID comes. But this is, I'm just drained. I've been through it all lately after coming back from the holidays to this shit. So on your side, what immediately strikes you as most relevant that you want to bring to our attention, George? Anything geopolitical? Anything on your side that you've noticed about the economy in England? Anything? Whatever comes to your mind.
Oh God, there is so much to share, Douglas. Actually, just from this side of the pond, this side of the Atlantic, with the new Labour government, a lot of things have transpired over the several weeks since they've been elected. But yeah, in terms of the government, that's the newly government that has been elected. Over a decade, we're under the rule of the Conservative Party, but now it's gone to the Labourites. But so many things have happened, so I'll save that for our transmissions, which are slowly approaching.
Okay.
So I'll give you the dates, Douglas. Yeah, when we can have a full show, so then we can go into that, and we'll have an entirety of.
We'll take the full 12 hours on those days.
Yes. So I'm looking forward to that, and but no, there's nothing else really immediately comes to mind. I just came on for what we call a quote unquote chinwag. It's just the term that we use, just for a chat and just. An update, status update report. So yeah,
understood.
That's the reason why I've come on, and just to I'm still here and I'm still supportive. So yeah. We realize that. I'm surprised that you even took into consideration this concept of laughter when Peter Moon said he was being attacked. I don't think it was even. I don't think it was. I don't think he ever mentioned laughter in his communication where he said he was being attacked. Did he? That's not to my knowledge. It was when I was. It was the last transmission. Brendan was explaining that on the show when he was laughing. I don't know when it was when you're explaining.
Someone told him. He was saying who told him said that we were making fun.
Yeah, someone told him that.
Just because we were laughing.
Not me.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I will take this stance. I will take this stance and say, whoever is telling Peter that, tell them, yes, we were laughing at Peter. Yes, Peter's easy to laugh at. He's a fool. Peter is a clown. Yes, we were all laughing at him because he's laughable. Peter got on and was talking to Marina Saren in terms that are so outrageous. If you don't laugh, all you can do is go into an explosive rage and attempt to kill him, which is pretty hard to do when he's miles away. Like, he's telling Marina Saren for the sake of, Douglas shares your trauma and goes into detail about my grandfather raping my sister, then attempting to rape myself. This is laughable. You're dealing with an idiot. This is an individual who is so socially retarded and yet believes he's on top of the heap in terms of social status. This is laughable. Everything about him is laughable. Vicky Johnson says it best in the chat. She says, it's so odd about Pete bragging about his being a subpar individual. Peter Moon is a subpar individual who thinks he's the cat's ass. He thinks that he's somehow better than all of us, when he's basically a murderer of his own parents, and has pretty much confessed to it, O.J. Simpson style, because of his own psychotic inability to conceive that what he's saying is offensive. He has no concept of anyone else because he's lost in himself, and now he's lost. Period. And our man Real Tech, who has had some pretty, shall we say, insightful or incisive psychic premonitions. He predicted Marina Saren would be back on the show. He said some things to Brooke Gibson that no one could have known. So Real Tech Geek has got to be given credit for a latent psychic talent. And one of the things that he pointed out thank you. Yeah, well, thank you. And he's pointed out Peter Moon's on his fucking deathbed. And honestly, Peter Moon is going to be wandering the earth, just forever lost, staring at walls and breathing, thinking he's immortal. That somehow, by doing this stupid breathing technique, he is going to beat death in the end. And now he's under these needles that he claims are giving him energy, and I've put those into perspective. This guy is effectively an undead puppet that is now, shall we say, regurgitating or parroting the Edomite party line. And by redirecting the threat to myself as somehow, shall we say, and what he says, of course, the senselessness of it, if I'm possessed by a entity of destruction and I hold the keys to that destruction, why not just press the button? Yes, thank you.
You're not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, exactly.
Yes. I'm already owned. And so such being said, so back to George, and how's the family in general is doing as well as possible?
Yeah. I hope. No, everyone's well, Douglas. So thank you for asking. So yeah, there's nothing really to report on that side.
And at work, how are the workmates? Have you had any, shall we say, opportunities for discussion at work, or is it mostly just with some of your friends in general? You've been able to talk about some of these subjects.
I did briefly share about the experience when, going back several weeks ago, we had a celebration for a marriage that is approaching. So, what we call a stag do. I'm sure that in the United States they call them stag do's.
Or bachelor parties. They used to call them stag parties.
Bachelor parties, that's it, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. And so, I did share some things, with Michael Aquino and Anton Szandor LaVey, and we also spoke about Taylor Swift. I did share that briefly. We'll go into that a bit more detail when we have a full transmission together, Douglas.
Right.
But yeah, sharing some knowledge that I've accumulated from yourself over the years.
Well, by the way, I've gotten a question in email just now that I will answer with George here to help us answer this.
Yes.
And everyone else, feel free to participate. So someone was asking me about how could Peter believe in magic when he's so atheistic, and understand what Peter was very similar to was the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. Yeah, he's basically an atheistic Satanist who understood that L. Ron Hubbard was a practicing Satanist, and Scientology is founded on Satanism, particularly of the Crowleyite variety, which made Peter Moon a practicing Crowleyite because he pursued that. He pursued that after he got out of Scientology. He pursued Crowleyite magical practices, yet he would not acknowledge the reality of Christ or the reality of Satan or the reality of any pantheon. And now, having finally exposed himself for what he truly is, he acknowledges, of all things, only the reality of the Edomite anti-gods. So he exposes himself as a Herodian, as a Edomite. And for years, as Brendan is saying, so Brendan, just come on and explain this, the context of this, please, rather than sending me the text. Send it for our listeners.
Yeah. So I was saying, in Thelema and even the SC, the Satanic Church, the will is supreme. It doesn't matter what kind of magical entities, or that's how they would frame it. They say it doesn't matter. Your will is supreme. You can put your will on everything. That's the Crowleyite way. Yeah. If your will is supreme to everyone else's.
But like Aristides was asking, how could any mere human be so insane as to think they could steal me from Lucifer, as to steal a possession of Lucifer's? It's because he truly did not believe Lucifer existed.
And
What's
that whole movement where you're at the center of the universe, like solipsistic and
solipsism? Solipsism.
And another one. He always says it in the Big Lebowski, where the Germans. What are they?
Yeah.
I'll think it'll. I'll remember it.
Yeah. And
it's everything is negated except for you. Nothing.
Interesting. And also, Nemo, please come on and could you vocalize?
Trump, Trump's recently been inferring that Iran was probably behind the assassination, his second assassination attempt. He's on the media telling that bullshit, and he's like, we'll blow up Iran's fucking biggest place, the smithereens and all this shit. He's saying in that video.
Yeah.
He's just bragging. Yeah, he's
Go
just
on.
bragging.
Go on.
I think Netanyahu gave him the orders to blame Iran for the
Absolutely.
attempt.
Yes. Yes.
That's what it looks like from the news I've seen.
Now, please read that line about the danger to the world. Please read that line aloud.
Yeah, a danger to the world is this man who believes that only he can save the world, Donald Trump.
And then read after that. What's it say after that?
Recently, Trump was blabbing about 99% approval he allegedly gets in Israel.
He does. He is the best president Israel ever had. Yes. They want him back.
He's their best puppet.
Yes, they want him back. And so, yes, Bibi told him to say it was Iran that was behind the assassination attempt. And he says that if he is reelected, he will go to war against Tehran. Yes, on Israel's behalf. So it's, half of me.
Vote for Kamala Harris then. This Tim Walz guy. I don't like him. I don't like JD Vance either.
I don't like any of them, but we're kind of just stuck with the lesser of two evils. I mean, it's. I understand. I understand right now, our man Peter Moon is sporting a T-shirt that reads, well, it's got a big picture of Cthulhu on it, and it says, why vote for the lesser evil when you can vote for the greatest evil of all? I mean, that's the Peter Moon tactic right now. Yeah.
Holy shit, that's good merch right there.
Yeah.
That is good merch, yeah. That's a good idea, man.
Yeah.
You better patent that shit before anyone takes it from you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. He'll steal that from me too. Man, he'd steal the shroud off my body if we were laying next to each other in a grave, just like he stole the blanket off of Paula whenever they lay down together at all. She'd wake up and the blanket would be on him. It's like, that's the kind of piece of shit he is. Yes. That's so all that being said, things look bad no matter how you look at it. It's bad. But yes, I do have to, on this case, it's as I pointed out, credit where credit is due. Trump did stand up to China. He did launch a trade war. Everybody else was just going to let China, take over the world economy. And it would have if that hadn't happened. But he's done what he needed to do. Having him in again would be... I'm saying this in ironic humor, it would be too much of a good thing. So we just don't need him again. Yes, Kamala is a nightmare, but it's...
She is, man.
I can't imagine it.
As my friend says, it's the daughter fucker versus the cocksucker.
Yeah, kind of like that. Well, I'll take the cocksucker in this case.
Over the daughter fucker. Anyone would pick that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, take the cocksucker over the daughter fucker. Any sane, rational person would choose that. Yes, Kamala Harris is not going to be raping her daughter or any other young helpless. Here we are. Aristides has got it. He produced it already. Cthulhu 2024, the greater of two evils. Should say three evils. The greater of three evils. Yeah.
That would fly off the fucking shelves, guaranteed.
Yes. Yeah. See, Aristides has got the talent. He's got the touch.
Business. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. This is the Peter Moon T-shirt, people. We have if you have
the greater of two evils.
Yes. Yeah, and his bumper sticker as well. If they allowed him to drive. That was so fucking funny when he tried to rent that car and his eyes are all drifty and he's all tremulous and shit. And they said, "Oh, we got to get multiple proofs of this guy's ID because this guy's gonna crash this shit."
You can't leave the lot without proof of insurance.
Yeah.
They thought he was gonna instantly crash.
Yeah. He was already looking that bad. Oh, that crazy fuck. It's there we go. So George, aside from all of that, we're obviously having what fun we can with this, despite the fact that it's exhausted me. And in terms of your book, now this hopefully serves as a indicator, you need to get that book out, as soon as you can. Yeah.
That is, that's my objective, is to release the book and to, just get this information out there. And then after that, Douglas, it will be probably a series of books I will have to release in the future regarding, not obviously the first one I'm releasing is going to be about the perpetual crusade, the perpetual campaign against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, entitled "The Third Reich Never Died," which will be a selling point. Which will be, it will be, what do they call it? It's not, it's clickbait. Clickbait, that's what they call it. So yeah, that's the title of the book. It's just to expose the reality of the legal state of war against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, which is still an extent to this day. And it will be, the foundation of that is from your Nexus article that was published by Nexus magazine. It's based around that, and it incorporates or integrates the book, the 1952 Air Wars, Air Wars of 1952 by Frank Fascino. But with Frank Fascino, when he released that book, he was heavily he was basically handled. There was a handler to that to try to prevent the exposure of the Third Reich in exile, so by Stanton Friedman, which was a who was an Kino cultist before he died, and so he was promulgating the extraterrestrial trip. So to prevent that being exposed, he was assigned to oversee that the publication and production of that book by Frank Fascino. And so it's incorporating that aspect into Douglas's Nexus article that was published by Nexus magazine. So that is the basis of the book. It's exposed the reality that we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich. So it has to be released because it will be the only book that exists exposing that.
Yes.
So so I do appreciate it, Douglas. Because and it has to. It will change everything. It will change absolutely everything. It will do. What was it that you said the other week, Douglas? What was it called? It is a paradigm shift.
Yes.
It will create a paradigm shift. At the moment, when we had all these, we had these resistant movements in the UK recently with these anti-immigration stance, and then you had the pro-immigration stance. You had all these protests, these rallies, or what they call them, demonstrations that were being extant throughout the UK. These were both, as Douglas correctly, what you outlined was these are resistant movements to a paradigm shift. And so, we're suffering at the hands with the struggles. What we're contending with at this moment is both resistant movements to what we're exposing. The cults of the Kings of Edom, this Herodian insurgency that is in extent, and then you have the other, which is the what would you the best way to describe it? Because the cults of the Kings of Edom are incorporated into the military junta of the United States. Yes. And then you have the opposite of that, which is another form of resistant movement to what we're exposed. And so, yes, of course, we're on the stance of the cults of the Kings of Edom. Of course, we're Edomites, and of course, we're the anti-gods. Because, otherwise we wouldn't be exposed to what we're doing, of course. Yes. How contradictory.
Yes.
And so, that's what I wanted to just share and express, Douglas. We can go into that, deconstruct all that when I'm on with you much longer. Sorry, multiple things are going on at once on my side. So when I have a full time with yourself, when I'm free, then I can concentrate fully on, being part of the show. At the moment, I'm like 50-50 at the moment. I've got multiple things going on at once. So I have to, depart and go off and continue with my day, Douglas. So thank you so much for having me on.
Well, we'll definitely end the show on that note, and I want you all to know we'll end the show with George Knight departing. I love you all. Stay safe and be well, and we will be back on Sunday together. And all of you, say good morning to our listeners, please. George, and then
yes,
Realtek and Nemo.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, everyone, and or good night, everyone. Thank you for joining Douglas, and please support Douglas in any way you can, physical or financially. It will be very much appreciated, and please, and join us on Sunday. So looking forward to it, Douglas. I will be with you towards the end of the show next transmission on Sunday. So thank you for having me on again.
Excellent.
And good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night, gentlemen.
Yes. Realtek?
Good night, George.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night, George. God save the king.
Yeah. That's good.
Long may he rule.
Yes.
Thank you for listening, folks. Good evening, good night, good morning. Thank you for listening to the show. And more than ever, Douglas needs you to help him. He is our worldly treasure. I would say national treasure, but under the attack of Peter Moon, he needs our help.
Thank you.
Truly needs our help more than ever. He is the last man standing, last man sign of defense to teach us about who truly won the Second World War. So please support Douglas Dietrich. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Nebo? Yes.
Oh yeah. Good morning, good night, everyone. Please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon or send any donations you can towards him via PayPal.
Thank you. I've just downloaded your AI image there. Did you produce that?
No, I just got it from somewhere else.
Okay. Brendan Zokit, say good morning, good night to everyone, if you would be so kind.
Yes, everyone have a good evening, and stay protected and keep your shields up, and everything is, we'll go on with the divine plan.
Thanks. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much. Aristides, wrap it up. I'm sorry, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you.
Here we go. I think you actually made a couple very good points not too long ago about explanations of things, so I'm going to review that. We can go over
Thank
that,
you.
but just really, called it what it was, and yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Here we are. Yeah. It's very, very good observation. So, thanks everybody.
Well, none of this would have been possible without you. I'll keep you updated on various developments on what we're working on. Okay, then. My love to you all who support myself and join us on Sunday. Everyone out there, stay safe and be well, and we will be back. And okay, hopefully now I'll get a little bit of rest and refresh myself for the continuity of the struggle ahead, which hopefully will not be too much of a struggle. And let's all pray for that. That being said, it will be time to end stream now. So let's press those buttons. Here's 1 and 2, triple